Chapter 1532. Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. During Genesis Lotus era, this sect was the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But now, it had fallen to the middle of the pack. Everything in the world was impermanent. Regardless of whether it was an organization or an individual, there would always be ups and downs. There was no such thing as being strong and prosperous from the beginning to the end, and there was no such thing as being unchanging throughout the years. As the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, Chun-Yi grasped the true inheritance of Heavenly Lotus. Thus, he had a strong influence on Divine Bean Palace. Fairy Myrtle knew how to use people. She did not send anyone to help Chun-Yi. With just Chun-Yi, he could easily subdue Divine Bean Palace and get rid of the legendary immemorial soul beast Ching-Cho. However, there was a change midway. This Ching-Cho is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and was formed in Divine Bean Palace. It has some of the abilities of Karma Divine Tree. Thus, it has a strong connection to anyone or anything close to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I can subdue it, not only can I research it and increase my understanding of Karma Divine Tree, I can also use it to search for the whereabouts of Shadow Sect's remnants. Chun-Yi was moved. It was not difficult to subdue Divine Bean Palace and get rid of Ching-Cho. It would have been slightly troublesome, but now that Ching-Cho was in a weakened state, it was completely suppressed by Divine Bean Palace. And Chun-Yi was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had great battle strength. With Divine Bean Palace, getting rid of Ching-Cho would not be a problem. However, Chun-Yi had a deeper consideration. He was the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He was above everyone. But once this was done, he would have to go to Celestial Court. He could not be the first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect anymore. There would be a huge gap between the two of them. Celestial Court was the largest sect in the world. If Chun-Yi joined, he would be a newcomer. His status would be the lowest. Someone like Chun-Yi had been the first Supreme Elder for many years. He had tasted authority and was at the peak. Naturally, he would not feel comfortable with this kind of difference in status. Instead, he was thinking about how to change and improve his status. To raise one's status in Celestial Court, it was neither hard nor easy. He just had to make contributions. If I can control Ching-Cho, I will be able to track down the remnants of Shadow Sect. I will be placed in an important position in Celestial Court. If I make contributions in the future, I will be able to get out of this awkward situation. My status and strength will rise. Ancestor Genesis Lotus, although you have the Karma Divine Tree, this move is the essence of Wood Path. Ancestor cannot predict the current situation. If he knows this, he will be able to understand me and acknowledge my choice. After he did so, Fong Clan's Gu Immortal Gu 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 Immortal Gu Gu Immortal Gu Hall Sect Continent Immortal God Lotus Sect Immortal Gu Domain Killer Dragon Spirit God Peach Flower Forest. While he was executing it, Fong Clan's Gu Immortals arrived and set up the Immortal Battlefield Killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Chun-Yi immediately sensed it the moment it was set up. He's finally here. Chun-Yi's face was calm, and he did not panic. Fong Clan's arrival was also within his expectations. Go. Chun-Yi stood in the palace and faced Ching-Cho. He waved his sleeves and ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. In this short period of time, he had already temporarily subdued these two people. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine originally wanted to resist, but after learning about Chun-Yi's cultivation and origin, and after Chun-Yi interfered with Divine Bean Palace and suppressed their master, they immediately changed their ways and were ordered around by Chun-Yi. Roar! The gates of the Divine Bean Palace opened, and a large number of soul beasts swarmed out. On the other side, the Fong family. Fong Dichong was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, and also the second Supreme Elder. He naturally took on the role of leader. With his order, several Gu Immortals flew out of the 3 Immortal Gu houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace at the center. This Peach Blossom Maze is truly profound. In the real world, this Divine Bean Palace should be hidden deep underground in the desert, but after being covered by Peach Blossom Maze, it appeared in the Peach Blossom Forest. It is very eye-catching. Fong Yuan was still watching the battle in Inquiry Dock. His eyes shined brightly as he praised Peach Blossom Maze. Immortal battlefield killer moves could create something from nothing and create a battle environment that was beneficial to Goo Immortals. Peach Blossom Maze was extremely effective in this aspect. It actually changed the earth vein of the desert and revealed Divine Bean Palace that was hidden underground. Feng Yuan could not understand the profundity of this. He could only make some guesses. Feng Clan's 3 immortal Goo houses were concealed. They were nowhere to be seen. They were the 3 cores. The Goo Immortals inside expended immortal essence to maintain Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. This huge battlefield was extremely vast. There were peach blossom trees everywhere. And at the center of this peach blossom forest, there was a grand immortal Goo house, Divine Bean Palace. At this moment, Divine Bean Palace's door opened as a large number of soul beasts charged out. Desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. These 3 immemorial soul beasts were naturally the winged black python, bull-body leopard tail, and one-eyed giant that fought against Feng Yuan and Feng Enlei earlier. And Feng Clan had 6 Goo Immortals, 2 rank 6 and 4 rank 7. Feng Lung, Feng Yun, and Feng Chen were among them. Feng Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder Feng Huasheng was personally leading them. After these soul beasts charged out of Divine Bean Palace, they did not attack the Feng Clan Goo Immortals. They surrounded Divine Bean Palace and stood quietly, forming a huge round formation that surrounded Divine Bean Palace. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought. Feng Clan's Goo Immortals were shocked at the next moment. The killer moves they unleashed exploded with all sorts of power within the group of soul beasts. But when the light dissipated, these soul beasts were actually only slightly injured, and their injuries were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. How can this be? These soul beasts seem to have a method. Each position has its own profundity. Just as they were confused, Chunyi shouted from within Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shined with a bright green light. Next, a trace of green intent was drawn out from the depths of these soul beasts' bodies. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds could be heard as the green light condensed into wooden armor that draped over the soul beasts' bodies, protecting them from head to toe. Feng Yuan did not understand, but inside Inquiry Doc, Feng Dicheng's expression changed as he muttered. This is Divine Bean Palace's immortal killer move, Green Armor Vegetable Garden. Green Armor Vegetable Garden? Feng Yuan asked. Feng Dicheng glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Feng Clan only collected this much information. We only know this name and its general appearance. We do not know anything about its true power. Feng Yuan showed intense interest. He looked at the battlefield without blinking. This move is related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is definitely not simple. We should probe it first. Feng Dicheng nodded. That is the only way. Chapter 1533. Feng Clan's immortal killer moves continued to land on the Soul Beast army. It was a dazzling scene. It was like countless fireworks were exploding. Colorful lights shone on the faces of Feng Clan's Goo Immortals. They had ugly expressions. Even though these soul beasts are damaged, it is not a big deal. Their green armors can actually connect to each other and share the damage. This is amazing. Feng Clan's 6 Goo Immortals could not take them down. At this time, from the immortal Goo House chicken dog coop behind them, a purple-clothed female immortal flew out. Let me do it. She shouted as she activated the immortal killer move that she had already prepared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At once, a thick poison cloud appeared in the sky. The huge poison cloud cast a shadow on Divine Bean Palace and the Soul Beast army. Countless sparrows flew out of the poison cloud. These sparrows were like arrows. They were extremely fast and agile. They were formed from immortal killer moves. Countless sparrows flew into the Soul Beast army, causing chaos in the army. But after a while, Feng Clan's Goo Immortals' expressions turned grim. The killer move had a huge momentum, but the effect was not good. Even Feng Ji's Poison Cloud Arrow Sparrow is useless. Poison Path is also useless. It seems that this green armor vegetable garden has no flaws. Inside Inquiry Doc, Feng Dicheng frowned deeply. He turned to look at Feng Yuan. What do you think, Swan Bujin? Feng Yuan shook his head. I am ashamed. I did not find a flaw in this killer move either. But in my opinion, this Divine Bean Palace is completely different from before. It seems to have a lot of intelligence now. Green Armor Vegetable Garden is just one aspect. When these soul beasts defend against the attacks, they advance and retreat with great teamwork. Divine Bean Palace is completely impenetrable. The difference between the two is too huge. Feng Dichang nodded. He knew about the scene of Feng Yuan and Feng Enlei fighting against Divine Bean Palace earlier. Divine Bean Palace could only charge around without using any killer moves. It was like a brute. But now, this Divine Bean Palace was unmoving like a mountain. It was like a strategist on the battlefield. It defended the camp impenetrably. Feng Clan's Gu immortals could not attack it even after a long time. There was indeed a huge difference in their performance. Feng Dichang was even more worried about the reason. We've set up the Peach Blossom Maze, but Divine Bean Palace didn't even try to break out. Instead, they're defending to the death. Could it be that they can't teleport? Or are you trying to stall for time? Feng Dichang was more worried about the latter. If the other party wanted to stall for time, he must have an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Feng Dichang made up his mind and summoned the Feng Clan Gu immortals who were fighting outside. Come back, we will use Peach Blossom Maze to attack. Peach Blossom Maze was an immortal battlefield killer move. It could trap a rank 8 Gu immortal. It was not simple. Feng Clan's Gu immortals returned to their immortal Gu houses. Peach Blossom Maze started to grow rapidly. The originally bare branches began to emit a tender green color. Then the green spread, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lush forest. A gust of wind blew. The leaves of the Peach Blossom Maze rustled, creating waves of jade light. The wave crashed towards Divine Bean Palace. The Soul Beast army was forced to retreat. The desolate and ancient soul beasts at the periphery were all destroyed by the jade light wave. Peach Blossom Maze's transformation was grand. It actually forced the entire soul beast army to retreat. These soul beasts roared and roared, but the jade light wave was too powerful. They could not resist it individually. Within Divine Bean Palace, Chunyi frowned. This Peach Blossom Maze is quite special. Right now he was still suppressing Qing Chou. He could not free himself to use Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace burst out with profound light that enveloped the remaining soul beasts. Next, the profound light engulfed most of the soul beasts and gathered on the 3 immemorial soul beasts. The 3 immemorial soul beasts seemed to have received a huge boost. Their bodies expanded and became even larger monsters. The 3 giant monsters were like 3 mountain peaks that completely blocked the emerald light waves. Peach Blossom Maze changed again. As the jade light wave faded, the green color became even more concentrated, a red that could be seen among the greenery. Next, countless red dots bloomed like stars in the night sky. They were peach blossoms. The peach blossoms were bright and beautiful. Another gust of wind blew. Countless petals fluttered in the wind. At once, the petals condensed into human figures in the air. This is the killer move Flowery Wind Warrior. I will have to trouble friend Swan Bujin to control a portion of it. Feng Dichang said to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. After obtaining Feng Dichang's permission, he could control the human figures formed by the petals. As for the quantity, Feng Yuan tested it first. He used 12 Flowery Wind Warriors at once. Surprise flashed across Feng Yuan's eyes. Each Flowery Wind Warrior seems to be able to inject a killer move into them. After the accumulation is done, they will self-detonate to unleash the killer move. Friend, you have a keen sense. This is the use of Flowery Wind Warriors. Feng Dichang smiled as he replied. Feng Yuan tried using Immortal Killer move Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immediately, one of the Flowery Wind Warriors he controlled flew to the top of Divine Bean Palace and self-detonated. What exploded was a bunch of Psyche Fire meteorites, which rumbled as they smashed downwards. Divine Bean Palace did not budge, but the 3 immemorial soul beasts' bodies shook as they were covered in thought fire. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He praised. This move's explosive speed is almost the same as the true body. Not only can it make up for the weakness of the immortal Gu house, it can also fully display our advantage in numbers. It is also not afraid of expenditure. Many tactics require careful choice of true bodies, but this move can be used repeatedly and riskily. Just as he said this, Feng Yuan controlled another Flowery Wind Warrior to dive down and arrive behind an immemorial soul beast. Immortal Killer move, 180 slaves. With this move, the immemorial soul beast's body immediately froze. It suffered a formless impact. At the same time, the other 3 flowery wind warriors descended and exploded, each using 3 stratagem immortal killer moves. Bam bam bam. The immemorial soul beast that was injured by Feng Yuan immediately recovered. But at the next moment, green light flashed in Divine Bean Palace. The immemorial soul beast that was injured by Feng Yuan was not heavily injured to begin with. It immediately recovered. Difficult. Even with the flowery wind warrior's ingenious move, the defense of Divine Bean Palace was too strong. The 3 immemorial soul beasts were like 3 great dams. No matter how much water flooded the outside world, they were still able to hold their ground, unmoving like a mountain. Feng Yuan did not use his true trump cards. Feng Clan's Gu Immortals also did not make much progress. The situation was in a deadlock again. Feng Dichang's brows were almost frowning. Peach Blossom Maze only had 3 transformations. Now that it was the second transformation, there was still no breakthrough in the situation. Divine Bean Palace's defense was so tight. Right when Feng Dichang wanted to change to the third form, Feng Yuan suddenly attacked. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. 180 slaves. The 3 flowery wind warriors exploded one after another. Feng Yuan had instilled the enslavement path killer move 180 slaves inside. At this moment, the 3 moves overlapped and landed on the winged black python immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast immediately froze like a statue. Not long after, Feng Yuan gave a shout. It broke free from the enemy's control and joined Feng Yuan. The second immemorial soul beast was obtained. At once, the leaders of both sides, Chen Yi and Feng Dichang, were stunned. Divine Bean Palace was supporting them from the back. These immemorial soul beasts were wearing green armor and had thick defense. Any injuries they suffered could be healed instantly. Feng Clan's offense was extremely difficult. However, Feng Yuan bypassed this and directly seized the immemorial soul beasts. Friend, so enslavement path is the weakness of this green armor vegetable garden. I hope you can continue attacking. Feng Dichang paused before saying in a serious tone. Feng Clan will reward you greatly. Chen Yi snorted coldly. The enemy actually found this loophole. It is a pity that these are not Divine Bean soldiers produced by Divine Bean Palace. We can only use these soul beasts to replace them. If they were Divine Bean soldiers, how could they take them away so easily? In Inquiry Doc, Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. I was just lucky. I have already used it once and subdued an immemorial soul beast. This is the second one. I have already reached the limit of my abilities. I will have to pay a huge price to use this move next. I wonder, what is the reward that Second Supreme Elder is referring to? Feng Dichang's eyelids drooped, concealing the sharpness in his eyes, but he was secretly furious. This Swan Bujin actually dared to threaten me the moment he got the chance. He will have to pay a huge price? That is to say, he can continue using this move, but it will depend on whether my Feng Clan can compensate him for the price he paid. He made an alliance agreement with me. He cannot deceive me in this aspect. Unfortunately, my Feng Clan does not have an enslavement path expert. We were actually threatened by an outsider. Chapter 1534. Even though Feng Dichang was furious, Divine Bean Palace was right in front of them. Feng Clan's plan could not fail, and Feng Yuan's method of subduing immemorial soul beasts was the best way to break the stalemate. Feng Dichang smiled. What reward does Swan Bujin want? As long as you say it, Feng Clan will help you to the best of our abilities. Feng Yuan asked him what reward he wanted, but Feng Dichang countered with a question. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Lord Feng is a straightforward person. I am not greedy. A rank 7 immortal Gu is not a problem. Feng Yuan's tone turned sluggish as he said this. His gaze flickered as he showed some embarrassment. Rank 7 immortal Gu. Feng Dichang's heart shook. He became even angrier, but he showed a smile and sincerity on his face. With the merit of suppressing all the immemorial soul beasts, it is only right for Feng Clan to reward you with a rank 7 immortal Gu. If we subdue Divine Bean Palace in the end, you will be able to obtain a second rank 7 immortal Gu. Feng Dichang not only agreed to Feng Yuan's request, he even continued to entice him with great rewards. I am ashamed. Feng Yuan sighed. I need to obtain this first rank 7 immortal Gu first, otherwise, I will not be able to make up my mind to pay such a huge price to suppress the remaining immemorial soul beasts. Why are you so impatient? You don't trust our Fang clan. The Fang clan Gu immortals could not stand it anymore. They shouted angrily. Fang Yuan cupped his fists. Fang clan friends, if I continue to use it, the price will be too high. My foundation will be greatly damaged. I need to obtain a rank 7 immortal Gu before I can make up my mind. Alright, I have a method in Inquiry Dock to communicate with the outside world. It is not a problem for the headquarters to send a rank 7 immortal Gu. This is our clan's rank 7 treasury, feel free to choose. Fang Dichang said as an information path Gu worm flew out of his sleeve. It was actually a rank 7 information path immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was rare, Fang Yuan thought. My information is hard to come by. Information path immortal Gu can help me gather information and learn secrets. When he was reborn, he relied on the memories of his past life. Providence must have tampered with it and laid a trap. It was not reliable. Recently, he had been relying on the information from the legacy of the Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, the information was getting outdated. This information path rank 7 immortal Gu is suitable for me. Fang Yuan received the information path immortal Gu and inspected it with his mind. He saw that there were only 6 rank 7 immortal Gu in it. Fang clan has such a deep foundation. There are definitely more than 6 rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Dichang must have hidden some of them and not let me choose. Just the 6 immortal Gu in front of him made Fang Yuan's vision blur. He was interested in every immortal Gu here. Because he had inherited the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect. Any immortal Gu could be put to good use in his hands. But soon, when Fang Yuan saw one of the immortal Gu, his heart shook slightly. He immediately made up his mind to choose this Gu. Rank 7 Great Thief Gu? Fang Dichang was very surprised after learning of Fang Yuan's choice. This was a Theft Path Immortal Gu, while Swan Bujin was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan did not explain. He did not need to explain. Fang Dichang displayed these rank 7 Immortal Gu. It meant that Fang clan could give up on these immortal Gu. And in the current situation, Fang clan was anxious while Fang Yuan was not. Thus, if Fang Dichang wanted to use this to embezzle the immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not make a move. Maybe, this person is afraid that I will use this against him, so he purposely threw out an answer? When I refuse, he will give it up. Fang Dichang guessed. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were too quick-witted. Friend, do you really want this immortal Gu? Fang Dichang asked for confirmation. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering. This Gu. Fang Dichang nodded. In that case, I will agree to your request. Immediately, he activated a killer move and took out this rank 7 immortal Gu from Fang clan's headquarters, transporting it to Inquiry Dock. The entire process was very fast. Fang Yuan soon obtained this Great Thief Gu and easily refined it with Fang Dichang's help. This Great Thief Immortal Gu was a beetle with a wide head and a horn. It was as tall as an adult. Its body was covered in a black carapace that emitted a metallic luster, giving off a strong feeling. Fang Yuan obtained this immortal Gu and was secretly excited. My gains this time are truly a pleasant surprise. I am already a great grandmaster in Theft Path. I only lack Theft Path Immortal Gu. Now this Great Thief Immortal Gu came at the right time. Not only can I use my advantage in Theft Path, I can even use Ghostly Concealment. Fang Yuan had Theft Path attainment level. It was easy for him to create Theft Path Immortal Killer moves. And most importantly, Ghostly Concealment. This immortal killer move was personally used by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was a rank 9 killer move with extraordinary power. But all along, it was of little value to Fang Yuan. Why? Even though it could prevent Fang Yuan from being detected by ghosts and soul beasts, every time Fang Yuan used an immortal killer move, he would be exposed. If a firecracker was buried underground, no one would be able to see it, but if the firecracker shot out flames, it would be detected. Moreover, Ghostly Concealment had been interfering with Ghost Soldier Garment all along. In fact, Ghost Soldier Garment was suppressed by Ghostly Concealment. Its effect was greatly reduced. Ghostly Concealment did not need to expend immortal essence. It could move on its own. This was the work of a Theft Path Supreme Grandmaster. Only supreme grandmasters could surpass the limits and restrictions of this world in certain aspects. Feng Yuan was a theft path great grandmaster, but he could not use ghostly concealment. Even though he had a deeper understanding of ghostly concealment, he still had many doubts. However, these doubts were not enough to stop him from using ghostly concealment. How to use ghostly concealment to truly use this killer move for himself. Rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo was the key to solving this problem. As long as I add some mortal goo and spend some time, I will be able to extract the power of ghostly concealment and use it freely. A bright light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. But for now, I need to get rid of these immemorial soul beasts. Feng Clan's Goo Immortals do not have much patience. Feng Yuan still wanted to establish a relationship with Feng Clan for the sake of Green Ghost Desert. He did not want to offend Feng Clan now. Thus, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he immediately killed the 2 immemorial soul beasts that he had subdued. These 2 immemorial soul beasts were originally hard to kill. But Feng Yuan controlled them. Not only would they not resist, they would even cooperate. They naturally stretched out their necks and died obediently. After it died, Feng Yuan obtained 2 spirit cores the size of horse carriages. Rank 8 Immortal Material, Immemorial Soul Core. This was truly rare. If not for this situation, Feng Yuan would not have killed these 2 immemorial soul beasts. But there was no helping it. 180 slaves required a large number of soul beasts as the foundation. Feng Yuan had a vast number of soul beasts, including many desolate level and ancient soul beasts, but these soul beasts were already the limit for Feng Yuan to control these 2 immemorial soul beasts. Now it was impossible for Feng Yuan to control even more immemorial soul beasts. Without a choice, Feng Yuan could only kill these 2 immemorial soul beasts. This was also the huge price that Feng Yuan had mentioned to Feng Dichang earlier. This was not a lie, it was the truth. How could the death of 2 rank 8 battle strengths not be a huge price? However, after Feng Yuan did this, he immediately used his method to use attitude goo, causing his body to shake intensely and his face to turn pale. Blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. It seems that Swan Bujin was not lying. If we continue to use that method, we will have to pay a huge price. At once, the Feng Clan Goo Immortals who saw this felt a little better. Although I cannot bear to do this, the situation is urgent, please take action. Feng Dichang urged. I will definitely do my best. Feng Yuan gave a light shout. He seemed to be energized as he instilled 180 slaves into the flowery wind warriors again. After 3 moves, Feng Yuan used the same method and seized that bull god leopard tail immemorial soul beast. Jiwich. Feng Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, his face was pale as paper, he almost fell down. Friend Swan Bujin, be careful. Please take care of your body. We will need to rely on you for the remaining immemorial soul beast. How are your injuries? I can heal you. Feng Clan's immortals asked. It's fine. Feng Yuan waved his hand. It was fine indeed, this was just his disguise. Feng Clan's Goo Immortals heard his reply, and their anger subsided by more than half. Next, Feng Yuan took action again, and subdued the final immemorial soul beast. Chapter 1535. Thanks to Feng Yuan's outstanding performance, the last 2 immemorial soul beasts in the periphery of Divine Bean Palace were taken away by Feng Yuan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, after losing 2 immemorial soul beasts, 2 new ones appeared in the blink of an eye. One had the body of a bull and the tail of a leopard. The other was a giant with 1 eye and 2 hands. This Swan Bujin is indeed a wisdom path Goo Immortal. Our Feng clan has been scheming for generations, but now that we have yet to obtain Divine Bean Palace, this outsider has gained a huge advantage. Not only did he obtain a rank 7 immortal Goo of our clan, he even subdued 2 immemorial soul beasts. He has rank 8 battle strength. Feng Clan's Goo Immortals had different expressions. Feng Yuan's gains were too great. Even 3rd Supreme Elder Feng Huasheng was feeling uneasy. Others were also feeling jealous. However, this was also human nature. Feng Clan contributed the most, but so far it was Feng Yuan the outsider, who had gained the most. Feng Clan was still contributing. It was no wonder that Fang Clan's Gu immortals felt uneasy. This Swan Bujin is amazing, he actually has a method to subdue immemorial soul beasts. However, it is not strange that he could move unhindered in Green Ghost Desert and subdue many soul beasts, forming a soul beast army. But, why does he want Great Thief Immortal Gu? Could it be that he possesses the inheritance of the Tao of Theft? This Great Thief Immortal Gu is one of the core Immortal Gu of Theft path. It was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable himself. My Fang Clan's ancestor obtained it in an accident from a loose immortal who sought refuge with us. Do you think it is so easy to obtain my Fang Clan's things? How can we rest until we squeeze out this Swan Bujin's labor? Fang Clan's second supreme elder Fang Dichang pondered. He was about to speak when he saw that after subduing the two immemorial soul beasts, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was heavily injured and needed to recuperate. Friend Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang called out. Fang Yuan did not speak. How are your injuries? Fang Dichang's eyes shined with cold light. Fang Yuan was silent. It seems that Swan Bujin's injuries are very severe. How about I heal you? Fang Dichang continued. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a hoarse and exhausted voice, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I can suppress these two immemorial soul beasts." The most important thing now was to attack Divine Bean Palace. The changes in God Bean Palace were obvious and it was trying to stall for time. If fellow immortal continues to drag this out, I'm afraid something might happen. Since you are already in our Peach Blossom Maze, there is nothing to be afraid of. A Fang Clan Gu immortal said in disdain. Fang Dichang's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. This Swan Bujin is so thick-skinned. I originally wanted to order him to attack Divine Bean Palace to probe the danger, but I didn't expect him to behave like this. What a pity, what a pity. There was no treaty in the alliance to force him to submit. At this moment he had to focus on the bigger picture. This Divine Bean Palace is the goal of my clan for generations. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Even though Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he could only swallow his anger. He continued to give orders as the three immortal Gu houses expended a large amount of immortal essence again. Countless flower petals fluttered like a storm. In the rain of flowers, a large number of flowery wind warriors formed, and were controlled by Fang Clan's Gu immortals to attack Divine Bean Palace. Go, it is time for you to show your loyalty. Inside Divine Bean Palace, Chunyi had a cold expression as he ordered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The latter two looked at each other with worry and difficulty. Eagle Concubine had an ugly expression. With our abilities, we will be courting death if we go out and fight. Lord Chunyi, please reconsider. Chunyi chuckled with a cold gaze. If you disobey my orders, you will die immediately. If you go out and resist, I will still have reinforcements and a trace of hope. As long as you stall for time and let me subdue this legendary immemorial soul beast, I will reward you greatly. You know who I am and I don't want to lie to you. I will give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Chunyi was very domineering. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine could only accept the orders bitterly. They left Divine Bean Palace and faced the flowery wind warriors. Boom boom boom. Both sides exchanged fire, surrounding the Divine Bean Palace and fighting intensely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were rank 7 demonic path Gu immortals. They were much more intelligent than immemorial soul beasts, especially when they had been demonic cultivators for a long time. They had been chased by righteous path forces before. They were very skilled in life-saving techniques. Even though Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were at a disadvantage, they were very resilient. They were able to restrain these flowery wind warriors. However, as time passed, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine sustained more and more injuries. The situation became more dangerous. Chunyi was multitasking. He strengthened Divine Bean Palace while suppressing Qing Cho while watching the battle. He praised inwardly. This move is very profound. It can instill an immortal killer move inside, allowing the Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house to fully display their unique methods, allowing the immortal Gu house to be as agile as an ancient battle formation. It is not simple. Thinking of this, he waved his hand. Divine Bean Palace shook and shot out two profound lights that landed on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. The profound lights moved and quickly entered Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine's bodies. The two were shocked. They quickly inspected their bodies but did not find anything wrong. At this time, Fong Clan attacked again. The two had no time to think. They faced the battle head-on. In the battle, the two soon found something different. When they were injured again, profound lights flashed on their bodies. The injuries were immediately transferred away. They did not affect their bodies. This is Divine Bean Palace's method. Immortal Killer Move Graftwood. Go ahead and use it. Divine Bean Palace will bear the brunt of the damage. At this time, Chunyi's voice resounded in their ears. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were shocked and joyful. They were happy that they still had value. Chunyi did not use them as cannon fodder. Now that he was helping them, they could hold on for a longer period of time. They were shocked that Chun-Yi had only been in Divine Bean Palace for a short period of time, but he could already control Divine Bean Palace and use a second method. It was clear that Divine Bean Palace was gradually falling into his control. Fong Dichong quickly sensed this change. No matter what killer move Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine received, profound lights flashed on their bodies. They were unscathed. What killer move is this? It is so profound. Not just offensive moves, even some time path and space path supplementary killer moves cannot affect them. Fong Dichang's suspicions intensified. He suddenly ordered Fong Clan's Gu Immortals. Go and use killer moves to heal those two. Fong Clan's Gu Immortals were dazed. How could they help the enemy? But Fong Dichong had high prestige. No one objected. They immediately started to move. Healing methods were used on Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, but they were useless. Oh, it seems that this Fong Clan Gu Immortal who is commanding the battle is a capable person. Chun-Yi's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately saw that Fong Dichong was purposely probing the power of Graftwood killer move. Even healing killer moves are useless. Fong Dichong immediately used his method. After deducing for a while, he ordered, ignore these two, attack Divine Bean Palace with all your strength. The immortals obeyed. The Flowery Wind Warriors self-detonated one after another. A large number of offensive killer moves with extraordinary power and mystical effects landed on Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Even though the core was not shaken, a large number of mortal goo were lost. Chun-Yi nodded inwardly. Fong Dichang's plan was very wise. He had already deduced the relationship between Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Divine Bean Palace. When attacking these two Gu Immortals, any killer move could be dodged or blocked, but Divine Bean Palace did not move. It could only endure the attacks. Furthermore, Fong Clan's killer moves could be amplified by Peach Blossom Maze as long as they were used by the Flowery Wind Warriors. If not for this, Divine Bean Palace would not have been shaken so easily. Chun-Yi frowned slightly. He could only influence Divine Bean Palace, he could not control it. In fact, in some aspects, he was inferior to Qing Cho. Qing Cho could also influence Divine Bean Palace and move this immortal Gu house. But now that this authority was taken by Qing Cho, Chun-Yi could not move Divine Bean Palace. It could only stay on the spot. Chun-Yi could kill Qing Cho and obtain this authority. He would be able to make Divine Bean Palace fly. But this way, Qing Cho would not be able to live. It would greatly affect Chun-Yi's future cultivation plans. Thus, Chun-Yi was trying to force Qing Cho to surrender. If he succeeded, not only would Qing Cho work for him, it would also be able to control Divine Bean Palace and move around. It would no longer be in a passive position. Fong Clan changed their tactics and gained the upper hand. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine became people that no one paid attention to. These two had their own intentions. They were forced by Chun-Yi. Now that Fong Clan's Gu Immortals did not pay attention to them, they were happy to see this. Thus, they conserved their strength and did not attack with full force. Divine Bean Palace endured Fong Clan's bombardment for half a cup of tea's time. Chun-Yi's brows suddenly relaxed. During this period of time, he had a deeper understanding of Divine Bean Palace. He could use another method. It is a pity it is not a defensive method, but this move can change the situation. Chun-Yi thought. Immortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. At the next moment, Divine Bean Palace shook fiercely. Countless bolts of lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed into jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble. Amidst a series of explosions, only a few of the flowery wind warriors managed to escape. The rest were all killed. This killer move. Feng Dichang's gaze focused, his expression was unprecedentedly grim. This spring lightning not only destroyed the flowery wind warriors, it also landed on the ground and in the air, destroying countless peach trees. These peach trees were formed from the immortal battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Normally speaking, if they were destroyed, Peach Blossom Maze killer move could quickly restore them. But the areas that were destroyed by these spring lightning bolts turned into green grass. Moreover, the pine and cypress trees replaced the peach forest, their roots deeply embedded into the ground. Every time a spring thunder exploded, a pine and cypress tree would grow, and gradually, a sparse forest was formed. Even though this small forest could not compare to Peach Blossom Maze, it was like a reef by the sea, stubbornly resisting Peach Blossom Maze's restoration. Chapter 1536. Such a powerful killer move. There is life in death, there is death in life, it combines destruction and rebirth. Peach Blossom Maze is my Feng clan's trump card. It was actually corroded by this move. If it continues, the entire battlefield killer move will be unraveled. Feng Dichang was internally shocked. Once this battlefield killer move was unraveled, the three immortal Gu houses would suffer backlash and be heavily injured. Feng Dichang was very confident in Peach Blossom Maze's power, but now he saw the possibility of it being unraveled. As expected of the rank 8 immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, Feng Dichang sighed. He became even more determined to obtain Divine Bean Palace. The stronger Divine Bean Palace was, the greater the fighting spirit of Feng clan's Gu immortals. Then let's use the third transformation. Feng Dichang willed and ordered. Feng clan's Gu immortals obeyed. They made the remaining flowery wind warriors self-detonate. In the entire Peach Blossom Maze, flower petals fell and vanished, the green leaves turned brown and yellow, the branches became bare again. The only difference was that the tips of these branches were starting to form red peaches. Myriad life spring lightning landed on these peach blossom trees. Most of the power was absorbed by them and turned into nutrients, turning into red peaches. Oh! This move's transformation. Chen Yi's eyes flashed. Myriad life spring lightning's attacks slowed down. Soon he realized something. It turned out that this Peach Blossom Maze's third transformation was to absorb and store most of the myriad life spring lightning, not letting it unleash its offensive power. Even though it could not be neutralized, it would not let the myriad life spring lightning take effect immediately. This was a delaying method, but it was very effective in the current situation. Because the peach blossom forest was huge, it was very difficult to store the fruits, especially when Chen Yi was distracted and could not use his full strength. After Feng clan used this move, they purposely stalled, causing myriad life spring lightning's effect to be greatly reduced. Chen Yi could only use 3 methods to influence Divine Bean Palace: Green Armor Vegetable Garden, Graftwood, and Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Now that these 3 methods were neutralized by Feng clan, Chen Yi was at his wit's end. Oh no! Qingqiu is still resisting. I need to strengthen its influence and obtain the 4th method of Divine Bean Palace. It will take a long time. Feng clan will definitely strengthen their offensive. They won't give me such a chance. Chen Yi's heart tightened. He was in a tight spot. He had to multitask now. On one hand, he had to suppress Qingqiu. On the other hand, he had to control Divine Bean Palace. And on the other hand, he had to fight Feng clan. He was inside Divine Bean Palace and could not attack freely. Many of his methods were interfering with this rank 8 immortal Gu house. Because of this, all of his abilities were actually implicated. Feng clan seized the opportunity to attack. Peach Blossom Maze could no longer produce flowery romantic warriors at this time. For safety's sake, Feng Dichang did not send his Feng clan Gu immortals to fight. He directly summoned the 3 immortal Gu houses and attacked Divine Bean Palace from 3 directions. Boom boom boom. 3 immortal Gu houses floated in the air, attacking Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. Mortal Gu continued to be lost soon. Immortal Gu were injured. At this point, Feng Dichang finally revealed his true intentions. The 3 immortal goo houses in Peach Blossom Maze moved out and attacked fiercely. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine were so scared that their faces turned pale, not daring to resist. Chun-Yi knew their thoughts. He sent them back into Divine Bean Palace. These two could not block the attacks of 3 immortal goo houses with their weak bodies. There was no value in sacrificing them now. It was better to keep them in the palace. When Divine Bean Palace's entrance is broken, and those Fong Clan goo immortals come in, they could block them for a while. Time. What Chun-Yi needed the most now was time. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely control Divine Bean Palace and force Qingqiu to surrender, turning the situation around. If it was an ordinary opponent, they might have fallen into Chun-Yi's trap. But Chun-Yi was facing Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fong Dichang. He had already seen through Chun-Yi's plan, and attacked with all his strength. Chun-Yi sighed bitterly in his heart. Even though he had held on for so long, Fong Clan's leader had sharp eyes. His plan had become much more difficult. But even at this stage, this first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect was not dejected. He still persisted in his plan. Because he still had one move to use. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, Chun-Yi's eyes opened wide. His body burst out with a towering aura. Dense green smoke rose from his head and shoulders. As the green smoke rose, a huge Karma Divine Tree condensed above Chun-Yi's head. Around this tree, the whole of Divine Bean Palace started to shake. It seemed to be welcoming Chun-Yi's arrival. At the same time, Chun-Yi's speed in affecting Divine Bean Palace rose rapidly. The pressure on Qingqiu became even greater. Qingqiu felt a strong sense of danger. It looked up and saw that Karma Divine Tree was emitting a terrifying aura, especially when it saw a huge evil fruit growing on its branches and leaves. This evil fruit was covered in black smoke. It slowly turned into Qingqiu's form. Qingqiu's original form had a trace of the wonders of the Karma Divine Tree. Thus, when it looked at it, it had an intuition. Once the black smoke on the evil karma stopped circulating and turned into its complete form, then it would be the moment it would be completely subdued by Chun-Yi. How could this work? How could this work? Roar! Qingqiu roared angrily. Its head, which was originally on the verge of death and was pressed tightly against the ground, was raised high at this moment. Its 4 legs supported its heavy body. The snake scales on its neck stood up. Its human hair danced wildly. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Chun-Yi angrily. It opened its mouth. Its tongue was broken. It roared like a tsunami. Amazing! This Qingqiu is indeed a legendary soul beast. It had been feigning weakness earlier and gathering its strength. Now that I used Karma Divine Tree, it had no choice but to erupt with strength. Chun-Yi was shocked. This Qingqiu still had strength left. It was still plotting to turn the situation around. Chun-Yi quickly strengthened his suppression. Qingqiu's body shook, its limbs bent. Its mountain-like tortoise shell had just risen up when it sank back down. But soon, Qingqiu's body also emitted the aura of countless goo worms. It used an immortal killer move. It was formed from a human's remnant soul. It naturally knew how to cultivate and use immortal killer moves. Earlier, against Feng Yuan, it had lost most of its rationality. It was in a frenzy and violent state. Its tactics were not suitable. But now, against Chun-Yi, its rationality took over. It could make the most appropriate response. Qingqiu resisted stubbornly. Chun-Yi breathed in deeply. His face turned green and green. He gritted his teeth. His upper body was trembling as he activated Karma Divine Tree. The Karma Divine Tree in the sky above his head grew even larger. Qingqiu felt immense pressure. It growled as it used its second immortal killer move, continuing to resist stubbornly. Like this, the two continued to exert strength, but they were still in a deadlock. Their remaining strength was gradually being used up. You want to enslave me? Dream on. Qingqiu breathed in deeply. It used all of its strength to use its final method. With the rank 8 Soul Beast token as the core, a mystical ripple spread out. This killer move's name was unknown, but the ripple went out of Divine Bean Palace, before passing through Peach Blossom Maze and spreading towards the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The ripple was extremely fast. In a few blinks of an eye, it covered the whole of Green Ghost Desert. The Green Ghost Desert fell silent, and then the entire desert began to tremble. Following this, the Tao runes of the Soul Path were summoned. The runes lit up the entire Blue Demon Desert. Roar, roar, roar. Next, countless soul beasts were summoned. They came to reinforce Qingqiu. Feng Clan's Gu Immortals' expressions changed. Oh no, what killer move is this? The whole of Green Ghost Desert has been affected. Green Ghost Desert has countless soul beasts. It is impossible to count. But they were all affected by this move. They came here. Peach Blossom Maze is a battlefield killer move. It should have isolated the internet, but it could not block this move. At once, Feng Clan's morale fell. They were panicking. I know. Feng Dichong expended his lifespan to make deductions. He soon opened his eyes. That immemorial soul beast in Divine Bean Palace is formed from the fusion of Qing Clan's remnant souls. It is not simple. It has human intelligence. It is a legendary immemorial soul beast. And this Green Ghost Desert's origin is that when Qing Clan's Gu Immortals were slaughtered by spectral soul demon Venerable, the soul path Dao marks were carved here, forming this strange and dangerous land. If Green Ghost Desert is half a battlefield killer move, then this legendary immemorial soul beast is the owner of this move. Right now, it was using all of the soul path Dao marks in the entire Green Ghost Desert to form this unprecedented and terrifying move. By then, not only will countless soul beasts attack us, Peach Blossom Maze will also be corroded by these soul path Dao marks. It will eventually collapse. Feng Dichong was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. He deduced and found out the truth. He immediately gave the order to attack with full force. Feng Clan was fighting for time. Feng Clan was fighting for time to destroy Divine Bean Palace and kill Qingqiu. They would be able to get rid of this move and obtain victory. Chun Yi had to resist Feng Clan while suppressing Qingqiu. He also had to affect Divine Bean Palace. He was fighting for time. Meanwhile, Qingqiu did not dare to surrender. It resisted with all its might. Its most threatening attack was using Soul Beast Token Immortal Gu as the core, but it did not have a quick effect. At once, the three sides fell into a stalemate. Any side could win or lose. This battle for Divine Bean Palace had finally reached its most crucial moment. Who would be the biggest winner? Boom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of Divine Bean Palace was destroyed by Feng Clan. Charge in! The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Feng Dichong shouted uncontrollably. Several Feng Clan Rank 7 experts entered one after another. Once they entered the hall, they were slightly stunned. Chen Yi, Old Ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Qingqiu were all exposed. Their relationship was quite complicated. Especially that Chen Yi, he was brimming with rank 8 aura. It was very shocking. Chen Yi laughed heartily. He looked at the Feng Clan vanguards with disdain. You are here to die. Feng Dichong was at the back. He saw through Chen Yi's bluff. He sneered and ordered. Kill. This person is distracted. His battle strength is being dragged down. Feng Clan's Gu Immortals charged forward. Eagle Concubine and Old Ghost by June had no choice but to block them. Feng Clan had more Gu Immortals. A portion of them still charged at Chen Yi. They had to get rid of this rank 8 existence first. Take this. Even a rank 8 will die. Die obediently. With Feng Huasheng at the lead, several Feng Clan Gu Immortals used their strongest moves. Chapter 1537. Boom Boom Boom. Feng Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal experts used their abilities to attack Chen Yi's body. At once, thunder rumbled endlessly. The intense light illuminated the whole of Divine Bean Palace's main hall. As the air currents rumbled, Chen Yi stood proudly on the spot, unmoving. His whole body was covered in layers of light spots. It was thick and ancient, like the bark of an old tree. The combined attacks of Feng Clan's Gu Immortals were blocked by this layer of tree bark. They could not break through. What defensive method is this? Not only did the rank 7 Gu Immortals of Feng Clan suck in a breath of cold air, even Feng Dichang's pupils shrunk. This person is not just a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he is also an expert among rank 8s. Let's do it again. Feng Clan's Gu Immortals were not discouraged. Feng Huasheng shouted as he led the attack. Boom Boom Boom. Feng Clan's Gu Immortals attacked again. Chen Yi could not move or dodge. He was hit by all of their attacks. As the blinding light faded, the layer of tree bark around his body was still there. It seemed to have gotten thicker. Fong Dichang's gaze flickered intensely. He finally recognized Chen Yi. So it is Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, Chen Yi. It is not surprising that he has such a defensive method. Chen Yi, the first Supreme Elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Fong clan's Gu immortals were active in Western Desert, but they had some information about the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. Hearing that Fong Dichang recognized Chen Yi's identity, Fong clan's Gu immortals' hearts sank. Pressure. A person's shadow was like a tree's bark. Just the title of Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder was enough to make Fong clan's Gu immortals feel discouraged. Divine Bean Palace belongs to Ancestor Genesis Lotus. Your Fong clan wants to forcefully seize it. You are truly looking down on Central Continent. Chen Yi said nonchalantly. Fong clan's rank 7 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were stunned by his demeanor. Since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert, it means that this house belongs to Western Desert. You're just a junior. What right do you have to change your Grandmaster's decision? Fong Dichang sneered. In terms of eloquence, as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he would not lose easily in this aspect. Chen Yi laughed. It's useless. My defensive killer move is called Thickwood Body Armor. The more I attack it, the stronger its defense. The first time I use it, its power will be the weakest. Unless you can break through this move, every attack will only increase its power. Chen Yi continued to speak. It seemed like he was exposing his trump card, but he was actually using sharp words to shake the Fong clan Gu immortals' will to fight. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An old and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Then let my husband give it a try. Just as he said that, a rank 7 Gu immortal took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Chen Yi. His appearance suddenly changed. From a young rank 7 Gu immortal, he turned into a majestic old man with a white beard that resembled a lion's mane. The old man's muscles bulged like rocks. He clenched his fist, which was the size of an earthenware bowl, and punched Chen Yi's face. A fist filled Chen Yi's vision. Before the attack even landed, Chen Yi's heart was pounding. He felt an unparalleled strength path Dao Mark charge towards him along with this fist. Chen Yi's expression changed. He could not dodge this punch, he could only endure it. The fist landed on Chen Yi's face. Chen Yi immediately felt a terrifying force. It was like a mountain had crashed into his face. In an instant, he was sent flying like a cannonball by the old man. With a loud sound, he flew out like lightning, crashing into the wall of Divine Bean Palace. But he did not fall, he was embedded into the wall. Puff. Chen Yi's 7 orifices were bleeding. His entire head was almost smashed by this punch. His skull was definitely cracked, but Chen Yi quickly used Jade Light to heal himself. As for his defensive killer move, crushing Thickwood Foundation, it was directly shattered by this old man's punch. Fong Gong, as Fong clan's first Supreme Elder with rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked in disguise. To think that you would do such a thing. Chen Yi bellowed, the anger in his eyes shooting out like flames. He exposed the mysterious old man's identity. He was actually Fong clan's first Supreme Elder, Fong Gong. This Fong Gong cultivates Strength Path after all. He is an extremely rare rank 8 Strength Path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. This person concealed himself so deeply, he had been with the group all along. Fong clan is too determined this time. They even mobilized a rank 8 existence to participate in this expedition. The 2 rounds of attacks from the rank 7 Gu immortals earlier were all feints. The goal was to pave the way for Fong Gong. This is probably Fong Dichang's plan. Fong Yuan had been watching the battle. He was very shocked. Fong Gong was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, first Supreme Elder. He hid his identity and sneak attacked. This was like a government official stealing chickens and dogs. He was completely shameless. If news of this spread, the Righteous Path's reputation would be ruined. However, it was also because of this that Fong Gong suddenly launched a sneak attack, instantly defeating Chen Yi and changing the course of the battle. The results were excellent. The deadlock between the 3 sides immediately broke down. Fong clan's first Supreme Elder, Fong Gong, forced back Chen Yi. Fong clan gained the upper hand and started to control the situation. Chen Yi was schemed against and was forced back. His accumulation of Divine Bean Palace was mostly used up. He was in a terrible state. Because of his scheme, He suffered an unprecedented loss. But he still had a chance and hope. His injuries were not severe. Even though Chun Yi's defensive method was broken, he had used graftwood earlier to protect Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. He naturally left this method for himself. Thus, all of Chun Yi's injuries were taken by Divine Bean Palace. Crack crack. Divine Bean Palace took the brunt of Fang Gong's attack in place of Chun Yi. Cracks started to appear on the walls of the hall. At the same time, the cracks spread to the roof and the pillars. Crack crack. Several pillars were covered in cracks as they broke into a pile of goo worm corpses. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he thought. Fang Gong must have used his full strength to attack. Even though that punch looked ordinary and powerless, the power was actually restrained to the limit. That was why Chun Yi's defensive method was broken. The remaining power was still able to cause such huge damage to Divine Bean Palace. Next, Fang Yuan added in his mind. Of course, this is also because the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace did not activate any defensive method. It was attacked passively. It is also an internal conflict. That is why it is in such a terrible state. Roar. Following the collapse of Divine Bean Palace's pillars, Qing Chao's roars echoed. Divine Bean Palace was heavily damaged. The force that was suppressing it weakened. Qing Chou was one of the beneficiaries. It raised its head and raised its limbs, dissipating the countless spear lights that pierced its body. It showed its might again. Noisy. Fang Gong frowned as he pounced at Qing Chou. Qing Chou roared as it charged at Fang Gong. Boom. Both sides clashed head-on, and Qing Chou howled in pain. Its mountain-like body was actually sent flying by Fang Gong, who was as small as an ant. Fang Gong landed on the ground as he snorted coldly, rubbing his fist before pouncing again. Qing Chou was a legendary immemorial soul beast, but it lost to Fang Gong in close combat. It was at a complete disadvantage. Who is the immemorial desolate beast here? Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Chun Yi furrowed his brows and thought to himself. Fang Gong is fearsome and powerful. I can't let him turn the upper hand and advantage into control of the situation. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Take one of my moves as well. Chun Yi joined the battle to reinforce Qing Chou. Fang Gong was suppressing Qing Chou, but because of Chun Yi's interference, his advantage was gone. If Chun Yi and Qing Chou worked together, Fang Gong would not be their match, but the two had hatred between them. They had to work together. Fang Gong cultivates strength path. He restrains his strength. He has a huge advantage here. But here, I can use 60% of my methods. Chun Yi felt a bitter feeling. He could not describe it. Divine Bean Palace was something that all three sides needed. Thus, in this chaotic battle of rank 8s, the participants restrained their attacks. They did not use their killer moves that had a large area of effect. The three rank 8s were fighting inside Divine Bean Palace. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals had already retreated. Staying here was courting death. There was a huge difference between rank 7 and rank 8. Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals could not even break Chun Yi's defensive methods. This showed how powerful they were. But even though these Fang Clan Gu Immortals retreated, they did not return to Fang Clan's 3 Immortal Gu houses. They fought inside Peach Blossom Maze. On one hand, they were fighting Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. On the other hand, a large number of soul beasts had already entered Peach Blossom Maze battlefield. They had to be eliminated quickly. This is bad. Fang Dicheng's expression was terrible. Green Ghost Desert's Dao marks are seeping in. Peach Blossom Maze battlefield has already been corroded. It cannot last for long. Countless soul beasts are coming here. They cannot be killed, all of them. First Supreme Elder is obstructed. He cannot end the battle. What should we do? Even though Fang Dicheng was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. He could not solve this problem. Sure enough, as time passed, Fang Dicheng's prediction was proven right. Peach Blossom Maze was getting weaker. Some areas even had holes. The desert outside could be seen. This was a terrifying scene. Outside Peach Blossom Maze, there were countless soul beasts. They were all summoned by Soul Beast Token. Countless of them had already gathered, forming an ocean-like scale. At every moment, large numbers of soul beasts infiltrated Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals could not kill them all. Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine felt much less pressure because of this. They worked together and did not dare to leave rashly. They could only protect themselves and hide. The crucial thing now is Divine Bean Palace. Feng Yuan opened his eyes and stood up. He could see the situation clearly. Inside Divine Bean Palace, the three rank 8 existences were still fighting. But Qing Cho was roaring, Feng Gong was solemn, and Chunyi was bitter. Their expressions were unsightly. Because even if they restrained themselves, their attacks would affect the whole of Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 immortal goo house would be mostly destroyed. If Divine Bean Palace was destroyed, what was the point of fighting? It was all for Divine Bean Palace. The ironic thing was, in this battle for Divine Bean Palace, they were the culprits that destroyed it. I can help your Feng clan obtain this house. Right at this time, Feng Yuan spoke to Feng Dichang. Chapter 1538. Feng Dichang was stunned. Feng Yuan was disguised as Swan Bujin, but he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. How could he solve this problem? But soon, Feng Dichang reacted and laughed heartily. Just tell me, what request do I have for you to help me with? He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster after all. Whether or not Feng Yuan had a way, he had to try. And Feng Yuan purposely said this to negotiate. Feng Yuan also smiled. The situation is urgent now, we cannot talk in detail. However, Divine Bean Palace is a rank 8 immortal goo house. If I can help Feng clan obtain it, what kind of reward can match my contribution? Feng Dichang did not hesitate. He solemnly bowed to Feng Yuan and said sincerely, I can guarantee with my reputation that Feng clan will definitely give you a reward worthy of your contribution. Good. Then let's set an alliance agreement. According to my contribution, I will be rewarded in the future. Feng Yuan clapped. Both sides immediately set an alliance agreement. Please open inquiry doc, and let me take action personally. Feng Yuan said again. Feng Dichang was surprised. He thought that Feng Yuan had found some flaw. After all, Feng Yuan was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. To think that he wanted to take action personally. Forget about it, he had to leave the Immortal Gu House inquiry doc. Once he left, it would not be safe outside. Especially inside Divine Bean Palace. The three rank 8 existences were fighting intensely. The rank 7 Gu immortals were very different. They might die from the shockwaves of the battle. Feng Dichang hesitated. It is not safe for you to take action personally. Why don't I use Peach Blossom May's killer move to summon Flowery Wind Warrior? You can use this move to display your talent. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have to take action personally for this move. Don't worry, I will not do anything that is detrimental to Feng clan. Feng Dichang was not worried about this. After all, be it the previous alliance agreement or the newly set alliance agreement, there were relevant rules. Once Feng Yuan did something that went against the interests of the Feng clan, it would be considered a breach of contract and he would be severely punished. But since Feng Yuan said so, Feng Dichang could not stop him. He immediately opened inquiry doc. Feng Yuan soared into the sky and arrived at the Peach Blossom Maze. Feng Dichang watched Feng Yuan's movements without blinking. He wanted to see what methods Feng Yuan had to help Feng clan obtain Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace. At the next moment, Feng Dichang's eyes widened. It turned out that Feng Yuan had barged into the Divine Bean Palace. Is he courting death? At once, Feng clan's Gu immortals only had this thought in their minds. But this time, Feng Yuan came prepared. Immortal Killer Move Yama. He activated the Immortal Killer Move that he had created in Inquiry Doc not long ago. Once he used this move, the layer of silk undergarments on the surface of his soul shone with a profound light. Along with this layer of light, the outer layer of the soul was affected, which was the Ghost Official outfit. The Ghost Official garment expanded rapidly and spread to Feng Yuan's body, instantly turning into a yellowish-brown imperial robe with some traces of green. Wide sleeves, a jade belt around the waist. The robe seemed to be embroidered with all sorts of ghosts and monsters using golden threads. There was also a crown on his head with beaded curtains hanging down from the front and back. Once he used this move, Feng Yuan's aura changed completely. He became eerie and unfathomable. What is this person doing? Chunyi squinted with cold light flickering in his eyes. That rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Feng Gong recognized him but did not understand. The two were vigilant and did not attack casually. Fang Gong had received Fang Dicheng's notice. While Chunyi did not make a move, he wanted to observe the situation. After all, if he attacked casually, Fang Gong would seize the opportunity. Fang Yuan entered Divine Bean Palace. The three rank 8 existences had been fighting. Their battle strength and mental energy were greatly expended. Chunyi did not attack. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He increased his speed and charged towards Qing Chou. Seeing that Fang Yuan had such a clear goal, Chunyi and Fang Gong's attacks slowed down. What is he trying to do? Fang Clan's Gu Immortals were all looking at Fang Yuan. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal is approaching a legendary immemorial soul beast. This. Seeing that Fang Yuan was acting so rashly, many Fang Clan Gu Immortals did not know what to say. Qing Chou roared. It charged at Fang Gong. Qing Chou roared again. It charged at Chunyi. Fang Yuan directly came to its side, but it didn't pay any attention to him. It didn't even sense him. This was the effect of Yama. This move was very special, because its core was the immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. All along, Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment had not been effective because it did not coordinate with Fang Yuan's other methods. Qing Chou could discover Fang Yuan earlier, because Fang Yuan used a killer move to fight. This was Fang Yuan exposing himself. But it was different now. Fang Yuan had Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. Even though he could not comprehend the profundities of Ghostly Concealment, he had enough ability to make good use of this rank 9 killer move. Yama was one of the results of Fang Yuan's deductions. It combined Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment. They were indistinguishable and did not conflict with each other. After Fang Yuan used Yama, no matter what he did, Qing Chou could not discover him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on Qing Chou's tortoise shell, be it Fang Clan or the two rank 8 Gu Immortals, they were stunned. What is going on? He came to Qing Chou's side so easily. This Qing Chou is a great legendary immemorial beast. It has an immortal aperture and can cultivate. Many Fang Clan Gu Immortals were stunned. But what Fang Yuan was about to do next almost made these Fang Clan Gu Immortals' eyeballs explode. Immortal Killer Move. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan stood on Qing Chou's back. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at it. He was only rank 7. He dared to provoke a rank 8 existence like this. Many Fang Clan Gu Immortals had these two thoughts. One was this person courting death? The other was, even though he was rash, they had to admire his courage. Qing Chou roared. It pounced at Fang Gong. Fang Gong. Again? Qing Chou roared. It charged at Chunyi. Chunyi. You idiot, there's someone on your back. Chunyi felt that something was amiss. Ever since Fang Yuan appeared, he had been acting strangely. Thus he reminded Qing Chou. Qing Chou was still rational. It was about to turn around when Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was activated. A huge black eerie hand entered Qing Chou's body. Qing Chou turned around and looked at its back. Fang Yuan was there, but it could not see him. Next it roared angrily. It pounced at Chunyi with anger of being deceived. Chunyi was also furious, he shouted. You idiot, stop. Fang Gong was also moved, he thought. This Swan Bujin's method is incredible. He is right in front of me. But Qing Chou cannot sense him at all. What method is this? Also he is on Qing Chou's back. It is not simple. What is he trying to do? At the next moment, Fang Gong's question was answered. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He pulled out the ghost hand that entered Qing Chou's body. When that ghost hand flew out, it opened its fingers like a fan. This time, it came back even faster. Its fingers were clenched as if it was grabbing something. Success! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and kept the ghost hand inside. Qing Chou's mountain-like body suddenly shook and cracks appeared all over its body. The edges of its turtle shell even shattered into countless pieces and collapsed on the spot. It was a soul beast. It could not spit out blood. But this scene showed that it was heavily injured. Fury! Fury! Qing Chou roared at the sky with all its might. The angry sound waves shook the entire Divine Bean Palace. For a moment, the entire Divine Bean Palace shook. What is going on? What did Swan Bujin do? This guy seems to have taken something away. Fang Gong and Chun Yi were bewildered. Chun Yi squinted. He wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but Fang Gong shielded him and blocked him. Boom. At the next moment, Qing Chao's entire body crashed over. Fang Gong and Chun Yi quickly dodged. Qing Chou roared. Who is it? You two, which one of you stole my soul beast command? What? Hearing Qing Chao's roar, the Gu immortals present were all shaken. He actually has such a method to steal the rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token. No wonder he asked for Great Thief Immortal Gu earlier. Such a method. Fang Dicheng's eyes were wide open. He was filled with shock. This person is not simple. He concealed himself so deeply. Qing Chou has an immortal aperture. He can actually steal immortal Gu. And rank 8 at that. At once, Chun Yi thought of a famous person in history. That was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Did this person obtain a Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Chun Yi thought as he shouted. Qing Chou, you idiot. I already reminded you that there is someone on your back. We did not steal it. It is that guy. He is at the palace entrance. Qing Chou turned around and saw that Fang Yuan had flown to the palace entrance, but Qing Chou could not see him. Qing Chou used an investigative immortal killer move, but it could not find him either. The investigative killer move found Fang Yuan, but in Qing Chou's perception, there was nothing. Qing Chou became even more furious this time. It targeted Chun Yi as it roared. You idiot, it must be you. You idiot. Chun Yi was furious and aggrieved. He retaliated. Both sides exchanged blows. The battle escalated. Fang Gong saw something amiss. The three sides had restrained themselves earlier, but now that Qing Chou lost a rank 8 immortal Gu, it was going crazy. It was filled with anger. How could it control itself? Fang Gong tried to persuade it, but how could he? Not only was he unable to persuade it, Chun Yi was not willing to face Qing Chou's anger alone. He flew to its side. Thus, Fang Gong was implicated as well. The three rank 8 existences fought again. But this time was different. The three sides did not hold back. They used their killer moves. Chapter 1539. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A black ghost hand the size of a cattail leaf fan was dancing randomly in the air. Its 5 fingers were clenched, but the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token was struggling, trying to fly out. The dark eerie ghost hand was being attacked by this Soul Beast token. The ghost hand was protruding. Its 5 fingers were trembling. It was about to lose its grip. However, even if Soul Beast token escaped the ghost hand's restriction, it could not escape from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It could only be said to have escaped from a small cage to a large cage. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core, with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu as supplementary. Thus, even rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token can be forcefully stolen. But this move cannot last long. It does not have a ceiling effect on Immortal Gu. I'll have to work hard to make this Soul Beast token my own. As he thought, Great Thief Ghost Hand was getting more and more desperate. Soul Beast token Immortal Gu was about to break free and escape. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already arrived at his destination with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Heaven Sealing Mountain. This was originally used by Fang Yuan to seal his immortal zombie body. It was targeted at Providence. But now, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was occupied by his split soul. He had become a rank 6 time path clone. He could not use Heaven Sealing Mountain anymore. Go. Under Fang Yuan's control, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven Sealing Mountain, entering the Gu formation. Fang Yuan activated the Gu formation. Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped shaking. Soul Beast token Immortal Gu was temporarily suppressed. Even though it was still struggling, it was much weaker than before. Suppressing Soul Beast token like this is not a long-term solution. The urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu as soon as possible. Fang Yuan thought of this. He did not slow down. After leaving Divine Bean Palace, he left through the loophole of Peach Blossom Maze, leaving this battlefield. He left just like that. Fang Yuan's actions made many Gu immortals very surprised. Chun Yi gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Not only was he being targeted by Qing Chou, he was also being harassed by Fang Gong. Such decisiveness. Fong Dichong praised leisurely as he looked at Fong Yuan's departing figure, deeply moved. After Fong Yuan left the battlefield, he immediately encountered countless soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was huge, and they covered the sky and earth. Fong Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. However, he quickly changed his mind and restrained himself. He didn't slaughter them and hunt for soul cores on a large scale. What he needed to do now was to quickly refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. As for that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Bean Palace, let the three of them fight for it. Fong Yuan had a very clear understanding of himself. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fong Yuan could only fight rank 8s and had rank 8 battle strength. If he joined the three rank 8s now and fought for Divine Bean Palace with them, there was little hope. There were too many variables. Once he exposed his Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his identity would also be exposed, and it might even lead to Fong Clan's counterattack. This was not worth it for Fong Yuan, because he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fong Clan, and use Green Ghost Desert to help his soul path cultivation. His alliance agreement with Fong Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to resolve this alliance agreement. He needed time to prepare. Even though Soul Beast token was taken by Fong Yuan, Green Ghost Desert Soul Path Dao marks were still corroding Fong Clan's Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. Surrounding the battlefield, there were still a vast number of soul beasts gathered here. Fong Yuan easily left this place. Because he had the killer move Yama, he could make full use of ghostly concealment. Even Qing Cho could not find him, not to mention other soul beasts. He flew rapidly without hesitation. After flying out of Green Ghost Desert, he confirmed that it was safe and there was no one around. He stopped and landed in an ordinary desert. Fong Yuan went deep underground and set up a temporary Gu formation, carefully erasing his aura and traces. After doing all this, he started to focus on dealing with the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token was refined by Qing Cho. It was filled with Qing Chao's will. It was very difficult for Fong Yuan to refine it. This was the most basic part of Gu refinement, solo refinement. It was to refine an existing Gu worm. The essence of this solo refinement was to use one's own will to replace the Gu worm's original will. Gu masters used primeval essence to refine mortal Gu, because it was unique to them. They had their own will. Gu immortals used immortal essence to refine immortal Gu. It was the same logic. Wild Gu worms contained wild wills. They were untamable and hard to refine. But man was the spirit of all living beings. If he snatched someone else's immortal Gu, the difficulty of the Gu refinement would be even higher. Fong Yuan had planned for a long time in Inquiry Dock. He was not unprepared now. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Affection and Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love. Fong Yuan first took out these two Immortal Gu. He first activated Self-Love Immortal Gu on Soul Beast token. Qing Chao's will in Soul Beast token was immediately affected. It started to love itself. No matter what Fong Yuan did, this will would not take the risk and detonate Soul Beast token. Next, Fong Yuan activated Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into it. The two different wills came into contact with each other, and instantly began to fight. Love was not a will that was good at attacking. It was quickly destroyed by Qing Chao's will, unable to form an army. But there were still a few bits of love scattered in the Gu Insect Soul Beast token, and they hadn't been completely wiped out. This was the specialty of affection. It was also the effect of self-love Immortal Gu. But with the passage of time, these remnants of love would gradually be annihilated. Fong Yuan continued to activate Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into Soul Beast token. No matter how much affection entered, it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will. It suffered little damage. Qing Chao's will was inside Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. It was very strong and stubborn. Immortal essence expenditure was intense, but Fong Yuan could endure it. He had ample immortal essence reserves. His immortal aperture development had given him great confidence. After a few minutes, Fong Yuan finally stopped sending affection into Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. There was a lot of affection left inside. Even though most of it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will once it entered, the remaining affection was still at its limit. It was impossible to grow any further. Only then did Fong Yuan inject self-will into Soul Beast token. Once self-will entered, Qing Chao's will was enraged. It charged forward like an enraged beast. Compared to this, Qing Chao's will was like a gentle breeze against love will. Fang Yuan's self-will and Qing Chao's will fought. The situation was completely one-sided. Fang Yuan's self-will was utterly defeated. It could not gain a foothold. For example, Soul Beast Token was like a camp. It was already the territory of Qing Chao's will. Fang Yuan's self-will was like rushing ashore. It could only inject a small amount each time. It could not spread out. Qing Chao's will destroyed any amount that came. But Fang Yuan ignored it. He continued to inject self-will. His advantage was that he had sufficient immortal essence and an endless supply of self-will. Meanwhile, Qing Chao's will was separated from Qing Chou. It had no origin. 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passed, Fang Yuan's situation was getting better. He gained a foothold and eventually split the world with Qing Chao's will, each occupying half of Soul Beast Token's territory. Qing Chao's will surged intensely. It knew it was not Fang Yuan's match. It wanted to detonate this Soul Beast Token immortal goo. Thankfully, at this time, Fang Yuan's remaining affection will activated, weakening Qing Chao's will's determination. At the same time, Fang Yuan injected fake will to disrupt Qing Chao's will's judgment. Finally, Fang Yuan injected a large amount of self-will in one go. His army surged like a tide, drowning and destroying the remaining Qing Chao's will. I finally refined Soul Beast Token immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. His forehead was covered in sweat. This battle was even more tiring than commanding an army of tens of thousands of men and horses in an unparalleled battle. Looking at the time, 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I have wisdom path methods and a suitable immortal goo. Otherwise, I would not have been able to refine this goo. Sigh, even though I have great thief ghost hand, and can use ghostly concealment to recreate a trace of thieving heaven demon venerable's divine might. But in the end, it was just a coincidence that he became a monk halfway through. According to rumors, thieving heaven demon venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It targets the will inside the stolen immortal goo, and can instantly refine the immortal goo. It is amazing. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He put away Soul Beast Token and quickly got up, flying towards Green Ghost Desert again. I have Soul Beast Token now. With the killer move 180 slaves, I can enslave that Qing Chou. With Qing Chou, I have high hopes of obtaining Divine Bean Palace. After all, it has the greatest influence on Divine Bean Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fang Clan's alliance agreement, I can ensure that I do not die. If I can obtain Divine Bean Palace, it will be a huge gain. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. He was greedy. After obtaining Soul Beast Token, he wanted to seize that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was stopped by a Goo Immortal. Friend, please wait. The one who stopped him was an ordinary-looking female immortal. She had a sweet smile and was brimming with rank 7 aura. What do you want? Fang Yuan willed and slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am Higu. Seeing that you are flying so quickly, you must have a goal in mind. Right now there is a huge change in Green Ghost Desert. I heard it was caused by a huge treasure true inheritance. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to exchange for it with a huge sum of money. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss. It turned out that Fang Clan had caused a huge commotion by snatching Divine Bean Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred up. This could not be concealed. Countless Western Desert Goo immortals sensed it and came over. Fang Yuan spent 3 days and 3 nights refining Soul Beast Token. Many Western Desert Goo immortals had already come. I'm afraid the battle has already ended. If the 3 sides are still fighting intensely, none of them will be able to conceal the battle between rank 8s. How can these Goo immortals not find out? I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Who will obtain Divine Bean Palace? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Note: this book has stopped updating for 100 years. Today's update was an accident. Chapter 1540. So that's it. Fang Yuan immediately contacted Fang Clan's Goo immortals and obtained the information. This battle over Divine Bean Palace had indeed ended. Fang Clan was the one who obtained Divine Bean Palace. Heavenly Lotus sect's first Supreme Elder Chunyi left in defeat. He told Fong Clan to take good care of Divine Bean Palace. He would come back to take it in the future. As for Qing Chou, it also escaped. It had a deep foundation. It did not only have a rank 8 Soul Beast token, it also had other rank 8 Immortal Goo. Even though Fong Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, among the 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fong Gong was also heavily injured. And Divine Bean Palace, which they obtained, was almost half destroyed. However, after Fong Yuan contacted them, Fong Clan still promised to give Fong Yuan compensation. According to the alliance agreement, the compensation was very high. But Fong Clan's Goo Immortals wanted Fong Yuan to wait for a while. Because the commotion this time was too huge, they could not hide it for long. News of Fong Clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace would be deduced soon. At that time, Western Desert's Goo Immortal world would be in turmoil. Many superforces would not let Fong Clan obtain this Immortal Goo house and become the leader of Western Desert's super forces. By then, Fong Clan would face pressure from all directions. Thus, Fong Clan needed to use this period of peace to raise their strength and recuperate. Especially the Immortal Goo house. They needed to repair it as much as possible. Thus, Fong Clan was tight on funds. They asked Fong Yuan to extend the time limit for a few days. Fong Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement did not have a strict time limit on the payment. Secondly, Fong Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fong Clan. The situation was different now. Fong Clan offended Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus sect. It was the same as offending the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan's Swan Bujin disguise played a huge role in this. He could not escape responsibility. In Fong Clan's view, Fong Yuan and they had a common enemy. They were natural allies. On the other hand, the Fong family was under pressure and was wary of the strength that Fong Yuan had displayed. Swan Bujin's identity was a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal who had the method to enslave a Soul Beast army. Fong Yuan also exposed his ability to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. It was simply shocking. Therefore, Fong Clan was very cautious towards Fong Yuan. They were not willing to easily provoke such an existence. Especially at this crucial moment, when the entire Fong Clan was facing a test. Fong Clan was even more unwilling to offend Fong Yuan. They even planned to rely on Fong Yuan at certain times and use him as external help. Fong Yuan thought for a while and understood Fong Clan's plan. First, it was Tang family. Looks like this Fong family can also become a chess piece to resist the Celestial Court. Fong Yuan had already set his sights on the future. Western Desert situation is going to become chaotic. The crucial thing is how much strength does Fong Clan have left? How much power can they display after obtaining Divine Bean Palace? If Fong Clan could resist the pressure from all sides in the following period of time, Fong Yuan would not mind lending a helping hand to solidify their relationship. If Fong Clan could not resist it, and was in danger of being exterminated, Fong Yuan would not help them. He would hit them while they were down. There was still hope for them to obtain Divine Bean Palace. Fong Yuan watched from the sidelines with a relaxed attitude. In this battle of Divine Bean Palace, he had huge gains. On one hand, there was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. With it and Fong Yuan's Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he could use the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. This was a qualitative change. On the other hand, there was rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Rank 8 Immortal Goo could not be obtained even with immense resources. Thirdly, his relationship with Fong Clan had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Fong Clan still owed Fong Yuan a lot of compensation. Even if Fong Yuan obtained Divine Bean Palace, he would need to invest a huge amount of resources to repair it. At the same time, the burden of feeding Immortal Goo would increase. This result was not a bad thing for Fong Yuan. But currently, a large number of Western Desert Goo Immortals have appeared in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot make any arrangements here. Originally, Fong Yuan wanted Ing Wuxie and the rest to stay in Green Ghost Desert and hunt for soul cores to help Fong Yuan's soul cultivation. But it seemed that it was not possible now. There were too many people in Green Ghost Desert. It was not good for movement. And there was a huge threat. That was Qing Chou who had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan had not fought it head-on before, but he knew how powerful it was. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal and other methods, he could only fight it to a draw. Right now, Qing Chao's whereabouts were unknown. It was likely to be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fang Yuan sent in Wu Xie and the rest or he stayed behind, it would be dangerous. Once they fought, just his identity alone would ruin many of Fang Yuan's plans. Let's go. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In a short while he made the wisest decision. He wanted to leave Green Ghost Desert, and even Western Desert. Friend. At this moment, Higu was still standing in front of Fang Yuan. Seeing that he was not replying, she asked. Fang Yuan chuckled as his gaze turned to her, thinking to himself that this woman was quite astute. She could see so many clues from his movements. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I do have some information. It is very precious. If you want to buy it, you need to be able to pay the price. Higu smiled. Friend, don't worry, even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some capital. As long as you guarantee that this information is true, my reward will definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan made a simple alliance agreement with Higu. He then selectively told her about Qing Chao's existence. It was indeed the truth. Higu's eyes shined brightly. Oh, a single soul beast was actually related to the Qing family? It seems to have Qing clan's secret treasure? I am not sure about the details. Fang Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. Higu was already very satisfied. She paid Fang Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials on the spot. Even with Fang Yuan's knowledge, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, there was a type of ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was only rank 6, it was rare even in jewel yellow skies. Sometimes, it could be sold for the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fang Yuan made a fortune, and also exposed Qing Chou. This was to create a cover for Fang Clan. Western Desert's Gu immortals would focus their attention on Qing Chou. Secondly, it was also beneficial to Fang Yuan. Qing Chou was not dead. Its whereabouts were unknown. It was a huge threat to Fang Yuan's Green Ghost Desert plan. Fang Yuan could use these Western Desert Gu immortals to scout for Qing Chou's location. As for them encountering Qing Chou and finding out that it was a legendary immemorial soul beast, they could only pray for themselves. My information is real. There will definitely be Wisdom Path Gu immortals who will deduce it and verify it. By then, even rank 8 existences will be interested in Qing Clan's inheritance. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu immortals come out, Qing Chou will be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan used this small chance to scheme against Qing Chou. That Higu was not satisfied. She requested to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fang Yuan. It was normal for lone immortals to form groups. However, Fang Yuan rejected her. Fang Yuan said goodbye to Higu and left. That Higu wanted to chase after him. She flew behind Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan easily circled around her. Using familiar face to disguise himself, he quickly lost her. Fang Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert. He flew along the border of Green Ghost Desert. After flying for several days and nights, Fang Yuan arrived at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing through 2 regional walls, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border again. The scorching and glaring sunlight was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. In the southern border, the dry wind of the Western Desert was permeated with moisture. Looking around, there were mountains that were covered in greenery. They were all dark colors. Southern border. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered before clearing up. Among the 5 regions, he had the deepest impression of southern border. Immortal killer move, Chi Luck Sensation. Immediately after, he activated his killer move, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had established a luck connection with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle earlier. Now that he used Chi Luck Sensation, he immediately sensed its vague location. Fang Yuan's main goal in returning to southern border was to subdue the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to Fang Yuan. With it, Fang Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands in City Well. His immortal aperture's foundation would rise greatly, and his Dao marks would increase. Chapter 1541. Southern Border Southeast. North of Yellow Dragon River, south of 100 Beast Mountain. This was originally a mountain range. It was long and undulating, but now it had split apart. A huge ravine spanned from east to west, forming a brand new earth trench. The Great Era was approaching. The 5 regions were going to merge. First, Earth Chi would move and Earth veins would connect. Southern Border had an extremely high concentration of Earth Path Dao marks. It was the leader of the 5 regions. After the first quake, there were many earthquakes that engulfed Southern Border. Each earthquake was a disaster for Southern Border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, it meant new opportunities. All sorts of immortal materials, even wild immortal Gu, would emerge from deep underground. Earth veins were the essence of the earth itself. These last years, Southern Border's Gu immortal world had been in chaos. First was the Battle of Etion Mountain, then the Battle of the Dream Realm. Not just lone cultivators in demonic path, even the righteous path suffered many losses. Especially Wu clan. They lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern Border's Gu immortals were on high alert. They sensed danger and tried to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein moved and formed an earth trench. Southern Border's Gu immortals went all out. They wanted to replenish themselves and plunder the most resources to raise their strength. Right now, in the depths of this newly formed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up a camp. The leading Gu master was a woman with rank 5 cultivation. Her eyebrows were thin like willow smoke, her eyes were clear like the moon. Her skin was snow white. She had cherry lips and white teeth. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders. It was delicate and beautiful. Right now, she was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid, gentle like water, and had a noble aura. It was none other than the current Shang clan leader, Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes stared at the field in front of her. This field was deep in earth trench. It was not ordinary. The soil was black and hard like iron. Colorful smoke was rising from the soil, forming into clouds in the air. Being in the field, the Gu masters felt a warm feeling that seeped into their bones. It was extremely comfortable. The power of nature, the work of the gods, it is truly amazing. Shang Xinci sighed. She was deeply moved. Beside her stood a white-robed young man. He had a handsome figure and sharp eyebrows. On his shoulder was a small eagle. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan said, "This field is not simple. If I am not wrong, this is the smoky warm jade field, able to produce the immortal material smoky warm jade. This piece of land is actually 1,000 mu in circumference. It's extremely valuable." Yi Fan was still in love with Shang Xinci. Previously, he had stepped forward to help Shang Xinci, who had just ascended to the throne, deal with political problems. However, when he was chasing away the 18 drunkards, he encountered Bai Ningbing and was almost killed by the latter. Yi Fan was lucky enough to keep his life. After this great change, he became even more mature and steady. Due to an accident, he met Gu immortal Lu Weiyin, and they became master and disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Weiyin. Not only did he cultivate in Black Heaven for a period of time, he was also taught a lot of knowledge by Lu Weiyin. His horizons were much broader than Shang Xinci's. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for dispelling my doubts. I finally understand why the clan's immortal ancestor wants me to lead the group to defend this place. Shang Xinci expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and weak cultivation, but this time, in order to fight for this smoky warm jade field, Shang clan sent a Gu immortal to activate a unique method and raise Shang Xinci's cultivation to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. Shang Xinci's enemies this time were Ho clan and Tai clan. These 2 clans also sent their rank 5 clan leaders to hold the line, showing their determination to obtain the smoky warm jade field. Yi Fan's current horizons had already surpassed mortals. He could see everything clearly. This smoky warm jade field is a natural resource point. Whoever controls this place will have a huge amount of smoky warm jade production every year. Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan, these 3 are super forces. Even the 3 clan leaders are just pawns. The Gu immortals of their clans are behind them. Zai. The position of Shang clan leader seems to have a high status and authority, but it is just a political chip in the hands of Gu immortals. They have no choice. They are filled with danger. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals might covet them. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei, who was also Shang Xianxi's father, died in battle. There are also Wu clan's leader, Empress Wu Ji, and other formidable characters. As long as they are not Gu immortals, no matter how valiant they are still mortals. Yi Fan sighed internally. Thinking of this, he became even more determined to advance to immortal. Report. Ho clan and Tai clan have sent large numbers of people. They are coming towards us at an unprecedented scale. At this time, an investigative Gu master suddenly came to report. A beautiful female Gu master beside Shang Xianxi said. As clan leader expected, our Gu formation and the expansion of the camp have crossed the bottom line of both clans. This beautiful woman was Wei Da Xian, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought by Fang Yuan as a slave and given to Shang Xianci. Right now, Wei Da Xian was Shang Xianci's personal guard. She was loyal and wanted to repay her debt of gratitude. Shang Xianci nodded, smiling. Actually, the Gu formation has already been set up. They are purposely making it look like they are setting up a Gu formation to lure these two clans to attack, so that we can take them down in one go. Shang clan, Tai clan, and Ho clan had been fighting for a long time. They had both won and lost. It was a draw. Shang Xianci thought of a plan. She set up a Gu formation to amplify her clan's battle strength and settle this matter in one go. The other two clan leaders had deep qualifications. They had been around for a long time. Even if they went out, they did not have to worry about chaos in their clans. But Shang Xianci was different. She was inexperienced and young. If she went out for too long, there would be chaos in Shang clan's headquarters. This was also the reason why Shang Xianci had to take the risk. Of course, taking the risk was not blind. Shang Xianci knew her enemy and herself well before coming up with this plan. She was confident that she could settle this matter in one go. If I can defeat the two old clan leaders of Ho clan and Tai clan, my reputation will spread far and wide. When I return to the clan, the situation will be completely different. Saying so, Shang Xianci's lips curled up as she raised her voice. I hope everyone can work together and win this battle. The crowd of heroes loudly agreed to the emperor's promise. Beside Shang Xianci were Wei Da Xian and the other female guards, as well as Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong experts, as well as Xiao Yan, who came from Shang clan's battle stage and was an outsider Gu master. He had already been recruited by Shang Xianci, becoming one of her subordinates. As for the chief steward Zhou Quan, he was replacing Shang Xianci, staying at Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation. Yi Fan was an external elder. He did not have a subordinate relationship with Shang Xianci. Although taking the position of clan leader is tiring and tough, Xianci has been through training. She has lost a lot of her weakness, and is much more heroic. At that moment, Yi Fan was slightly dazed by Shang Xianci's beauty. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? After a while, Tai clan leader arrived first. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with a large group, questioning Shang Xianci. Little girl, you are building a camp. Are you trying to monopolize it? Shang Xianci smiled faintly. Patriarchs, the three of us have been wasting time here for a long time. There's no harm in having a showdown today, and deciding the victor. Why needlessly delay for time? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, giving Shang Xianci a thumbs up. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. To speak the truth, I am getting frustrated from staying here. Let's have a three-way battle today. We will decide the outcome. As a result, the three parties sent out their troops and started fighting. Shang Xianci, Yi Fan, and the rest of the higher-ups stood on the spot, waiting for a chance to fight. Activate the Gu formation. Shang Xianci instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was stunned, hesitating. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation? We might give our enemies time to react. Shang Xianci shook her head. Just activate the formation. The Gu formation activated. A light veil enveloped the entire battlefield. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters became restless and flustered. Shang Xinci said loudly. This formation can protect the lives of those who are heavily injured. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Ho clan and Tai clan's leaders' expressions changed. Tai clan's leader laughed loudly. I heard that Shang clan leader is kind and benevolent. It is indeed true. All right, let us fight to our heart's content. Ho clan's leader snorted coldly, thinking, this lass is truly surpassing us in time. She directly told us about this formation's effect. It is to confuse our minds. Should we dismantle this formation or not? I underestimated her earlier. Looking at all the Superforces leaders and Gu Master experts, Xinci is the kindest person I have ever seen. She could have set up a killer formation, but she chose this formation. Her advantage is greatly reduced. I'll lend her a hand later. Yi Fan thought to himself. He did not tell Shang Xinci and the rest about his immortal fortuitous encounter. But after Black Heaven's cultivation, Yi Fan was confident that even rank 5 Gu Masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated, under the cover of the light. Once a Gu Master was injured, they would be enveloped by the light and sent out. Others would not be able to harm them. At the same time, the Gu formation was helpful to Shang clan's Gu Masters in battle. Tai clan and Ho clan's Gu Masters were also thinking about how to unravel this Gu formation, but before that, Shang clan's Gu Masters had the upper hand. Kill! Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hu joined the battle. The three worked together and were extremely close. Ordinary elders were not their match. Soon, Ho clan's 3 elders were heavily injured. They were enveloped by the light and sent out of the battlefield. Damn it! Ho clan's leader clenched his fists. I had already convinced Shang clan's important people to cause trouble in Shang Xinci's backyard. To think that she actually challenged us. This Tai clan's leader is too impatient. He actually agreed to her request and fell into her trap. Right at this time, a female Gu Master charged out of Tai clan's formation. She was very brave. Her moves were large and powerful, rampaging through the battlefield. She was unstoppable. Xiong clan's 3 brothers wanted to stop her, but she easily defeated them, sending them out of the battlefield with heavy injuries. Ho clan's leader stared with wide eyes. He realized at this moment. So Tai clan had such a person. Powerful, too powerful. Even if I were to personally take action, I wouldn't be a match for her. At the crucial moment, Yi Fan walked into the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu Master. I have not asked for your name? That woman's gaze was like lightning, emitting a sharp light as she sized up Yi Fan. She had a solemn expression as she said coldly, Tairua Nan. Chapter 1542. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Mortal killer moves were unleashed without stop. 2 figures appeared and dispersed as they fought intensely. One was Yi Fan. He had dense luck. He cultivated transformation path and light path. He received guidance from Shang clan's Gu Immortals, and also acknowledged the mysterious Gu Immortal Lu Wei-yin as his master. And most importantly, he did not rely on his own fortuitous encounters. He walked on his own Gu cultivation path. As for Tai Ruanan, even though she came from a super clan, Tai clan, she had a rough childhood. She lost her mother and father when she was young. She became independent and became one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She worked hard and was skilled in both literature and martial arts. Her reputation grew. She attracted many followers. Especially when she was nurtured by Tai clan's Gu Immortal Tai Mianshin. She became the inheritor of Tai Mian's true inheritance. The battle between these two could be said to be a match between 2 geniuses. They were evenly matched. The commotion was shocking. The aftershocks created a large empty space. Ordinary fighting Gu Masters, as long as they entered this empty space and encountered the shockwaves of the two's battle, they would be injured if brushed by the shockwaves and die if touched. Thus they would all retreat. The Gu Masters of the 3 clans were dumbfounded by the battle between these two. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong? Why did we not know about this before? The servant beside Shang Xinci, Xiao Dai, spoke. Shang Xinci's eyes flickered as she said, Young Master Yi Fan must have had some fortuitous encounter. His strength rose rapidly. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple. Young Master Yi should be careful. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He is talented, handsome, and confident. Moreover, his feelings for Miss can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. If young Master Yi can hear that you care about him so much, he will definitely be very happy. Shang Xinci shook her head. She wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing the situation. She was Shang Xinci's trusted aide. A direct descendant of the direct line. She was a servant from Zhang clan. She had followed the caravan and came to Shang clan city with Shang Xinci. Thus, others called Shang Xinci clan leader or city lord, but only Xiao Dai called Shang Xinci young miss. Shang Xinci did not ask her to change it. This was a sign of their deep relationship. At this moment, Xiao Dai was worried, thinking, it seems that Miss still cannot forget that demonic Gu master Fang Yuan. Sigh, I don't know what he did, but that Fang Yuan only accompanied my young miss to Shang clan city. And from then on, he became young Mrs. Sweetheart. I wonder where he is now. He was probably already dead. Sigh, if he's really dead, seeing his corpse would be good too. It would allow Miss to completely give up and walk out. Xiao Dai's B-grade aptitude was after all a mortal Gu master, and had not come into contact with the level of Gu immortals. Thus, she did not know Fang Yuan's current situation, and thought that Fang Yuan was still a demonic Gu master. Even though Shang Xinci learned about Fang Yuan's current situation from Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqing, there was no need to tell Xiao Dai about this. It's true that talented people are born in every generation. I'm really getting old. Ho clan leader looked at the battle between Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. He was shocked and felt bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked, thinking, I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to clear all the obstacles and obtain victory. But now it seems that the result is hard to predict. To think that Shang clan has such an expert. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield, in a place where mortal Gu masters could not sense, 3 southern border Gu immortals were looking at the battle between Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan. They came from Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. Right now, the 3 were sitting on a cloud, next to each other. There was a round table in the middle. The fragrance of tea permeated the air. The Gu immortals were drinking tea, but they were using the mortals of their clans as stakes in a gamble to decide the final owner of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource. Even super forces valued it greatly. If they could obtain it, it would be a foundation that would benefit the clan. But using mortals as stakes without Gu immortals, would it be child's play? Or maybe if they lost, some Gu immortals would refuse to accept it? The conflict between immortals, using mortals as stakes, was not as simple as it seemed. Gu immortals were lone cultivators and demonic path cultivators, so be it. But righteous path forces had to be long-lasting. Thus, they place more emphasis on nurturing their descendants. For example, Shang clan had a young master selection policy to let the young masters earn money. They also had a battle stage to take in external Gu masters. Tai clan also had 8 young masters, while the other super forces had their own policies. They were all to select Gu immortal seeds from the mortal descendants. Letting the clansmen fight each other had great significance. It represented the clan's future achievements. Especially when it came to Gu immortal seeds, the Gu immortals would feel great heartache if they lost one. But Gu immortals needed to do this, because the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Firstly, as long as the clan's Gu immortals did not die, their foundation would not be shaken. They would not suffer a huge loss. If the Gu immortals did not make a move, everything could be discussed. Secondly, letting these mortals fight was also a form of tempering and testing. It allowed geniuses to stand out in life and death situations. As for dead geniuses, they were no longer geniuses. Righteous path clans nurtured generation after generation. Even if they were Gu immortal seeds, they could afford to lose them. Thirdly, in a battle, there would be grudges and grudges. This would make the clan more cohesive. When the Gu immortal seeds grow up, the other super forces might have enemies of the same generation. At this time, they would not be able to leave the clan easily. they would need to rely on the clan more. Any policy had its considerations. It was not a game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not simple. Right now, the three immortals' gazes were on Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. The three knew that the outcome of this battle was crucial. It would decide the final owner of Smoky Warm Jade Field. Shang Qingqing, who was sitting on the left, smiled. Congratulations to Lord Tai Mianshin. You found an excellent inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Tai clan had Iron Mask's true inheritance. Everyone in Southern Border knew about it. They also knew that this true inheritance had strict requirements. It was hard to find a suitable inheritor. True teachings were a set of mature and relatively outstanding cultivation content. Therefore, sometimes not everyone could inherit a true inheritance. There would be requirements and conditions. Sitting at the center was Tai clan's Gu immortal, Tai Mianshen. He wore a martial attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask. It was the cultivation characteristic of Iron Mask's true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. They were also the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Earlier, he chose Divine Investigator, who was Tai Ruanan's father, to be the inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. But Divine Investigator died on Qingmao Mountain. He found out about Tai Ruanan's outstanding talent, and chose her as the inheritor. This time, the Tai clan had sent him here to fight for the Smoky Warm Jade Fields for the Tai clan. Thus, Tai Mianshin had brought Tai Ruanan here to train her. Among the three Gu immortals present, Ho clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals only had rank 6 cultivation level. Only Tai Mianshin had rank 7 cultivation level. He was sitting at the center. As they conversed, Shang Qingqing and the Ho clan Gu immortal were very respectful towards Tai Mianshin. Tai Mianshin nodded. Shang clan's fairy is right. This is my true inheritor. But he is still young, he needs more training. Ho clan's Gu immortal, Ho Yao, was silent. He looked at the battlefield below with concern. Even though Ho clan was the weakest now, it was not like he had lost his chance completely. As long as Shang clan and Tai clan fought to a stalemate, the final result would be unknown. Dust flew. Yi Fan retreated as he breathed in deeply, his chest inflated like a balloon. Tai Ruanan pounced down like an eagle, her hands turned into claws as she attacked. Yi Fan turned around and spat out a scarlet-red light arrow towards Tai Ruanan's face. Tai Ruanan was not flustered. Her eyes shined with bright light as she raised her head and flew like a swallow, dodging the red arrow. Chapter 1543. Tai Ruanan shouted as she raised her fist, welcoming the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, the fist and palm collided, causing a bright white light to burst out. Light shot out, causing the ground to crack. Both sides fought fiercely, moving like smoke as they retreated. After retreating for more than 10 steps, they stabilized themselves, looking at each other from afar as they breathed heavily. Right now, both of them had grim expressions. They treated each other as strong opponents, not daring to underestimate each other. So amazing, their battle strength far surpasses ordinary rank 5s. They are both Gu immortal seeds. Shang Xianci sighed inwardly. Her knowledge was not the same as before, because of Shang Qingqing's favor. She was familiar with some matters of the Gu immortal world. Yi Fan looked around, suddenly saying, Tai Ruanan, if you can take this move, I will admit defeat. Tai Ruanan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing. Okay. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The two did not fight for long, but it was extremely intense. They had used countless mortal killer moves. The primeval essence expenditure was huge. Thus, both of them had little primeval essence left in their apertures. Thus, Yi Fan suggested one move to decide the victor. Tai Ruanan agreed. Yi Fan breathed in deeply, preparing his killer move. Mortal killer move, Aurora Bird. Chirp chirp chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. Yi Fan's body was covered in rays of light that flowed like water. They were multicolored, moving around and gathering on his forearm and right hand. The aurora light was very intelligent. It let out chirping sounds. As the light changed, A sparrow could be vaguely seen. The aurora bird was ready to attack. It had a shocking aura. Tai Ruonan's expression was extremely grim. Her body was emitting waves of black chi. The black gas condensed on her face and gradually formed a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move. Iron mask equipment. This move came from the iron mask true inheritance. If an immortal goo was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yi Fan shouted. The rainbow light on his right forearm seemed to have a life of its own at this moment. It jumped out of his body and flew into the air, turning into a rainbow bird. With a flap of its wings, the rainbow cloud bird shot forward at an astonishing speed. Good move. Tai Ruonan grunted. She didn't stop at her original spot and charged forward. In the next moment, she collided with the rainbow sunglow bird. Tai Clan's goo masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruonan. To think that she would use her body to resist Yi Fan's strongest move. High up in the clouds, Tai Mianshan remained unmoving. It was obvious that he knew about the iron mask equipment and was confident in its defensive capabilities. Creak. Creak. The rainbow cloud bird crashed into Tai Ruonan's body and turned back into a large ball of rainbow light, covering Tai Ruonan's entire body. On the other hand, Tai Ruonan's body emitted waves of black gas, defending against the corrosion of the rainbow light. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Your Shang clan's goo immortal seed is not bad either. Tai Mianshan praised. Shang Qingqing smiled. I'm ashamed, I'm just a seed with a different surname. Tai Mianshan nodded. I can see that his killer move has his own ideas. It is likely that he created it himself. To be able to create his own path at such a young age, ordinary geniuses cannot compare to him. Ho Yao was envious as he watched from the side. He sighed. Such seeds are the future pillars of their clans. Shang Qingqing was humble, but she found it strange. She had interacted with Yi Fan before, she gave him pointers, but he did not display such talent back then. Our Shang clan has a battle stage system, thus, Tai Mianshan and Ho Yao thought that this is a goo immortal seed from outside Shang clan, but that is not the case. Yi Fan is so outstanding now. He must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move. His talent cannot be underestimated. Such a person is worthy of our clan's attention. We can recruit him. If we find out that he has a clean background, we can recruit him. Right, he seems to be in love with Shang Xinci. We can make use of this. If he can become a goo immortal, so what if we give up Shang Xinci? If this gets out, it will be a great story. Shang Qingqing thought about it internally as she formulated a plan. At the same time, in a lake far away in the mountains, two goo immortals were conspiring. These two goo immortals had been concealing themselves. They had been planning for a long time. One of the goo immortals was a weak young man. His name was Yu. He had a worried expression. Will we really not alert those three clans goo immortals this time? We won't. His companion, Yinan Men, replied with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found out that there is an ancient water monster hidden in Smoky Warm Jade Field. Our clan is the most outstanding in Waterpath. It is unlikely that those three clans will find out. And this time, we will not attack directly. We will make use of the situation to alert this sleeping ancient water monster, and make it go berserk. Saying so, Yinan Men's tone changed. Of course, goo immortals have countless methods. It is hard to guarantee that they will not find out. But if they find out, we will have an excuse. After all, our clan is a super force. They will at most be suspicious, but they will not fight us to the death. If they do not find out, when the water monster goes berserk, they will definitely take action to suppress it. At that time, you will be the one to kill one of them, and cause the three clans to be suspicious and fight. Yinan Men had rank 7 cultivation level, while Yu only had rank 6 aura. But in their plan, Yu was the one to carry out the assassination. Who knew what methods Yu had? The weak young man Yu had an even more worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet. What if I fail? What if they find out when I use it? Yinan Men's expression turned grim. That is the worst case scenario. If it really happens, I will sacrifice my life to stall these three goo immortals and let you escape. Even if I die, I will not admit that I am a E-clan Gu immortal. You should do the same. This time, Yu no longer had a worried expression on his face. Instead, he had a solemn and determined expression. Inanmen breathed in deeply. I am going to attack. He activated an immortal killer move. His aura was concealed to the extreme. There was no sound at all. Yu, who was at the side, relaxed slightly. At the next moment, deep underground water rippled. The water monster that had been sleeping for countless years was suddenly awakened. On the ground, Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan were just about to determine the victor, when the ground shook. Puff puff puff. A series of fountains burst out of the black metal soil, piercing through the battlefield, and destroying the Gu formation that Shang clan had painstakingly set up. Dozens of huge water pillars, each several meters tall, were scattered in smoky warm jade field. Chapter 1544. Those unlucky Gu masters were hit by the water pillars. They turned into piles of flesh and bones. Such a change made the Gu masters extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and left the battlefield. What's going on? The three Gu immortals in the clouds were about to react when they saw the water pillars suddenly fuse into one in the air, forming into an ancient water monster with a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared as it pounced at the mortals below. It did not have much intelligence. It felt that these mortal Gu masters had disturbed its slumber. The giant frog leg stomped on the ground, as boundless water surged out of the ground, surging towards the mortals. But the three immortals attacked at the same time. 3 barriers of light protected the 3 clansmen. So there is an underground frost heart lake beneath this smoky warm jade field. There is an ancient water monster inside the lake. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qingqing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshen. Lord Tai Mianshen, please take the lead. We will assist you and take down this ancient water monster. We will prevent it from destroying this smoky warm jade field. She and Ho Yao were only rank 6 Gu immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Tai Mianshen was the only rank 7 Gu immortal here. He was the leader. Tai Mianshen nodded. He was about to charge down the clouds when a sharp eagle cry resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. At the next moment, everyone saw to their shock that the small eagle beside Yi Fan suddenly expanded, turning into a giant eagle. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. The giant eagle screeched as it pounced at the ancient water monster. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was saved by the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin, but it was also restrained by his methods. It had been staying beside Yi Fan. When Yi Fan was in a life and death situation, Lu Wei-yin's restraining methods would be greatly weakened, allowing the upper extreme heavenly eagle to use a portion of its strength. The upper extreme heavenly eagle did not have the intelligence of humans. It did not sense the hidden Gu immortals. It only felt the threat of the ancient water monster. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. It wanted to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Feeling the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ferocious aura, the ancient water monster immediately cowered. Its roar stopped abruptly, and it directly turned into a stream of water, quickly slipping away through the hole it had just emerged from. Once the ancient water monster was gone, Yi Fan's life was no longer in danger. The seal on the upper extreme heavenly eagle took effect again, causing it to return to its original state. A force forced it to fly back to Yi Fan's shoulder. Around Yi Fan there was complete silence. Countless Gu immortals stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Young Master Yi, what exactly is this eagle of yours? Xiao Dai stammered, completely shocked. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Primordial desolate beast. Be it the 3 Gu immortals above the clouds or the 2 clan immortals hiding in the lake, they were all shocked speechless. How did this happen? Especially those 2 clan Gu immortals. They only wanted to release the ancient water monster, but they did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. That's a good thing. We don't have to do it ourselves. With this immemorial desolate beast, we can get rid of these 3 immortals. Yu was overjoyed. Yinan Men's gaze was dark. This is not so simple. Did you not see it clearly? This immemorial desolate beast is being raised by someone. It is the possession of that young man who fought earlier. Shang Clan's fairy. What is going on with this immemorial desolate beast? Tai Mianshen's gaze was like lightning. He turned around and looked at Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing smiled bitterly. Earlier, she was agitated and her expression showed flaws. Even if she did not, she would not be able to lie to Tai Mianshen. Shang Qingqing only had rank 6 cultivation level. She could only say, I don't know either. It is likely this young man's fortuitous encounter. What kind of fortuitous encounter can allow a mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast as his possession? Ho Yao was shocked as he said in an unfathomable tone. Tai Mianshen smiled coldly. This is an important matter, we cannot ignore it. Compared to this, smoky warm jade field is no longer important. This young man probably inherited an immortal true inheritance, but our southern border righteous path has never had such records of a mortal raising an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate and prevent the demonic path from rising again. Shang Qingqing was furious but helpless. She smiled bitterly. I believe that Lord Tai Mianshen will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle, so you are so powerful. Yi Fan sighed. He could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had tried to struggle many times, but it was helpless against the seal on its body. After a while, it became resigned to its fate. Now that it returned to Yi Fan's shoulder, it was furious, but when it heard Yi Fan's praise, pride appeared on its face again. Seeing Yi Fan stretch out his hand, it immediately spread its wings and slapped Yi Fan's hand away. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai stared with wide eyes. This eagle is really arrogant, but it has incredible abilities. It is worthy of its arrogance. Young Master Yi, how did you? Before she finished, Shang Xianci interrupted her. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yi Fan's secret, you can't pry. It is fine, it is fine. This divine eagle was caught by my master. Yi Fan saw that the matter was exposed. He did not want to hide it from Shang Xianci. Your master can actually subdue such a divine eagle. Xiao Dai raised her voice. Shang Xianci also had a shocked expression. She naturally thought that Yi Fan's master was likely a powerful Gu immortal. While they were talking, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly showed fear on its face. It became restless on Yi Fan's shoulder, like a mouse that saw a cat, or a sheep that saw a wolf. What is going on? Xiao Dai and the rest stared with wide eyes. This arrogant divine eagle suddenly acted like this. It was truly shocking. I don't know. Yi Fan exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen so panic-stricken. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not stand on Yi Fan's shoulder. It screeched towards a certain direction in the sky. However, this shrill cry was no longer as intimidating as before. Instead, it revealed a strong sense of panic and even pleading. One could see the fear in it at a glance. Of course, if one were to look closely, there was also a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be they mortal Gu masters or Gu immortals, they could not help but look towards the direction of the upper extreme heavenly eagle's scream. Next, everyone saw a figure in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth like a flying sword. At this moment, the white clouds in the sky were split into two by this figure. That seems to be a person? Immortal. The Gu masters exclaimed. Who is it? This aura, he is definitely not an ordinary immortal. The Gu immortals were also shocked. They became vigilant. The figure stopped, floating in the air as everyone saw this Gu immortal's true appearance. He had a jade-like face, a high nose bridge, and a cold, indifferent look in his deep black eyes. His long hair was black like a waterfall. It hung down to his waist. He wore a white robe, his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was handsome to the point of being beautiful. His aura was extremely intimidating. A group of mortal Gu masters looked up at him. There was complete silence. Then the man spoke again. So this is where my bird is. Chapter 1545. One year there was a famine. The people had no food to eat. They could only dig up grass and eat guanyin clay. Many people starved to death. The news was quickly reported to the palace. The emperor was sitting high up and was puzzled when he heard the report. The kind emperor thought hard and came up with a solution. The people are hungry but have no rice to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? In our lives, there will always be some people who look kind and understanding on the surface, but they are not. Recently, I brought my wife to Nanjing every day to accompany her to see a doctor. Although it is a small problem, the treatment process is more complicated. We take the train in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Sometimes, there are no seats on the train. We might have to stand for more than an hour. Or we might take a bus to get home. It takes even longer. It's really tiring. Imagine yourself on a long journey. Imagine yourself taking a bus or a train. Then imagine yourself doing this every day for a month. My writing condition is not good because of this. I have already told them about this matter, but many people still do not understand. Or rather, they think they understand. A few days ago, I made a mistake and did not update for a day. I have already explained the situation and apologized. It was indeed my mistake. I had already saved the manuscript and put it in Chidian's back end. It was just that I did not set the timing for the updates. Coincidentally, I had an urgent matter that night. I came home late and found people scolding their parents. At that time, in a fit of anger, he decided not to update it. At the same time, I was also very puzzled. What caused this phenomenon? How should I deal with this matter? The next day, I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years. All the updates were accidents. Then I started to update once a day, twice a day, and 3 times a day. I realized that those people who scolded their parents disappeared and did not make a fuss anymore. There was even some noise and excitement in the book review section. On the surface, this is a problem with the updates. But what about the actual situation? I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years, but I updated for so many days. Is this an accident? Sometimes there are more updates. Is this accident bigger than the broken sky? Why are these people not making a fuss because of these accidents? What about scolding their parents? Some people will immediately answer, this is because you, the author, updated. Yes, I updated. But what about the actual situation? It is also an accident. Why can't these people be the same? That's because what I'm doing is in line with their interests. So this group of people seemed very kind, understanding, and supportive, but in fact they were just supporting their own interests. This support was not because they truly understood the author's pain, but because they were as kind as the emperor. Over the past few days there were also some readers who complained, saying, Venerable Gu, you've gone too far. For the sake of a small number of people, you've affected everyone's reading. I can't stand the sight of you. I answer here. How did I bring disaster to everyone's reading? I said I would stop updating for 100 years. When did I stop updating? These people were complaining for their own benefit, not really trying to understand me. Of course. I know this is human nature, very normal. I write books and you read them. Why should I force you to understand me? You're just an author who writes a book. Who are you to me? Friends? Family? This is a normal situation, of course I accept. In fact, I never force others to understand me. But what I couldn't accept was that when I scolded my parents, it would become dirty. I write and sell books. Why should my parents be scolded? If you sell things in the mall, do you want your parents to be scolded? When I write books, I put in a lot of effort and time. I put in hard work, and the results I get are upright. When I sell books, I earn a few cents for 1,000 words and a few cents for a chapter. It might not even be as much as the price of a cigarette. When you open a tobacco shop and sell cigarettes, and someone buys cigarettes, you tell them that they are out of stock today, and they can come back tomorrow or buy from another shop. At this time, when the customer scolds and insults you and your family, how do you feel? You're definitely not happy, and I'm not happy either. Let me tell you, no one will be happy. Everyone will be unhappy. I'm unhappy, and I want to express it. What do I write books for? It's to fulfill my dream and earn money to support my family at the same time. It's life. It's not survival. In this world, some people survive and some people live. I'm the latter. What I pursue is a high quality of life, a comfortable life. I'm not here for you to scold me. I'm not someone who sells laughs. I'm just someone who writes and sells books. I'm not an idol. If you scold me, I have to bear it. I'm worried that I'll lose fans. To me, if I lose fans, so be it. Subscriptions, favorites, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? A few years ago, when I wrote Guzhenren, I didn't think about making money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't have updated like this, and I wouldn't have written such a topic at all. This is because I'm different from others. My main purpose in writing books is to write the book itself. Making money is incidental and secondary. Before Guzhenren, I wrote many books and I've proudly announced many times. Every book is complete, and I've never left it unfinished. This is an indisputable fact. Perhaps many people still don't understand the true meaning behind this fact. That is, no matter what book I write, no matter how well the book does, whether it sells or not, I've written the concept in my heart completely. If I were to write a book for the sake of making money, would I do this? Guzhenren has been updated for several years, and only recently has some results shown, giving me the hope and possibility of doing this full-time. I'm also very interested because this is very likely to be a high-quality lifestyle. But even if I do it full-time, will I change my original intention and write for money? I pursue a quality life, and money is secondary. My concept of money is that poverty can kill people, and wealth can also kill people. I can eat abalone and sea cucumber, and I can also eat porridge and plain porridge. When I was a child, I lived a hard life, and I'm not afraid of suffering in the future. Even if I have a son now, I don't have the thought of most parents, thinking of ways to let him live a rich life. If he has talent, poverty can nourish his ambition, and he can earn money himself. Why would he need my money? If he has no talent, no matter how much money I give him, it will all be wasted. His shortcomings will be magnified by too much money. Wealth is a good thing, but poverty also has its advantages. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really can't write books in the future, and really can't support myself and my family, I can just go out and find a job, right? I have hands and feet, and I'm in the prime of my life. Can't I support myself, my wife, and my child? So, I won't suffer this kind of vexation. I write and sell books, not to be bullied. For those who curse, let me tell you, I, Venerable Gu, will not sell my books to you. I'll give you one word. Scram. 2 words, scram. 2 words, scram quickly. 4 words, scram quickly. 5 words, scram dejectedly. After writing this paragraph, I counted seriously and found that my math is still very good. Perhaps some people will ask, Venerable Gu, aren't you too pretentious? That's not good. Look at those great gods. They aren't as pretentious as you. What ability do you have to be pretentious? Then let me tell you, I usually don't pretend, and I'm not good at pretending, but I must pretend today. First, because others pretend to be pretentious to me. I, Venerable Gu, always return the favor. I'm selling books, not laughter. My smiles are for my friends. When friends come, I give them smiles and enthusiasm. When enemies come, I raise my knife, spear, and sword. Second, I'm different from many authors, because my pursuit, my temperament is not the same. If I'm not in a good mood, how can I write a book happily? I won't be able to write a good book. Third, I don't have any virtue or ability to pretend to be pretentious today. I'm just poor and unreasonable. Also, I want to ask you, those readers who scold their parents, what virtue or ability do they have to do this? Just because they bought support me, they can insult me and my family? Everyone, when have you seen such a group of people saying, I support you, but at the same time scolding your parents? This group of people also has a common problem, which is that they feel, I'm supporting you like this, I've contributed a lot, I've suffered a lot, so what's wrong with me scolding you a few times? I'm also doing it for your own good. Therefore, in my eyes, this kind of support is not support at all. I don't want this kind of support. Let me repeat. I, Venerable Gu, write books, the past books, the present books, and the future books, will not sell to people like you. If you have the guts, don't read it. Actually, the books I write are just like that. Why do you have to do it? There are many other outstanding books. Go and read others. This single chapter of mine can also be considered a confession. I believe that it has an important meaning for my entire writing career. Perhaps some of you will be very unhappy when you see today's single chapter. I'm sorry, this is not my main goal. Making you unhappy is just a side effect. Let's make a final point. I, Venerable Gu, sell books, not smiles. Chapter 1546. Who is this? Yi Fan looked at Fang Yuan, who was floating in the sky, feeling puzzled. At this moment, he could not help but think of his master Lu Weiyin's words. Master said that this eagle can resolve one of my karmic ties. I have always been puzzled. Is this Gu immortal really the eagle's master, and my karma is him? Yi Fan did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan was using the sovereign immortal body's original appearance. Yi Fan had never seen him before. Yi Fan only knew the appearance of Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. He had obtained this from Shang Xinc's subordinates. This was easy back then. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. They roamed the world and were wanted criminals. The servant Xiao Dai's gums were chattering. She shivered. She naturally did not recognize Fang Yuan's identity, but Fang Yuan had such power, and was the owner of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was already so strong. Then how strong was its master? Xiao Dai could not imagine it. She only felt fear. She was afraid that Fang Yuan would find trouble with them. Meanwhile, Shang Xinci pursed her lips. Her gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. Her eyes were not only filled with shock, there was also some doubt. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. The mortals were shocked and confused, but the Gu immortals were different. They felt chills all over their bodies. This person is? Rank 6 Gu immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes, tongue-tied. He recognized Fang Yuan's identity. The answer was right at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say it. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance had always been Lu Guanyi's identity as he roamed the world. Back then in Southern Border, he entered the immortal formation and explored super dream realms. He disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai's appearances were naturally very different. But don't forget, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Celestial Court framed Fang Yuan and exposed the truth that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi in order to destroy Longevity Heaven's political scheme and divide Northern Plains Gu immortal forces. Thus, the fact that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had once disguised as Wu Yihai was known to all the Gu immortals in the world. The appearance of his sovereign immortal physique, which was also Lu Guanyi's appearance, was no longer a secret and was known to everyone in the world. This time, when Fang Yuan came to Southern Border, he did not activate familiar face or any other disguise. There are several reasons. Firstly, the purpose of his trip was very clear, and that was to pursue the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Thus, when he made his move, even if he disguised himself, his identity would still be exposed. There was no need to do so. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. And after this period of digesting his knowledge, he had a solid foundation and deep strength. Now that he was roaming Southern Border, he was very confident. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had purposely shown his true appearance to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court and other righteous path forces. But his journey had been very smooth. All in all, when Fang Yuan appeared, all the Gu immortals recognized his identity. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. Wu Yihai. So that's it, this eagle is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Shang Qingqing's thoughts continued to move as she connected all the clues and understood the situation. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. This is a fact known to the world. Rank 8 Gu immortals are completely different from immemorial desolate beasts. Let's escape. Yu, who was hiding in the lake, spoke. This weak-looking young rank 6 Gu immortal was clearly frightened. His face was pale and his soul beast was shivering. What are you afraid of? He might not be able to find us. Even if we retreat now, it is too late. Are you confident that we can escape? At the side, rank 7 Gu immortal Yi Nenmen had an ugly expression. He had completely thrown the Yi clan's plan to the back of his head. He tried his best to hide and retract his aura. Just as the immortals were at a loss, Tai Mianshan floated out and showed himself, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border and Northern Plains Righteous Path Forces. You still dare to show yourself? The immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mian Shun. As expected of Tai Mian Shun, Tai Clan's Gu immortals are truly admirable. At this moment, it's useless for us to be cowards. This is a desperate situation of life and death. We need to cooperate sincerely and unite together. Only then will we have a chance at survival. That's right. Fang Yuan was able to escape and roam the world. He has powerful movement methods. If we split up, he will definitely catch up to us and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite as one and urgently request for reinforcements to arrive. To be able to become a Gu immortal, he definitely had his own strengths. The Gu immortals calmed down after hearing Tai Mianshun's words. They understood the situation. Facing the demonic path Gu immortal Fang Yuan, they had to work together to have a chance of survival. If Fang Yuan appears, he can only fight to the death to resist this demon. Yinan Men and Yu continued to communicate. In the moment of danger, Tai Mianshun stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was indeed an outstanding talent of Tai Clan, an expert among rank 7 experts. The mortals of the 3 races started to clamor again. Look, another immortal has appeared. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the sky. Their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals were rarely seen in the 5 regions, but now 2 Gu immortals appeared. They were shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu immortal call him? Fang Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xinci is thinking about? But his appearance is not right. Yi Fan's heart shook. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci raised her snow-white neck. She stared at Fang Yuan's figure without blinking. When Tai Mianshun called out Fang Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why her heart was pounding earlier. The person that she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, appearing in such an unexpected manner. Shang Xinci looked at him fixedly. The emotions that she had been accumulating for days and nights surged in her heart. Was it because at the most helpless time of her life, she met Fang Yuan and obtained his help? Sometimes, she would faintly suspect, was her feelings towards Fang Yuan a kind of love? Or gratitude? But now, when she saw Fang Yuan again, even though her appearance had changed, the emotions in her heart gushed out like a waterfall. At that instant, tears appeared in her eyes. She was sure that this was love. Love was an inexplicable thing. There was no reason to talk about it. Looking at the reason for love was foolish and foolish. However, Shang Xinci also understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love. She knew the difference between her and Fang Yuan. But love was born. What could she use to stop it? Thus Shang Xinci was helpless. She could only look up. Look at Fang Yuan's lofty figure. She tried her best to open her eyes, to see Fang Yuan's current appearance, but she could not. The investigative killer move that had great effects in the past was useless against Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to take a look. Shang Xinci had complex emotions. There was joy, melancholy, sadness, and most of all, she was worried about Fang Yuan's safety. But she knew her identity and strength. She was the leader of Shang clan. She was a righteous path member. She was just a mortal. Her words carried little weight. She knew about Fang Yuan's identity and past achievements from Shang Qingqing. But she could not do or say what she wanted. She could only watch and endure. Yi Fan looked at Shang Xinci's expression. This was the first time he had seen Shang Xinci like this. His heart clenched. He had never felt such an intense, bone-piercing pain. This pain contained his love for Shang Xinci, as well as his anger towards Fang Yuan. At once, he was certain that this Gu immortal was Fang Yuan. Don't tell me Master's karma is between me and Fang Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess in his mind. He was shocked about Fang Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, but he quickly accepted it. Because he had encountered Bai Ningbing before, he had almost lost his life to Bai Ningbing. After that he met Lu Weiyin, his horizons were broadened. He thought about it and felt that Bai Ningbing was very likely a Gu immortal. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu immortal. While Fang Yuan refined an immortal goo on Three Kings Mountain, the whole of southern border knew about it. He definitely obtained an immortal opportunity. What was so strange about him becoming a goo immortal now? Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Goo House and Lady White Rabbit's tone, it was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the Righteous Path's defensive goo formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream Path. At this time, it was still a blank slate. Even though many super forces started to research this, there were few results. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, Ying Wuxie's Lead Soul into Dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Lead Soul into Dream shone brilliantly in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. It made Celestial Court's Goo Immortals suffer losses many times. And Fang Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him. He gained a lot. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals, even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 Goo Immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd Supreme Elder. This information could not be hidden. It was widely spread in southern borders Goo Immortal world. Fang Yuan could easily find out about it. The Righteous Path has suffered. They know about the power of the dream realm. They cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier. They can attack the forces outside the Righteous Path. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the Righteous Path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's Mortal Goo House are southern borders Righteous Path Goo Immortals. There is definitely more than one. There are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fang Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the Righteous Path defensive goo formation and personally interact with the dream realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fang Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the super dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times. What could Fang Yuan gain by interacting with the dream realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high. But the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Countless Goo Immortals were attracted to it. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals had already tasted the bitterness. When the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fang Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other Righteous Path Goo Immortals, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped inside the goo formation, like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a Righteous Path Goo Immortal, then use familiar face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fang Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, in Righteous Path forces, Goo Immortals either had Life Tablet Goo, Soul Lantern Goo, or Blood Rope Goo. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Goo Immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these Life Tablet Goo, Soul Lantern Goo, and blood rope Gu, they could easily deduce the Gu immortals' location. Once Feng Yuan killed these Gu immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Feng Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these Gu worms. Feng Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Ing Wuxia had used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out about Feng Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Feng Yuan used Familiar Face at all times, because of the details of his life or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Feng Yuan thought about it but could not think of a good method. Even if Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Gu formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Gu formation, there were many rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him. Feng Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Feng Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it and returned to the mortal Gu house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called out to Feng Yuan. "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man. I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth. I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in southern borders Gu immortal world." Feng Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Feng Yuan did not ask for much. These last days, she had been managing this business. She had interacted with all sorts of Gu immortals. She knew a lot about the current Gu immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path Mortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Gu Formation. "We meet again, Fairy Miao Yin. Do you remember me?" Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal led the female Gu Immortal into the Gu formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Miao Yin was a demonic path Gu Immortal, she was beautiful. She inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern borders Gu Immortal world. The scene of the two entering the Gu formation was seen by the 2 Righteous Path Gu Immortals at the center of the Gu formation. These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously, they only came once every 7 days, but now they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Gu Immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Gu Immortals are slightly better. They brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal has no qualms. He has a huge appetite. This Miao Yin is a demonic path Gu Immortal. Back then, she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources, and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Gu Immortals. Gu Immortal Ba Quanfeng said angrily. Beside him, there was another Ba clan Gu Immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall. He had a simple appearance. His beard and hair were connected together. His dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body. His shoulders were broad. His exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. There was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old. His cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in southern borders Gu Immortal world. Old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly. "Don't be impatient, little Feng Heir. Xiao Clan is weak, at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu Clan. Xiao Clan and Wu Clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years." When Ba Quanfeng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, "The Qiao family is a righteous faction. For the past thousands of years, they have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time, they actually allied with 7 clans. using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This super goo formation was created with the help of our 13 clans and immortal goo. Bada laughed. Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together? Ba Quanfeng's thoughts were exposed. He blushed. Hee, Little Feng Heir's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord. Bada shook his head. Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method we can gain benefits. It is also good. However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this. Why is that? Ba Quanfeng asked anxiously. There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear. In the future, our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng Heir, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure. Ba sighed deeply. But Wu clan is so domineering. They have 2 rank 8 goo immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1. By then if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them. Ba Quanfeng said hatefully. Wu clan cannot stop them, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 goo immortal left, can Wu clan still be the number 1 righteous path force? Bada smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quanfeng stared with wide eyes. So the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false? Impossible. Wu clan is so powerful. How can they not have lifespan goo? Chapter 1548. Feng Yuan. Where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal goo on 3 Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal? A huge fortuitous encounter. What a huge fortuitous encounter. Sigh, why did I not encounter him? The goo masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Feng Yuan's true fame was only spread among goo immortals. There was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruanen clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She and Feng Yuan had a simple relationship. It was deep hatred. The conflict between Feng Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed. Instead, it was like a wine, becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruanen found herself helpless. Feng Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruanen did not know the difference between mortal and immortal, so be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mianshin. She had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only immortal. There was no hope of taking revenge on a goo immortal. Right now, Tai Ruanen's only hope was on Tai Mianshin. She wanted to personally see Tai clan's goo immortal Tai Mianshin kill Feng Yuan, to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruanen's subordinates and family. Feng Yuan looked at the 3 immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. I am here to take back what I lost. The few of you want to stop me? Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Feng Yuan had only said 1 sentence. He did not use any methods. But these 2 felt that Feng Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Feng Yuan was famous in the world. His demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him. And the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time, but they still hadn't caught Feng Yuan. These goo immortals were only rank 6. It was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Feng Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruanen was infuriated. Demon after ascending. Even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it. Damn the demon. Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruanan looked at Tai Mianshen with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai Clan Gu immortal expert could support heaven and earth. He could pluck the stars and moon from the sky. He would definitely be able to get rid of Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mianshen's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruanan stared with wide-opened eyes. Tai Mianshen sighed. "Oh Feng Yuan, you roam the 5 regions. Your name is unparalleled in the world. I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight. This is my resolve as a Tai Clan Gu immortal. But there is one thing, we are both immortals, we do not need to bother with mortals." There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. "Let us fight, even if I die, I will have no regrets." What do you mean? Lord Tai Mianshen is admitting that he is not Feng Yuan's match? How is this possible? Tai Ruanan was tongue-tied. Her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mianshen himself, her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go. Why would I let them go? Feng Yuan snickered. Killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruanan's anger was not worth his time. The anger of an ant was not anger. Yi Fan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny. Even though he was the master and subordinate of luck, since Feng Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Feng Yuan. After all, every time Feng Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck, Yi Fan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside Yi Fan? Feng Yuan was curious, he wanted to find out. As for Shang Xinci, Feng Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Shang Xinci earlier. He wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shang Clan City. But now, Feng Yuan was shocked to find that Shang Xinci's luck was very shocking. Feng Yuan had luck inspection methods. Shang Xinci was only a mortal Gu master. Her luck was naturally seen by Feng Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck. It was pure white. The luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers. The surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon. Even Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Shang Xinci is not an ordinary person. She will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange. Why is it that in my 500 years of memories, Shang Xinci is only immortal? Don't tell me, spring autumn cicada hid providence, after my rebirth, my memories were tampered with? Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things. Shang Xinci was also affected? But why did it have to be Shang Xinci? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Feng Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry. It almost pierced his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal weakened to its limit. Its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Feng Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods. It did not leak out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is indeed being controlled. Not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack, he did not panic. Immortal killer move. Reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It flickered and arrived in front of Feng Yuan. Its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan did not dodge. He took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body. They slashed at his body. Shang Xinci cried out in shock. The immortals' hearts were pounding. They looked forward to the results of the battle. Feng Yuan was sent flying by this huge force. He was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its claws were completely reflected. It felt immense pain. Even though its bones were not broken, it was not far from it. We will attack, if not now, when? Tai Mianshan called out as he charged at Feng Yuan. He was extremely courageous. Using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter-tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms. Endless black chi surged like a tide. It roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Feng Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Feng Yuan. It is trying to devour its master. We can use its battle strength to attack Feng Yuan together. That way, we can persevere. Feng Yuan does not even want to let mortals go. He is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path. He has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die. We might not be able to escape either. We might as well fight to the death. We might have a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qingqing had the same thought. They attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. He did not dodge. He allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from. They flew towards Tai Mianshan, Shang Qingqing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qingqing and Ho Yao were in a sorry state. They quickly dodged. But that Tai Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He shouted, "Good timing!" With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him, and he regained control of it. "Feng Yuan, take this!" Tai Mianshan shouted as his goo worm aura burst out. Black chi surged again. This was a mortal killer move, floating iron sand. It had both offense and defense. When used with Iron Mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshan could control it again. Moreover, floating iron sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Tai Mianshan was a rank 7 expert. Even though any killer move that attacked Feng Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Feng Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Tai Mianshan again. Its power doubled. His eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 regions' super forces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, they were the signature inheritances of super forces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the super forces kept a tight watch on them. Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance. They only obtained some information. The core immortal goo inside was called justice. Thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice. They had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Feng Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions' chaotic war in his previous life, Tai Mianshan, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Feng Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Feng Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, forming the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi surged. Their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mianshan was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mianshan breathed in deeply. Using all his strength to activate his method, black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mianshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mianshan. Tai Ruanan saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison. The scale was so huge that it filled the entire world. The might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear. Their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, A tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mianshan. He was extremely weak, and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power. Tai Mianshan's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move Floating Gaza Steel to counter Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method, that was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation and Myriad Self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fang Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mianshan might be able to resist this move, but now he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mianshan was inferior to Fang Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth. Thus, Fang Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mianshan completely. Tai Mianshan could only retreat. He continued to retreat. He was extremely fast. The killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move. He could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mianshan. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously. My rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense. It will be difficult to kill Tai Mianshan now. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshan was a metal pathgu immortal. Fang Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tai Mianshan was one of the important people in southern border who resisted Celestial Court. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not move. He looked around. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon. There was no way out. Their lives were at stake. They were in extreme danger. Rank 6 Gu immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long. They were already amazing. After all, they were elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bam bam. 2 sounds could be heard. Shang Qingqing and Hou Yao resisted for a few more breaths of time, before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. How could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fang Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fang Yuan, kill us if you have guts. Scoundrel, you angered us. Hou clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan, you are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later you will regret it. The 2 Gu immortals' souls roared. Suppress. Fang Yuan willed. These 2 souls could not make a sound. They could not move. They were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could easily kill rank 6 Gu immortals, but just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle actually resisted the Myriad Dragon killer move, and charged towards Fang Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. The Myriad Dragon charged and coiled around its body, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle did not care. It was extremely valiant. Fang Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity. It had completely lost its ability to think. He immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method. Otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fang Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fang Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle was at an absolute disadvantage. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds. He only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom. The eagle's wings slammed onto Fang Yuan's back, but Fang Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yifan and the rest. On the other hand, The upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken, and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme heavenly eagle perched on Yi Fan's shoulder. Fang Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yi Fan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yi Fan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fang Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yi Fan, Tai Ruanan and the rest watched as Fang Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened. They could not move. "Oh no!" Yi Fan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fang Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. "Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice." Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth. She was filled with anger and hatred. Brother Heitu. Shang Xinci was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. "You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus, even if I die in your hands, I am willing." But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fang Yuan and the mortal Gu masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. Immortal battlefield killer move. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fang Yuan, protecting the mortal Gu masters behind him. "Master!" Seeing this person, Yi Fan immediately shouted in excitement. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Cold light was emitted from his eyes. This is truly a misfortune for all living beings. Thinking of this, Lu Weiyin called out loudly. "Friends Gu masters, as the saying goes, when people help themselves, heaven helps them. Right now your lives are in danger, you can only help each other and resist this demon together. Only then will you have a chance of survival. In this battlefield killer move of mine, if you do not have the determination to resist this demon, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you. As for my next move, I'll need all of you to work together." "Master, what do you want us to do? Just tell us." Yi Fan replied loudly. He was very enthusiastic. Lu Weiyin turned around and smiled at him. "As long as you are determined and have the will to fight this demon, it will be enough." "I understand." Yi Fan nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan angrily. Battle intent rose from his heart, rising up like smoke from a chimney. That upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan hatched it, anyone who took away its freedom, even if they were its parents, was hateful. "In that case, let's cooperate." Tai Mianshan made up his mind. Even though Lu Weiyin appeared very mysteriously currently, he should be Fang Yuan's enemy. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tai Mianshan also responded to Lu Weiyin's call. At the other side, Yi Clan's 2 Gu immortals discussed quickly. They were also filled with battle intent towards Fang Yuan. As for those mortal Gu masters, even though it was challenging their courage to fight against a Gu immortal, because Lu Weiyin was blocking the way, and because Fang Yuan was too ferocious and wanted to kill them earlier, his malicious intent was clear. They were all filled with fighting spirit. Only Shang Xinci shook her head. She had a sad expression. Fang Yuan was her benefactor. How could she attack Fang Yuan? Clan leader. Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. That Fang Yuan clearly has wild ambitions. He is a demon. If you keep being kind and merciful, he will not understand. Even Wei De Xian, who was beside Shang Xinci, persuaded. "Please don't say any more. I will not become enemies with Brother Heitu, even if he kills me." Shang Xinci shook her head. She had a firm attitude. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were dissatisfied with Shang Xinc's attitude, but because of Shang Xinc's status and the current situation, they could not say anything. Lu Weiyin saw that everyone's intentions were clear. He smiled even brighter. Good, he said plainly, looking at Feng Yuan. Please evaluate my Earth support wall. What do you think of it? Immortal killer move, Earth support wall. Waves of battle intent and determination surged out from everyone's bodies and rapidly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The immortal battlefield rumbled again. He still had injuries on his body. They came from Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder and the legendary immemorial Soul Beast Qing Chou. His injuries were filled with Strength Path and Soul Path Dao marks. They were extremely thick. Even though Chun Yi had outstanding healing methods, these injuries could not be healed in a short time. Compared to his injuries, the depression in his heart was even heavier. This time I actually failed. Not only did I not take back Divine Bean Palace, I even lost miserably. I did not even get rid of Qing Chou. Sigh. I was too greedy, others took advantage of me. It is my fault. It is all my fault. Chun Yi blamed himself. Part of it was because he would not be able to answer to Fairy Myrtle when he returned, but more of it was because as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, he did not take back the Immortal Ancestors item. He felt extremely ashamed. After returning, I will resign from my position as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. After that, I will go to Western Desert to take back Divine Bean Palace. Chun Yi made up his mind. He needed to take revenge, otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. He had been flying for many days. Central Continent was already in sight. But at this time, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. Lord Chun Yi, please wait. We have been waiting for you for a long time. These 3 rank 7 Gu immortals came together. Chun Yi took a look. They were familiar people. They were the Supreme Elders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. You are. Chun Yi was puzzled. One of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals gave Chun Yi an information path Mortal Gu. Chun Yi used his consciousness to take a look. This was a letter that Fairy Myrtle left for him. In the letter, Fairy Myrtle asked Chun Yi to make up for his mistake by heading to immemorial White Heaven above Northern Plains to receive him. Lord Fairy Myrtle is indeed a wisdom path great expert. Chun Yi's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at the letter. He nodded as he sighed. Lord Chun Yi, please tell us. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. They had only received the mission to hand this information path Mortal Gu to Chun Yi. They did not know anything about his future plans. It was this immortal killer move that transported Feng Jioge, Feng Yinhua, and the rest of the Central Continent 10 great sects Gu immortals from Central Continent to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. However, the moment they arrived, Liang Liang's remnant will, which was helping Feng Jioge activate this move, reached its limit and dissipated. The final trace of a legendary Gu immortal in this world vanished. But it allowed the Heavenly Court's plan to come true. Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge muttered as he flew into the air, using an immortal killer move to inspect his surroundings. He saw that the surrounding tens of thousands of li was empty and flat. There were swamps and wetlands everywhere, and some scattered vegetation could be seen clearly. But Feng Jioge saw even more. He observed down to the smallest detail, and found many traces of hairy men living in this area. Feng Jioge could not help but praise Fairy Myrtle in his mind. Amazing! Ever since Feng Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Thus, even Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan intentionally changed the appearance of the mountain to prevent people from using fixed immortal travel to teleport here. But Fairy Myrtle used some crucial clues to deduce the terrain of other parts of Langya Blessed Land. Because of this, there was the immortal killer move 7 directions immortal door, and Feng Jioge's group was able to attack this place. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Feng Yuan had already matured. he could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. After that, Feng Yuan hardened his heart and focused on developing. He rested and reorganized. This made Celestial Court, who had been chasing after him, unable to do anything. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was an existence that could destroy Fate Gu. He was a huge threat to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had always placed Feng Yuan in her heart, thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan could not find him, so Fairy Myrtle placed her attention on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land, the #1 blessed land in the world, had helped Feng Yuan too much. Initially, when Land Spirit of Langya was still the white-haired Land Spirit, it helped Feng Yuan refine Second Aperture Immortal Gu, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Gruel Mud Immortal Gu played an extremely crucial role in Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court, Feng Yuan turned into an immortal zombie. He was in dire straits and had many things to do. The initial stage was the most difficult. But Feng Yuan relied on Langya Blessed Land to help Land Spirit of Langya deduce Immortal Gu recipes and so on. He quickly and smoothly got out of the awkward situation of starting his career. Later, in order to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist Crane Gate's invasion, Feng Yuan Land Spirit of Langya lent Feng Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu and 8 Desolate Beasts. Chapter 1553. Invaders of Langya Die. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Together with the hairy man Gu immortals around him, they used Heavenly Giant Solar to attack. Retreat. Seeing that the Silver Giant was charging at them, Central Continent's Gu immortals moved like lightning, retreating in all directions. Even Feng Jioge was retreating. However, he was the slowest to retreat. It was not because he was slower than the other Gu immortals, but because he was staying behind. Undeniably, Feng Jioge had the highest battle strength among Central Continent's Gu immortals. He was also the leader of this expedition. The success or failure of this trip was mostly due to him. He needed to maintain the overall situation. This is Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jioge. Land Spirit of Langya's leader, Heavenly Giant Solar, saw Feng Jioge. His pupils shrunk. He had a solemn expression. This person was not friendly. Land Spirit of Langya felt immense pressure. Because Feng Jioge's appearance meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and also that Celestial Court was Langya Blessed Land's enemy. Celestial Court. In the long history of humanity, it was the #1 force in history. It was also the #1 grotto heaven in the world. Against such an opponent, how could Land Spirit of Langya not feel nervous and pressured? Little 5. Land Spirit of Langya called out. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair quickly nodded. Watch me. Saying so, he activated an Immortal Killer move. The killer move immediately took effect. Heavenly Giant Solar Silver Giant opened its mouth, shooting out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light was very powerful. It arrived in front of Feng Jioge in the blink of an eye. Such speed. Feng Jioge was slightly stunned. The white light shone on his face, but soon, his lips curled up. Swoosh. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The grand pillar of light pierced through his location and shot far away, creating ripples in the air along the way. Feng Jioge appeared again, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and arrived in front of the Silver Giant's forehead. He is above us. Among the Silver Giants, the hairy man Gu Immortal in charge of scouting shouted. The hairy man Gu Immortals panicked. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. His sleeves fluttered as a majestic aura burst out from his body. Immortal Killer Move 3 Extreme Sound. Feng Kim Hong punched from afar, and the sound of war drums rang out. Another palm strike rang out, producing the melodious sound of a copper bell. Then he pointed with his finger, producing a sharp whistle. These were the unique skills of the 3 notes, namely drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Previously, Feng Jioge only chose to practice the first 2 to make up for his shortcomings. But since Feng Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jioge returned to Zhongzhou state, reflected on his shortcomings, and worked hard to practice the last one, sentry. This way, when the 3 methods were used together, they could form the consecutive move, 3 Extreme Sound. fist, palm, finger, fist, palm, finger. According to this sequence, Feng Jioge continued to attack. The immortal essence expenditure of each attack was greatly reduced, and the power of the attacks was even increasing. Even though the increase in power was not large, Feng Jioge's attacks were extremely fast. His fists, palms, and fingers were like a wheel. He had already attacked 100 times in a short period of time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, the power of 3 extreme sound could not be underestimated. Sound waves landed on the silver giant's body, causing the silver giant to stagger. The hairy Mangu immortals were feeling dizzy. The silver giant waved its arms, creating winds and clouds. It wanted to knock down Feng Jioge, who was in the air. But Feng Jioge's flying methods were extremely powerful. He moved around in the air with extraordinary agility. Even though the giant's arms were shockingly thick, and its movements were ferocious, it could not do anything to Feng Jioge. It seems that I need to use immortal methods to restrain this person. Land spirit of Langya's gaze became more solemn. It suddenly shouted, "Third hair, fourth hair." The 2 hairy Mangu immortals responded in unison, activating their immortal killer moves. Third hair's killer move caused a layer of dark green wooden armor to appear on the silver giant's body. Feng Jioge's 3 extreme sound landed on it, but the sound waves were actually absorbed by the wooden armor. Fourth hair's killer move caused countless golden spiraling chi currents to shoot out from the top of the silver giant's head. These chi currents were densely packed. They surrounded and attacked Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's situation immediately turned for the worse. His attacks were no longer effective. No matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents around him kept increasing. He could not get rid of them. Not far away, Central Continent Gu immortal Fang Yinhua saw this and had a thought. According to the information, if we take down this silver giant, the battle will be decided. Feng Jioge is in trouble. I can help him. Thinking of this, Fang Yunhua was about to use his killer move when he heard his companion's warning. "Brother Fang, dodge." "What?" At the next moment, Fang Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth again, shooting out a grand pillar of light. This beam of light was aimed directly at Fang Yunhua. Fang Yunhua hurriedly activated her defensive means. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Fang Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jioge or Fang Yuan. His defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But 3 breaths of time was enough. Fang Yunhua used this chance to turn into a white cloud of light, scattering and gathering in the sky, returning to his original body. Blood leaked out of Fang Yunhua's mouth. His expression was pale. There was shock in his eyes. "Earlier, I was distracted and wanted to prepare a killer move. I exposed a flaw. The enemy could sense it immediately. What investigative method is this?" Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous land spirit of Langya had no interest in anything other than Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Back then, Fang Yuan exchanged true inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. On one hand, it was for the transaction. On the other hand, it was to help Langya sect increase their battle strength. Langya sect had immortal Gu, but they lacked good killer moves in battle. Now Fang Yuan's actions were finally effective. Feng Jioge's heart sank. Let's crush these weaklings first. Let's see who in this world dares to invade our hairy man habitat. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation. It had been tested for a long time. It was the peak of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength to begin with, but the hairy man Gu immortal's battle attainment was too low. Even the white-haired land spirit was the same. That was why they performed poorly against Shadow Sect's attacks. The rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect. They could leave easily. But it was different now. With the black-haired land spirit's reforms and the establishment of Langya's sect, after a period of Fang Yuan's personal guidance, the hairy man Gu immortal's battle attainment was much higher than before. It was much higher now. This way, The ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar that was formed could truly display rank 8 battle strength. The black-haired land spirit often stopped the hairy Mangu immortals from practicing this ancient battle formation. It caused Central Continent's rank 7 Gu immortals to lose their lives here. Southern border, Fetus Earth Maze. Scenes of the mortal world continued to play out. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Feng Yuan sighed. He wore a simple robe as he walked in a courtyard surrounded by mud walls. There was a well in the courtyard. Most of the bricks in the well were gone. There was also a fruit tree that had no leaves at all. It was withered and thin. This is my home. Feng Yuan looked around as he sighed. He looked at the old woman's sleeping room. It was even more dilapidated than his own room. There were many holes in the paper windows. Seeing this, Feng Yuan felt ashamed in his heart. Thinking of Xiaonyang, Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of love. Undeniably, these were the two most important women in his life. After recuperating for several months, his injuries were almost completely healed. He could get off his bed and walk around. Right now, he was thinking about many things. The moonlight was like frost. It shone on his tightly furrowed brows. Lying on his bed for the past few days, he had been thinking about his situation. Xiaonyang treats me so sincerely. I must marry her. I will not let her down. Mother likes Xiaonyang very much, but due to the situation, I had to give her up. There are two obstacles for me to marry Xiaonyang. The first is Shu clan. They have a huge business and many people. The second is Xiaonyang's parents. They are both Gu masters. They look down on a mortal like me. In the end, it is because my aptitude is not good enough. I cannot become a Gu master. If I can become a Gu master and cultivate to rank 3, Xiaonyang's parents might be able to accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. This was a dead end. There was no way out. Even though there were rumors of Gu that could change aptitude, who would pay a huge price to help a poor lad like Feng Yuan for no reason. Even though Xiaonyang had Gu master aptitude, she was only C grade. Her potential was low. If she had a bright future, she would become a rank 3 Gu master. She would be able to decide her own happiness. She would not be helpless like now. What should I do? Feng Yuan looked at the moon and sighed. He was extremely troubled. But at this moment, he heard the sound of a zither. Where is this zither sound coming from? Feng Yuan listened carefully. He heard that this was not just zither music. There were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened carefully, trying to find the source of the music as he walked towards the well. Strange, this music is coming from my well. Why is this? Feng Yuan leaned against the well and looked inside. He saw that the moonlight was shining into the well. It was very clear. Feng Yuan saw that on the wall of the well, there was a place where dozens of bricks formed the shape of a door. It was shining with a white jade-like luster. It was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued. He tied the hemp rope on the bucket to a nearby fruit tree, then climbed down along the hemp rope. At the middle part, his legs were on the rope as he stretched out his hand towards the white jade-like bricks, trying to push. His strength was small, but the moment he touched the jade brick, it turned into nothingness, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, sucking Feng Yuan, who was caught off guard in the next moment. The night passed. Feng Yuan got up, his eyes shining. His spirit was completely different from before, a world of difference. As it turned out, there was an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal in this well. It was called Virtue True Inheritance. Because it had existed for too long, it was already damaged. Feng Yuan inherited this damaged true inheritance. He opened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 Gu master. He also obtained the acknowledgement of several mortal Gu. His strength rose sharply. His life was completely different now. Heaven took pity on me, giving me such a peerless, fortuitous encounter. Now there is a huge chance for me to marry Xiaonyang. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He was overflowing with joy. But he endured it. He knew that he could not expose himself now. This fortuitous encounter was too important. If he exposed it, he would get himself killed. I need to cultivate hard and accumulate my strength secretly. Only when I have enough strength to protect myself can I expose my identity. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Feng Yuan made up his mind. He frowned slightly. But this true inheritance has a special requirement. It requires the inheritor to maintain justice in his heart, to be a person of virtue. Moreover, the more virtuous one is, the easier it will be to cultivate. Virtue? Fang Yuan hesitated. He felt some disdain towards this term, but now that he obtained this true inheritance, this disdain dissipated. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated hard, secretly accumulating his strength. The old woman persuaded him not to get close to Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. He had his own plans. Xiaonyang came to find him to relieve her pain of longing. Fang Yuan advised her gently. He told her to endure it. He had a way. What made Fang Yuan extremely happy was that Xiaonyang believed his words without reservation. During the cultivation, the old woman suddenly fell ill. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being stabbed, but ordinary herbs had no effect. Fang Yuan was burning with anxiety. He found a gu master to treat her, but that rank 2 gu master did not want his meager fees. He did not want to do it in winter. Fang Yuan heard that this gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li and arrived at a lake in the mountains. Fang Yuan started a fire and melted the ice. He dived into the water and caught some fish, giving them to the gu master. The gu master was very touched by Fang Yuan's filial piety. He finally treated the old woman. The old woman recovered. Fang Yuan was very happy about this. She questioned Fang Yuan. Why did he cover his face and flee when she confessed? She said that this was the first time she confessed to someone she liked, but she was treated like this. She was not resigned to this. She had to get to the bottom of it. Fang Yuan could not tell her the truth. He could only bring her to his parents' tombs, saying, "This is the tomb of the person I once loved." Little Shang's face turned pale. She apologized to Fang Yuan and asked, "Why are there no words on this tombstone?" Of course there were no words. How could Fang Yuan leave behind such a loophole and expose his true identity? Thus he sighed. Because I did not know her name from start to end. Next he narrated a sad and beautiful love story. Little Shang's face was covered in tears as she listened. She was deeply immersed in the story. She was filled with sympathy and love for Fang Yuan. She decided to accompany Fang Yuan and live with him, to help Fang Yuan walk out of the shadow of his life. Her reason was very strong. What's wrong with helping the person I love? Although Fang Yuan loved Xiaoshang, he was not willing to be with her. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that after he succeeded in his revenge, he would cause even more harm to Xiaoshang. He was also afraid that if he and Xiaoshang were together, his will to take revenge would fade away. On the night that Xiaoshang stayed, Fang Yuan met the demon, his lifelong enemy. The demon used his methods to make Xiaoshang sleep before forcefully summoning him over. Fang Yuan carefully hid himself. The demon did not discover his true identity, although the demon's tone and attitude were strong. What surprised Fang Yuan was that he did not forcefully separate him and Xiaoshang. From the demon's words, Fang Yuan acutely sensed the love of a father who cared for his children, and hoped that they would be happy. "You have rank 8 cultivation. You are barely worthy of my daughter. Treat him well. This kid really likes you." After the demon said this, he left. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the demon's actions had some hidden reasons. Sure enough, little Shang revealed a shocking secret after he probed in a roundabout way. That was, the demon wanted to break through to the 9 revolutions realm, but he himself did not have much confidence in doing so. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon's actions meant that he did not have much confidence in breaking through to rank 9. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be like Fang Yuan, heavily injured. At that time, it would be the best time for Fang Yuan to take revenge. At once, the will to take revenge took the upper hand. The unprecedented hope made Fang Yuan calm and rational. he decided not to chase Xiaoshang away. He wanted to use her to get close to the demon. The demon failed to break through to rank 9 indeed. He hid in a valley to recuperate. Before Feng Yuan could find out his location, the news was leaked by the demon's most trusted subordinate. The demon had always been domineering and strict towards his subordinates. It was normal for his subordinate to betray him. Most Gu immortals did not truly submit to the demon. After getting this news, the 5 regions rose up. A large number of Gu immortals worked together and surrounded the valley. The demon was in danger. Xiaoshang was worried about her father and wanted to go help him. Feng Yuan took the chance to go with her. Xiaoshang was extremely moved. Feng Yuan thus got close to the demon. A huge battle started. The demon was unstoppable and killed many Gu immortals, but he also exposed his weak nature. The Gu immortals saw hope and fought to the death. Feng Yuan schemed and framed the demon, leaking precious information, and causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. In the final battle, both sides fought until they ran out of resources. Under a coincidence, Feng Yuan obtained the control of the immortal formation that defeated the enemy. The immortal formation only had the power for one final attack left, but it was enough to decide the battle. The Gu immortals shouted at Feng Yuan, "Quickly kill this demon, uphold justice and restore order to the world." Little Shang was in a desperate situation. Feng Yuan was her only hope of survival. The demon said to Feng Yuan, "Quickly kill these Gu immortals. I will make you the second strongest person in the world. You will enjoy endless wealth. My daughter will accompany you for the rest of your life." Feng Yuan hesitated and struggled. In his mind, his parents appeared. They were also roaring angrily, "Kill him! Kill this demon! Avenge our clan!" Countless gazes gathered on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan controlled the immortal formation. Wherever he attacked, that side would be destroyed and the other side would win. If he attacked the righteous path Gu immortals, the demon would win. This was not what Feng Yuan wanted to see. But if he did not do this, Little Shang would die. Maybe he should save Little Shang first. There would be a chance to kill the demon in the future. After this, Feng Yuan would gain the demon's trust. But this was not safe. Feng Yuan did not have confidence in killing the demon alone. The demon was truly too strong. As long as he could catch his breath, he would become even more vigilant and stronger than before. Feng Yuan's hope of revenge would become very slim. If he attacked the demon, this would be the safest. Feng Yuan would be able to kill him. He would be able to resolve the blood feud that he had been carrying for his entire life. But this way, Little Shang would die. This was not what Feng Yuan wanted to see. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Love and hate were entangled in his heart. The conflict and pain was unprecedented. And time was pressing. He needed to make a final decision. No matter what, this decision would determine the future of the world. It would greatly influence the rest of his life. Should he attack this final attack or not? If he attacked, where would he attack? All the Gu immortals who had doubts looked at Feng Yuan. Many of them shouted loudly, urging Feng Yuan to make this crucial decision. Under everyone's gazes, the hesitation and struggle on Feng Yuan's face disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Next, he started to laugh. As he laughed, he let out a long breath. His entire body relaxed. "What are you laughing at? Quickly make a decision." The demon shouted angrily, urging him. "I am laughing at myself. I am also laughing at all of you." Feng Yuan looked at him with a calm gaze, then looked at the surroundings, his eyebrows drooping. "Love fighting and killing. Don't you find these trivial matters boring?" Chapter 1557. Boom. With a loud sound, another city on Blackhair continent collapsed. Countless hairy men died instantly. Feng Jioga, you deserve death. Land spirit of Langia let out a furious roar. His voice was filled with deep sorrow. Feng Jioga smiled coldly as he flew away again. The silver giant was driven by land spirit of Langia as it chased after him. Before leaving, it scattered bright light. Inside the ruins of those cities, the injured hairy men who were not dead quickly recovered from the bright light. Their lives were saved. But this was useless in the battle. The silver giant had rank 8 battle strength, but so did Feng Jioga. Neither could stop the other. Unless there was a huge difference in their battle strength. Feng Yuan still hasn't responded? Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. The hairy Mangu immortals in charge of contacting him shook their heads. Damn it! Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as he went into a frenzy. At the crucial moment, he can't use it anymore. Is he trying to run away? No, that's not right. He is not someone who lacks courage. As long as he works with me, these Central Continent Gu immortals will all die. That means, I'm afraid Feng Yuan has also been attacked by the Celestial Court. Land Spirit of Langya might be furious, but he was still rational. First Supreme Elder, what do? We can't chase after that Feng Jiuge like this. Sixth Hair asked. The hairy Mangu immortals were not Land Spirit of Langya. Even though they were born and raised here, after becoming immortals, their views changed. They were separated into mortals and immortals. If these ordinary hairy men died, they would just need to spend more time nurturing them. But if these Central Continent Gu immortals were allowed to set up the formation freely, the whole of Langya Blessed Land would be in trouble. These hairy Mangu immortals also wanted to persuade the Land Spirit of Langya, but they lacked the courage. Only Sixth Hair had a special status. He was a split soul of spectral soul. At this crucial moment, he knew he had to stand up. Out of the other hairy Mangu immortals' expectations, the Land Spirit of Langya did not become more irritable or furious after hearing Sixth Hair's suggestion. Instead, he laughed savagely. Don't worry. How could I forget about those Central Continent Gu immortals? Even without Feng Yuan, we still have other reinforcements, ha ha ha. This Feng Jiuge thought that he had succeeded, but in fact, it was just a last-ditch struggle. These people all had to die. All of you must die. Could it be? Hearing this, Sixth Hair's eyes lit up. The other hairy Mangu immortals also reacted. That's right, we're not alone. Not bad, not bad. Our Langya sect has joined the Four Races Alliance. Central Continent's Gu immortals have reinforcements, but so do we. Back then, when Feng Yuan created the Four Races Alliance, he had already considered this situation. Feng Yuan was well aware of the importance of Langya Blessed Land. The alliance he created was to provide a strong guarantee for Langya Blessed Land's safety. The Land Spirit of Langya and the hairy Mangu immortals were led by the nose by Feng Jiuge. Langya sect's forces were all concentrated on the Silver Giant. Central Continent's Gu immortals thought that they were safe, but in fact, Langya sect still had a lot of forces that could be mobilized. In fact, the reinforcements of the Inkmen, Rockmen, and Snowmen had already arrived, but they had yet to show themselves. Is it finally time for us to make a move? Rank 7 Rule Path Rockman Gu Immortal Shixiong received the message from the Land Spirit of Langya and muttered. Let's go. What are we waiting for? The Rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal Bingfeng could not hold back anymore. It is a pity that I cannot participate in this battle. Another Rank 7 Close Combat Snowman Gu Immortal, Bing Zhua, said regretfully. With such a formation, why would we need to make a move? The Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman City laughed heartily. Other than the 4 Rank 7s, there were also many Rank 6 Gu Immortals. Langya sect was attacked. According to the agreement of the Four Races Alliance, the other 3 races had to help each other and resist the enemy together. If they violated the agreement, the punishment would be severe. When Feng Yuan made the agreement, he emphasized on the speed of reinforcements. He did not let go of any details. But these 3 races were not forced to help. They were willing. These variant humans did not have a good impression of humans. Their only worry was that their own Gu immortals would die in battle. But Langya Blessed Land's hidden immortal formation perfectly resolved this worry of theirs. Ever since the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect, and the core Immortal Gu were taken away, Langya Blessed Land could only barely defend itself with a damaged Refinement Cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. Feng Yuan was a wise man. He had noticed this long ago. A long time ago, he, who had Formation Path attainment level, exchanged inheritances with the Land Spirit of Langya. There were a large number of immortal formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron and defend the Blessed Land. Langya sect did not lack immortal Gu. Feng Yuan modified the immortal formations and secretly set up a super goo formation that was hidden in the whole of Langya Blessed Land. During normal times, it would be hidden, and only when a strong enemy came, the goo immortals would activate it and unleash a vast power. This was naturally done intentionally by Feng Yuan. He had thought about it deeply, considering the individual battle strength of the hairy man goo immortals, and also the mentality of the goo immortals who came to help. Setting up an immortal formation was the best choice. And there was another point: after the immortal formation was set up, it could not be moved. Langya Blessed Land might be strong now, but if something happened in the future, and they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, Feng Yuan had even left some hidden doors in this immortal formation. After these variant human goo immortal reinforcements arrived, they were arranged into the immortal formation by the land spirit of Langya. They spent some time familiarizing themselves with the immortal formation, but now, they worked together and injected immortal essence, activating this super formation. What's going on? There is actually a super goo formation hidden here. Impossible. How can Langya still have people? The immortal formation activated with immense power. It was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the central continent goo immortals had just set up immediately crumbled. Many of them were heavily injured. Bing Zhuo and the rest used this chance to kill without mercy. The immortal formation emitted a formless force that was like a giant grinder. Under the pressure, 2 central continent goo immortals lost their lives. Feng Jioga's expression changed. Land spirit of Langya, I actually fell for your trap. The cruel truth was like a slap that ruthlessly slapped Feng Jiuji's face. This legendary figure of the current era also showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Jioga could not continue with his previous tactic. He quickly returned and tried to save the remaining central continent goo immortals. But the silver giant was holding him back. There was still a super goo formation in the blessed land that was affecting him. Feng Jioga used all his strength, but he could only watch as the final central continent goo immortal died. The information was wrong. Langya Blessed Land actually had such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Jioga's expression was grim as he faced the combined attacks of the silver giant and the super goo formation. Immortal killer move Green Jade Song. In this situation, only Feng Jioga was left. He finally used all his strength and unleashed his trump card. Green Jade Song's voice was crisp and clear. It was like pearls of various sizes landing on a jade plate. As the song spread, the silver giant's body was covered in a layer of green. Its surface turned into a thick layer of jade. The song resounded. Everywhere it went. White clouds turned into jade. Yellow soil turned into jade. Even flowing water turned into jade. Everything turned into jade. The surrounding 100 li turned into a world of jade in the blink of an eye. Even the silver giant was frozen, turning into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. From the jade statue, the land spirit of Langya's voice could be heard. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade statue. They spread all over its body before collapsing. The silver giant broke free and charged at Feng Jioga again. Feng Jioga was not surprised. This green jade song had the power of rank 8, but against the silver giant, it could only obstruct it temporarily. But he had already gained enough time to use the second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It could affect people's hearts. It was created by Feng Jioga himself. It was inspired by Five-Finger Fist Heartsword. It could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides and become the singer's subordinates. The song quickly spread throughout the whole of Langya Blessed Land. But it was useless. Land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Feng Jioga, did you think we would not make preparations? Feng Yuan had already informed me about your submission song. While we were fighting earlier, we had already stored all of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants into our immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy. You will never be defeated. Celestial Court could probe Langya Blessed Land's information. Langya Blessed Land could naturally gather information as well. Among them, Feng Jioga was someone whom Feng Yuan had instructed the land spirit of Langya to be on guard against. Feng Jioga breathed in deeply. using Immortal Killer Move Heaven and Earth Song. The song was loud and grand. It could move heaven and earth and draw the power of heaven and earth. It could suppress one's will and weaken the enemy's attacks. But this move was even weaker. This was Langya Blessed Land. It was the enemy's headquarters. It had deep enmity towards Feng Jioge. How could it be used by him? Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right as he used his trump card. This song was extraordinary. It was the best method to destroy immortal formations and immortal goo houses. Chapter 1558. Northern Plains. There was a boundless grassland. It was extremely vast. There were no clouds in the clear sky. There seemed to be nothing, but in fact, there were 3 goo immortals floating in the sky. According to Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this is the place closest to Langya Blessed Land. The leading male goo immortal thought to himself, if Northern Plains goo immortals saw this male goo immortal's appearance, they would shout in shock, "Prince's impatience!" Indeed, this person was one of the 5 rank 8 goo immortals in Northern Plains, Prince's impatience. The situation had changed. The number 1 rank 8 goo immortal, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, had disappeared with his wife because of the destruction of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Clan's first supreme elder, Yao Huang, was chosen by Longevity Heaven. He gave up his clan's responsibility and became the new South Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was once a lone immortal, but now he had occupied He tribe's territory and created the super force Bai Zhu tribe. He was part of the righteous path. 5 Elements Grandmaster was still trapped in Longevity Heaven's Immortal Goo House Calamity Luck Altar. Because of the invasion of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, Longevity Heaven appeared. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu became a righteous path Goo Immortal. Old Ancestor Shui Hu disappeared. The whole of Northern Plains became the world of righteous path. It was bright and glorious. Demonic path Goo immortals had to live in fear. Among the 5 rank 8 Goo immortals, only Prince's impatience was still safe and sound. There were no changes to his body. This person had a special identity. On the surface he was a foreign rank 8, Gong tribe's supreme elder, and Gong Wanting's husband. But he had another identity. He was a pawn that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Goo immortal world long ago. He was Central Continent's highest level spy in Northern Plains. Fairy Myrtle had planned for a long time. This time, she sent Feng Jioge and the rest to attack Langya Blessed Land. Other than Chen Yi, she also used the important pawn, Prince's impatience. Lord, the nearest place is one of the 10 great forbidden areas of Northern Plains. Loose Tail Ridge, Langya Blessed Land is likely hidden there. Beside Prince's impatience, a rank 6 female immortal spoke. Prince's impatience had 2 servant girls by his side. And because of Prince's impatience's fame, his name also shook Northern Plains. They were Lu Yao and Swordmaster Yulan. Both of them were Spirit Affinity House Goo immortals. The one who spoke was Lu Yao. She was dressed in yellow. She was extremely beautiful. Swordmaster Yulan stayed behind to guard the base camp, and did not follow the Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience nodded slightly. He had the same guess. His gaze turned and landed on the Goo immortal beside him. Standing on the other side of Prince's impatience was a rank 6 hairy man Goo immortal. This hairy man Goo immortal had a dazed expression. He was motionless like a statue. He was clearly being controlled by Prince's impatience using supreme methods. If the land spirit of Langya or other Langya sect hairy man Goo immortals were here, they would definitely say out his identity when they saw him. Because this hairy man Goo immortal was a member of Langya Blessed Land. Back then, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, the land spirit of Langya helped Feng Yuan move away Hu Immortal Blessed Land's assets. Feng Yuan obtained the sovereign immortal body and wanted to return to Northern Plains, but he was chased. In order to receive Feng Yuan, the land spirit of Langya sent 2 hairy man Goo immortals. But one of these 2 Goo immortals died, while the other went missing mysteriously. He could actually use the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge had 7 songs, Obtain Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to support his cultivation. while Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards. He had used them many times. The final song was Assimilation Wind Song, but he did not use it easily. If this move failed, Feng Jioge would be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely dangerous. Many songs could be turned into clones through the killer move Song Warrior, but Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most unique one. This wind was too powerful. The situation was instantly turned around. The variant human Gu immortals were helpless. They were panicking. Because ordinary killer moves would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation, turning into resources to create the even larger winds of assimilation. Langya Blessed Land is the #1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will be destroyed. Arakman Gu immortal said in despair. Absolutely not. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. He knew that he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. He shouted. It really is the winds of assimilation, Assimilation Wind Song. When Feng Yuan warned me, I did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of me. I have no choice but to believe it. Don't worry, we already have a method to deal with this wind. What? Feng Yuan can even find out such a secret? The other Gu immortals heard this and felt hope ignited in their hearts. At this moment Feng Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role even though he did not appear. He helped Land Spirit of Langya stabilize the morale of his troops. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He knew that this move was extremely vicious. During the 5 regions chaotic world, Feng Jioge used this move to slaughter everyone. No one was not afraid of it. He had already warned Land Spirit of Langya. He had once fought against Feng Jioge. He was extremely wary and vigilant. This move was extremely powerful, but it had a huge flaw. For example, if it was used in the 5 regions, Feng Yuan could avoid it completely. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation were happening in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya had to deal with this wind as soon as possible. Western Desert's rank 8 Gu Immortal, 1000 Transformations Ancestor, got to the bottom of it, and obtained the help of another Time Path rank 8 Great Expert, witnessing the power of the Truth Stability Tree in the River of Time. After returning, he deduced the Transformation Path killer move, Truth Stability Transformation. Using this move, he could restrain the winds of assimilation. At that time, Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he had to lure a rank 8 Gu Immortal to research and deal with it. This showed how powerful Song of Gale was. Feng Yuan remembered this. He made preparations for it. In his previous life, when Feng Jioge attacked Langya Blessed Land, to deal with Feng Jioge's strongest Song of Gale, he used the Light of Wisdom and Transformation Path attainment level to deduce Truth Stability Branch Transformation. This move was only a simplified version of Truth Stability Transformation. But Feng Jioge's Song of Gale was not as grand and complete as it was during the 5 regions chaotic war. Thus, when Land Spirit of Langya activated this move, the Silver Giant turned into a branch of Truth Stability Tree, blocking the winds of assimilation. Go deal with Feng Jioge. Don't let him do as he pleases. After I deal with the winds of assimilation, I will help you kill him. Land Spirit of Langya shouted, commanding the other 3 variant human Gu immortals. The variant human Gu immortals immediately responded, manipulating the super immortal formation to attack Feng Jioge. Land Spirit of Langya was covered in cold sweat. He concentrated on maintaining the killer move to deal with the winds of assimilation. He complained inwardly. Feng Yuan taught me this killer move, but I feel that this killer move is too complicated and did not practice it much. To think that Feng Jioge would really attack me. I will have to face the winds of assimilation so soon. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have practiced this method even harder. Langya's side was not restricted by the winds of assimilation. They struggled to hold on. Countless branches touched the winds of assimilation and were destroyed, but at the same time, new branches grew out. This move could block the winds of assimilation, but the price to use it was huge. It expended a lot of immortal essence and the Gu immortals' mental energy. Soon, many hairy man Gu immortals inside the Silver Giant tree became dispirited. They looked like they were in low spirits. Persevere, persevere. Land spirit of Langya encouraged. Lord, why can't we abandon this blessed land? A hairy Mangu immortal suggested. Land spirit of Langya came from Langya blessed land. He had the ability to give up this blessed land. That way, the winds of assimilation inside would not be able to threaten Langya blessed land. Compared to the whole of Langya blessed land, giving up this piece of land was nothing. It was not even a drop in the ocean. No. Land spirit of Langya rejected. He thought of Feng Yuan's solemn reminder earlier. He explained. Once we do that, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Giving up the blessed land means connecting to the outside world. It is like opening a door at that moment. That way, our Langya blessed land's location will be discovered by the enemy. We cannot do that. This land spirit of Langya is willing to pay a huge price to deal with the winds of assimilation, rather than give up this small piece of blessed land? Feng Jioge had a shocked expression. If land spirit of Langya did this, he would definitely leak crucial clues. Prince's impatience, who was roaming around the outside world, would immediately sense it. This way the battle would be decided. With the rank 8 Gu immortal Prince's impatience making a move, these Langya hairy Mangu immortals would not be able to stop him. But land spirit of Langya gritted his teeth and refused to do this. Feng Jioge's plan failed. Crack. A shocking bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking at Feng Jioge's head. Feng Jioge moved like smoke, vanishing on the spot. He successfully dodged it. He looked at the sky as thoughts flashed in his mind. Heavenly Giant Solar is restrained by the winds of assimilation. Only this super immortal formation is left. Dealing with it is much easier than dealing with Heavenly Giant Solar. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge activated Separation Song. As expected, the super immortal formation started to break apart. Even though Separation Song did not have any offensive power, it had incredible power. It could break apart any Gu formation. But thankfully, when Feng Yuan created this formation, he had thought about it thoroughly. He arranged this immortal formation into multiple layers. Feng Jioge activated Separation Song, but he only broke apart the outermost layer of this super immortal formation. The 3 variant human Gu immortals were at the center. They were unharmed. Feng Jioge urged Separation Song again. Soon he broke apart the outermost layer. But the immortal formation's 3rd layer was exposed. Oh, I want to see how many layers this immortal formation has. Feng Jioge's eyes shined with bright light. He continued to use Separation Song. This time he broke apart 5 to 6 layers before stopping. Even someone as strong as Feng Jioge felt like vomiting blood. How many layers does this immortal formation have? Separation Song expended a huge amount of immortal essence. After using it several times, Feng Jioge's immortal essence reserves were less than 30% of before the battle. Of course, the biggest expenditure was still Assimilation Wind Song. If I use Assimilation Wind Song, I can use it countless times, but the risk is too high. Feng Jioge shook his head. He dispelled the thought of using this killer move again. Even though this move was powerful, it was too dangerous. Feng Jioge rarely used it. Back then, when he sparred with Prince's Impatience, even though he used Assimilation Wind Song, that was just sparring. Prince's Impatience had written a letter to Spirit Affinity House. He was unhappy with Feng Jioge's Twin Phoenixes theory. It gave Feng Jioge huge political pressure. When Feng Jioge went to Northern Plains, he challenged Prince's Impatience to one move. In that competition, Feng Jioge had enough time. He activated his Gu Worm slowly. There was no outside interference. The risk was low. But at this time, Feng Jioge was in battle. There was a lot of outside interference. He had to use his killer move quickly. Earlier, Feng Jioge had no choice but to take the risk. But now he was facing the super immortal formation. The pressure he felt was much smaller. Feng Jioge did not use Assimilation Wind Song. He looked around. The silver tree was still dealing with the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation had already shrunk by more than half. Chapter 1560. Even Feng Jioge's heart shook when he saw Wisdom Gu. This was Wisdom Gu. In The Legends of Renzu, It was one star constellation Immortal Venerable's vital immortal goo. There was no one who did not know of it. To think that it would appear in front of Feng Jiuge in such a situation today. Langya Blessed Land actually has wisdom goo. Feng Jiuge's heart shook intensely. He could not control himself for a moment. But soon he forced himself to calm down. Bright light shined in his eyes. He looked at wisdom goo carefully. He was shocked to find that this rank 9 wisdom goo was a wild immortal goo. A thought instantly occupied Feng Jiuge's mind. That was to take this rank 9 wisdom goo away. Immortal killer move obtain treasure song. He activated the killer move with unprecedented strength. It burst out with rank 8 level power. Obtain treasure song could help Feng Jiuge refine wild immortal goo directly. The song was warm and gentle. It was filled with a peaceful aura. Along with the song Wisdom Goo, which was dancing on the branches, quietened down. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. The variant human goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation were shocked. Wisdom goo was originally hidden in this valley, concealed by the land spirit of Langya. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races were outsiders after all. They did not discover this place. But now this place was destroyed by Feng Jiuge. Wisdom goo was exposed. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races sensed it. We cannot let him subdue wisdom goo. Quickly attack. Disrupt him. Land spirit of Langya shouted anxiously, quickly ordering. Soon after he added, but you have to be careful, don't destroy the wisdom goo. Even without his reminder, the variant human goo immortals of the 3 races knew the value of this rank 9 immortal goo. But at this moment, to disturb Feng Jiuge without affecting the nearby wisdom goo, it was quite difficult for these variant human goo immortals who had just familiarized themselves with the immortal formation to control the situation. The variant human goo immortals could only grit their teeth and control the immortal formation, attacking Feng Jiuge with all sorts of attacks. Feng Jiuge grunted as he activated Song Warrior. Obtain treasure Song Warrior flew towards wisdom goo, while the other Song Warriors helped Feng Jiuge to block the immortal formation's attacks. The variant human goo immortals attacked too heavily. Their attacks were dangerous to wisdom goo, but Feng Jiuge defended wisdom goo. Wisdom goo sensed danger. Its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Wisdom goo sensed danger. Its survival instincts took over as it escaped. Feng Jiuge's heart instantly sank to rock bottom when he saw this. Of goo goo immortal goo immortal goo goo immortal goo goo immortals goo 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 is of goo Xiang, but she goo 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 was Lu. If I can't get my hands on it, then I'll just destroy it. Feng Jiuge rejected the idea as soon as it appeared in his mind. This was rank 9 wisdom goo. It was too much of a pity to destroy it. Furthermore, this immortal goo belonged to star constellation Immortal Venerable. If he could obtain it, it would be extremely beneficial to Feng Jiuge, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Feng Jiuge was unwilling. He did not want to give up. Don't go. Feng Jiuge flew towards wisdom goo. Wisdom goo was fast, but Feng Jiuge chased after it. Wisdom goo sensed Feng Jiuge's threat. It buzzed and emitted an intense light. Light of wisdom. Feng Jiuge was unavoidably shrouded in the light of wisdom. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. His wisdom rose. His gaze became extremely sharp. All sorts of problems and questions in his cultivation were answered at this moment. Even though he did not get an answer immediately, many obstacles and bottlenecks were easily broken through. Chapter 1561. In the silver-white sky, there were countless buildings. With a flash of jade light, Feng Jiuge appeared in Ziwei Palace. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. Feng Jiuge immediately regained his senses and cupped his fists. In the huge palace, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed. Seeing that Feng Jiuge had returned, she slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, her pupils shot out boundless starlight. It was dazzling and bright, illuminating the entire palace. Feng Jiuge did not speak. He directly sent out an information path goo worm. Fairy Myrtle received it and scanned it with her mind. She knew the result. Feng Jiuge, You are indeed the current generation Tao guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. You did well this time. Fairy Myrtle did not stint on her praise. Fengjiuge smiled. This is that Guyue Fengzheng. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and took out the captive. Guyue Fengzheng's eyes were shut. He was hit by Fengjiuge's method and fell into a deep sleep. As for Feng Yuan's will in his body, it was completely suppressed by Fengjiuge. Fengjiuge placed Guyue Fengzheng on the ground inside. I have already searched this person's soul. That Feng Yuan is truly a demon. He is extremely cold and merciless. He actually wanted to refine his own brother into a blood deity. But I don't understand. This person is only immortal. Even though he has a close relationship with Feng Yuan. Why does he value him so much? Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The heavenly Tao is balanced. Yin and yang revolve around each other. Near the caves of poisonous creatures, there are often herbs that can detoxify. This Guyue Fengzheng was born together with Feng Yuan. He is an obstacle specially set up by the heavenly Tao for Feng Yuan. If he is nurtured properly, he will be very useful against Feng Yuan in the future. So that's it. Fengjiuge nodded. What a pity. As Fairy Myrtle spoke, she also searched Fengzheng's soul. She sighed and continued. Feng Yuan didn't refine a blood deity and continue his blood Tao cultivation in his previous life. Otherwise, we would have used the Demon Judgment Board to lock onto Feng Yuan's position. In my opinion, Feng Yuan has yet to realize that the blood path he cultivated in his previous life was specially arranged by Providence. He did not cultivate the blood path in this life, so he should be using his fate to protect himself. Fate Gu has yet to be repaired, but the power of luck path is magnified. It is very obvious. You were able to succeed and return smoothly, because you are a Tao protector. Your luck is strong and you weren't suppressed by Feng Yuan's side. Fengjiuge nodded. What about Dang Hun Mountain? Then what about Wisdom Gu in Langya Blessed Land? Just take it out. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Fengjiuge was slightly dazed. He took out Dang Hun Mountain from his immortal aperture. This pink crystal mountain was huge, but when it landed in Ziwei Palace, it was suppressed and shrunk to the size of a palm. It was exquisite. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rampaged in the world. He slaughtered all living beings and created Soul Path. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path. Before Spectral Soul became venerable, they sensed his threat and fought against him. They knew their enemies well. After Spectral Soul died, Soul Path continued to develop, even though it was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Celestial Court's mastery of Soul Path methods had reached an extremely profound level. In fact, there were many Soul Path Gu immortals in the Celestial Court. Dang Hun Mountain had a vast number of Soul Path Tao marks. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth of Soul Path. Since Fairy Myrtle could give Fengjiuge the method to take this mountain, she naturally had an even more profound method to shrink the entire Dang Hun Mountain into a model. He created the Soul Shaking Formation. It could use a vast number of Soul Path Tao marks on Dang Hun Mountain to increase the power of the Immortal Formation. Since there is a Soul Shaking Immortal Formation, why did Feng Yuan not set it up? Is it because he feels safe in Langya Blessed Land? Or does this formation require too many Immortal Gu? Fairy Myrtle saw this and felt some doubts. But soon, her doubts were resolved. It turned out that once Dang Hun Mountain became a part of the Immortal Formation, it could not be used to produce Guts Gu anymore. Fairy Myrtle continued to watch. The scenes related to Dang Hun Mountain replayed in her mind. Scenes of Spectral Soul's cultivation. Even though most of them were unimportant, many of them contained precious cultivation information. Even for the Celestial Court, they were extraordinary gains. After Spectral Soul became venerable, he placed Dang Hun Mountain in City Well. Next, he used an Immortal Killer move to use City Well to modify Dang Hun Mountain. This replayed memory made Fairy Myrtle's heart shake. This move, Orderly and Orderly, is so powerful. City Well is a rule path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Using City Well, Dang Hun Mountain Soul Path Tao marks could no longer resist Time Path. This is probably the profundity of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fairy Myrtle had already deduced Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. She knew some of its unique uses. After all, Fang Yuan had exposed a lot of valuable clues in battle. She was not wrong at all. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu could make all Dao marks non-conflicting. The origin was City well. It was because of this orderly pattern. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable paid a huge price to modify Dang Hun Mountain, but it was worth it. From now on, Dang Hun Mountain could use Time Path Immortal Killer moves to easily return to its previous state. The following memories were of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, using Dang Hun Mountain to deduce many Immortal Killer moves. These Immortal Killer moves were extremely powerful, but they would often damage Dang Hun Mountain. But every once in a while, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would use time path methods to restore Dang Hun Mountain to its previous state. These methods are truly amazing. To be able to become a Demon Venerable, his talent is truly shocking. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light as she praised. These Immortal Killer moves were precious cultivation content. They were very beneficial to Celestial Court. Especially now that Dang Hun Mountain was in their hands, these Immortal Killer moves could all be used. Among the many killer moves, there was one that attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. This move can actually detonate Dang Hun Mountain and create a terrifying soul explosion. Any living being's soul could detonate and create a soul explosion. Soul Beast soul explosions were often very powerful, but this Dang Hun Mountain soul explosion surpassed the limit. It could even cause a mountain to detonate. It was purely using these soul path Dao marks. It was ingenious and ingenious. Wait. Fairy Myrtle's pupils shrunk as she realized something amiss. Boom. At the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The entire Dang Hun Mountain exploded into powder. Chapter 1564. In exchange for what? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing. Naturally, refinement path true meaning. You actually knew that my sect had refinement path true meaning. Land Spirit of Langya almost jumped in shock. This was Langya sect's greatest secret. It was also the deepest and most valuable treasure in their treasury. What was true meaning? True meaning was actually a type of will. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. True meaning was the will of the 3 elements. Of course, not just true meaning. There were also fake will, special will, intentional will, deliberate will, hostile will, battle will, and so on. There were countless wills, but true meaning was the most valuable among them. It was also the most attractive. It could even make Gu Venerable's chase after it endlessly. The northern icy plain of northern plains was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable back then. It contained Reckless Savage's true meaning. Thus, when Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, they would draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. When Gu Immortals obtain this true meaning, their transformation path or strength path attainment levels would rise. Dream realms also contain true meaning plus 3 true meaning. The reason why Fang Yuan could raise his attainment levels of all paths in the dream realms he explored was because he had absorbed the true meaning within them. Thus, true meaning often meant that one's attainment level would rise. Why was the chaos of the 5 regions the unprecedented and most magnificent era? The root reason was because dream realms appeared all over the world, allowing many people who successfully explored them to obtain the true meaning within, causing their attainment levels to rise. The accumulation of attainment levels often required a long period of time, but because of true meaning, this process was greatly shortened. This allowed elites and geniuses to surge out from all over the world, competing and killing each other, creating an unprecedented chaotic world. The importance of true meaning went without saying, but the true meaning hidden in the deepest part of Langya sect had an even greater origin. Thus, the true meaning originated from Longhair Ancestor. Who was Longhair Ancestor? A rank 8 refinement path great expert. known as the number one refinement path immortal since ancient times. In the long history of humanity, spanning over 10 million years, in this long river of time, there were three peak experts in refinement path. They were old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kong Ju, and long-hair ancestor. Long-hair ancestor's skill in refinement path was something that even thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant sun immortal Venerable had to admit defeat. The two venerables had asked long-hair ancestor to refine goo for them. Later generations had calculated that long-hair ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal goo in his life. And this was just a summary of historical events, not including the legends and stories. If unofficial records and rumors were included, the number of immortal goo was enough to surpass 100. More terrifyingly, most of these immortal goo were not rank 6, they were rank 7 or rank 8, high-level immortal goo. Lang Yasek's refinement path intent was the intent left behind by long-hair ancestor. It was perfectly preserved. If Feng Yuan obtained it and absorbed all of it, his refinement path attainment level would immediately soar to quasi-supreme grandmaster. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step, an ant growing into a prehistoric giant beast in an instant. It was like a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest man in the country. Chapter 1565. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Huff huff huff. Fairy Myrtle stood on the spot. Her pupils shrunk to the size of needles as she breathed roughly. Her expression was still filled with fear. It did not fade. Around her, there was a huge empty space. The Grand Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Soul Suppression Hall had completely vanished. Dang Hun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had a vast number of Dao marks. It was comparable to a rank 9 immortal goo. Once it self-detonated, the power that erupted was terrifying to an unimaginable level. The pitiful soul suppression hall had no time to react. The explosion happened from within. It became a victim of Dang Hun Mountain's explosion. Fairy Myrtle was completely unharmed. Around her, starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling. It was as if she was wearing a thin veil made of stardust. This was Immortal Goo House Star Constellation Chessboard, an Immortal Goo House created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If not for Star Constellation Chessboard's protection, even if I did not die, I would have been heavily injured. Fairy Myrtle barely calmed down as she squinted her eyes. Her expression was grim. Dang Hun Mountain was actually affected. I inspected it several times but did not find anything. I'm afraid this is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's doing. In order to deal with Shadow Sect, I had already gained a rough understanding of Celestial Court's soul path inheritance, but I still fell for it and was schemed against by Feng Yuan. It can be seen that our Celestial Court's soul path foundation is still inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Star Constellation Chessboard is also greatly damaged. Even though Fairy Myrtle was not injured, thinking of the danger and losses this time, she wanted to vomit blood. She shifted her gaze and looked straight ahead. In front of her, there was a lump of dense black shadow. It was extremely deep. It was like a deep pool. It was accumulating here and was emitting black light. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. This time, Dang Hun Mountain Soul Explosion did not harm Spectral Soul. It was a blessing in disguise. A vast number of soul path Dao marks were hidden inside to nourish his body. Dang Hun Mountain's soul explosion technique was originally created by him. After the soul explosion, Soul Suppression Hall was destroyed. Spectral Soul gained temporary freedom. He did not run away blindly. Instead, he used this huge opportunity to hide himself in the sea of soul path Dao marks. In this way, who knew how long it would take for the Celestial Court to search his soul? Originally, the soul-suppressing hall shouldered the heavy responsibility of searching souls, but now, the soul-suppressing hall was gone, completely destroyed. Spectral Soul made use of this temporary terrain advantage to recover. You can try your best. Fairy Myrtle sneered. As long as he was in this celestial court, Spectral Soul was trapped, he could not escape. Spectral Soul's outcome would not change. However, it was quite troublesome for the Celestial Court to remove these soul path down marks. At the very least, it would take a long time. Inside the dark whirlpool that was as deep as a pool, no sound could be heard. Spectral Soul remained silent. Fairy Myrtle's anger intensified. But right at this time, there was a thunderous sound as bolts of lightning illuminated the area around the Celestial Court. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This is a phenomenon from the immortal graveyard. Back then, when Duke Long woke up, the whole of the Celestial Court was shaken. I wonder which wise sage has awakened this time. Fairy Myrtle looked up and saw this. She was shocked before becoming joyful. Rumble. With a final loud sound, dozens of bolts of lightning in the sky gathered into a lump. They are used in the righteous path of the Celestial Court. If they are destroyed, then so be it. This is also making the best use of them. Jinglan smiled unconcerned before asking, "How many are left?" Fairy Myrtle answered in detail. Jinglan slightly frowned. 3 core immortal goo are missing, many methods cannot be used. If I were to deal with Spectral Soul, I would need at least 3 months to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle was a little disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation Chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to solve this problem and capture Spectral Soul again. How about this? Although Spectral Soul has been captured and brought to the Celestial Court, his inheritor is very active. The explosion of Dang Hun Mountain this time was also the work of this inheritor. Fairy Myrtle said, Demonic path scoundrel. Everyone has the right to punish him. You are saying this, you want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Quickly tell me, where is this inheritor? I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will cut off his head and send it to Spectral Soul for him to admire. Ha ha ha. Jinglan laughed loudly, her battle intent surging. With Senior taking action, that Feng Yuan will definitely be doomed. As for his location, Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Senior only needs to wait for a moment. Junior will deduce it for you. Chapter 1567. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Talknet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama, and also after Langya Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Feng Yuan's mind. Guyue Fengjing was taken away. He has a blood connection with my time path clone. But the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Feng Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely the worst plan. The urgent matter now was to keep moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack. Feng Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Feng Yuan, fiercely striking down. Feng Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle crackle crackle. Countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jinglan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom. Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can run to?" A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he is likely someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his alertness rose to the highest. Love Go Small Say Netku. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans spread across the sky. In Jinglan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jinglan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jinglan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings, but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face humph. Jinglan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. "Ah!" She roared and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath of time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear and boundless sky appeared once again. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, leaving only his true body behind. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have any effect. Immortal killer move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal killer move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jinglan who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless dazzling and translucent purple starlight. Jinglan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain. But when she saw the purple thought perception starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is superb, I need to avoid it. Jinglan's thoughts moved and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Quick, quick, quick. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile, and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought perception starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jinglan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. "Come at me." Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jinglan with his sharp claws. Jinglan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fang Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it seemed a bit pocket-sized. But she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, feeling numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jinglan's armor were broken, and her helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is reverse flow protection seal. Jinglan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court, and had naturally obtained detailed information about Fang Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jinglan was not surprised by this situation. Everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting around her body as she charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, fighting until the sun and moon lost their light and the world changed colors. Fang Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jinglan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jinglan could not do anything to Fang Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jinglan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jingbo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jinglan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jinglan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jinglan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Fang Yuan's body to ripple. You have already deduced a method? Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight. She firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jinglan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jinglan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Chapter 1570. Die. Jinglan shouted. Looking at the beam of light shooting towards Fang Yuan, her eyes were filled with joy. Although she had rank 8 cultivation and extremely strong battle strength, she had lived under the shadow of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all her life. In the Celestial Court, she had woken up because of Dang Hun Mountain's self-detonation. Seeing Spectral Soul's stubborn resistance, the emotions buried in the depths of her heart surged. Shock, anger, pity, schadenfreude, as well as fear. O Spectral Soul, you were once so strong, but now you have become a prisoner of the Celestial Court. Now that your inheritor is about to be killed by me, I have awakened at the right time. After killing your inheritor, I will eliminate the fear that you have planted in the depths of my heart. Then, I will bring Feng Yuan's head to see you, and you will also be killed by me in the end. Ha ha ha, one day, you will also die by my hands. Unbelievable, it is like a dream, ha ha ha. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan laughed wildly in her mind. Something is wrong, quickly stop. At this time, Jinglan suddenly heard a voice. Too late. Jinglan's eyes were filled with killing intent and bloodthirst, but she was also slightly stunned. This voice is somewhat familiar. That's right, it is that Junior Ziwei. So it is not Feng Yuan's reinforcements. Wait, what does she mean? A thought flashed across Jinglan's mind like lightning. The bloodthirst in Jinglan's eyes immediately dissipated by more than half, replaced by reason and clarity. She quickly wanted to retreat. It is already too late. Feng Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The fear and panic from before disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was the determination to win and soaring fighting spirit. He moved his dragon body. Not only did he not dodge, he even charged forward in defiance of the heavens, aiming at Jinglan's sure kill attack and colliding with it. The beam of light ruthlessly struck Feng Yuan's body, but the layer of reverse flow protection seal covering Feng Yuan's dragon body instantly changed. Not only did it return to its original state, it even circulated with traces of mysterious profound light. At this crucial moment, reverse flow protection seal produced a completely new transformation. Change of technique. The pillar of light couldn't break through this reverse current protection seal at all, and was reflected back. This. Jinglan's pupils fiercely shrank. Even though she was a veteran of hundreds of battles, at this moment, her complexion suddenly changed, revealing a shocked expression. In her previous battle with Feng Yuan, the techniques she used were very restrained. Even if it was reflected, she could either retrieve it or endure it. But this strike was completely different. This was her full-strength attack. It was a rank 8 level immortal killer move. She was determined to succeed in this attack. Not only would she be able to break through the reverse current protection seal, she would also be able to kill Feng Yuan. But now, the killer move she used with all her strength was reflected back at her. Jinglan had forced Feng Yuan into a position where he had no chance to dodge. The distance between the two was very close. Right now, Jinglan wanted to dodge, but there was not enough time. Her emotions were also fluctuating intensely because of the shadow planted in her heart by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and the most important reason was that her condition was not good. As a rank 8, although she had the ability to penetrate deep into the regional wall, she did not have the sovereign immortal body. Her body was still suffering from backlash and injuries. While chasing Feng Yuan all the way, taking revenge, and occupying the upper hand, Jinglan did not feel it. But now when she wanted to dodge, she suddenly realized that her condition was already so terrible. With all these factors stacked on top of each other, Jinglan could not dodge the pillar of light in time, and could only take it head-on. Boom! The pillar of light bombarded Jinglan's body, erupting with extremely dazzling light like the sun had descended on the battlefield. Even though Feng Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he had no choice but to tightly close his eyes at this moment. But at the next moment, the light weakened slightly, and Feng Yuan endured the pain and forcibly opened his eyes. Kill. He could barely make out Jinglan's tiny and delicate body within the endless white light. The sinister and thick armor that covered her entire body had completely disintegrated, revealing her immortal body. After being struck by her own full-strength attack, Jinglan's eyes rolled back and blood gushed out from all the pores on her body, causing her to fall into a temporary state of unconsciousness. Feng Yuan opened his huge mouth. His dragon teeth were as sharp as spears. His dragon body suddenly pounced towards Jinglan. His muscles bulged to an exaggerated degree as Feng Yuan's dragon claws ruthlessly tore down. Damn it! Damn it! I actually fell for his trap. In the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle's eyes were wide open. She was angry and blaming herself. He actually deduced reverse flow protection seal to such an extent, and even changed his moves. The original reverse flow protection seal was a trap specifically targeted at me. Once I deduced it successfully, he changed his move, and the reverse flow protection seal after the change was completely different, completely new. This Feng Yuan, inconceivable. How can his wisdom path attainments be so deep? Fairy Myrtle had always been overestimating Feng Yuan, but the reality in front of her was a ruthless slap to her face. She had thought she had the upper hand. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, she had been collecting information and working hard to deduce reverse flow protection seal. In the following process, including when Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan, she had been working behind the scenes to deduce everything, until Thunder Ghost True Monarch appeared. She felt that this was the result of her many accumulations, but to think that this was all Feng Yuan's trap and scheme. The wisdom path attainment that Feng Yuan displayed far surpassed Fairy Myrtle's expectations. But how is this possible? Wait, did he borrow the power of Wisdom Goo? But Wisdom Goo is clearly a wild creature. Only rank 9 venerables can refine this goo and use it for themselves. Feng Yuan was only rank 7, no one in Langya sect had such an ability. Even if he had rank 9 immortal essence, he would need the venerables will to fight Wisdom Goo. The Celestial Court recorded that after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reached rank 9, she spent close to 100 years to refine and subdue the rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Fairy Myrtle could not understand. This killer move had been modified by Feng Yuan, and was even more convenient to use, but it was only at rank 7 level. Feng Yuan had not expected to block Jinglan with this move. His true intention was to delay her for some time. But Jinglan couldn't break out. This surprised Feng Yuan. From outside the fog, Feng Yuan could clearly sense the aura of an immortal goo. Jinglan had been using her methods to try and break it. Her move was not ineffective, but the effect was not great. It only thinned the direction confusion fog a little. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with bright light. After observing for a while, he immediately activated direction confusion fog. The fog continued to increase in density, layer upon layer, firmly trapping Jinglan inside. She really can't break out. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. If he had known this, he would have used this move earlier, and he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard to escape. However, any killer move's effect would diminish after being used too many times. Not only would the enemy be on guard, they would also give themselves away, leading to deductions and breakthroughs. Thus, it was a wise move for Feng Yuan to keep this killer move with him. But he had not expected it to actually trap Jinglan. This was a pleasant surprise. Oh no! Jinglan also realized the situation was far from good. At this moment, she truly felt the aura of death. Kill. Countless sword dragons drilled into the direction confusion fog, besieging Jinglan from all directions. Jinglan couldn't break out of the fog and fell into a bitter battle. The regional wall was still rejecting her. Every time she used a killer move, she would suffer a backlash. Could it be that I, Jinglan, the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch, am going to die here? As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to Jinglan, making her heart sink. No, I still have to persevere. I still want to fight. Even if I die, I will drag this Feng Yuan down with me. Jinglan's gaze fell on her chest. The wound on her chest was extremely large, exposing her heart. Her heart was very special. Every time it beat, traces of purple lightning would burst out. This was her final trump card. Such powerful battle strength. Even with such heavy injuries, she can still persevere and still has strength to spare. Moreover, her will is also invulnerable, even though I secretly use so many wisdom path methods. After a long while of encirclement, Feng Yuan sighed and gave up. Time was crucial now. Feng Yuan needed to deduce and improve Ghost Soldier Garment as soon as possible. Although the situation was extremely advantageous to Feng Yuan, Celestial Court would definitely send reinforcements. Once reinforcements arrived, it would be a disaster for Feng Yuan. In fact, some Gu immortals had come together with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but they had left their companions far behind. This was a possibility. Chapter 1572. Celestial Court. In a grand palace, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes and stopped her deductions, sighing. This Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment is already extraordinary. He was able to defend against my method again. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chun Yi had been using Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Myrtle make deductions. At this moment, he had a complex expression as he spoke. Lady Ziwei, there is one more thing I need to report. What is it? Chun Yi had only been assisting from the side, but Fairy Myrtle was fully focused on deducing Feng Yuan, so Chun Yi was the first to notice Feng Yuan's actions. He immediately answered. Jewel Yellow Skies has sold 3 rib bones of Lady Thunder Ghost True Monarch. What? Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies and saw that the 3 rib bones had indeed caused a huge commotion. Many Gu Immortal wills had gathered. It is hard to imagine that this demon Feng Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has Spring-Autumn Cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. To think that she was actually suppressed by Feng Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is actually still alive? Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Feng Yuan all along and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Feng Yuan. The Gu Immortal wills continued to converse. Fairy Ziwei's body started to tremble. This was because of anger. This was because not only was Feng Yuan selling the sternum, but he was also using a method to continuously replay the scene of his battle with Jing Lan. Of course, he only chose the part where he successfully counterattacked and beat up Jing Lan. My lord, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Chun Yi asked. By the time Jing Lan defeated myriad flood dragons and dispelled the directional confusion fog with great difficulty, Feng Yuan had long since disappeared without a trace. Although Fairy Myrtle was still able to calculate Feng Yuan's position at that time, Jing Lan's combat strength had been weakened to rock bottom. Her condition was extremely poor and she urgently needed to recuperate. Later, reinforcements arrived and met up with her. She once again set out to kill Feng Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Feng Yuan had already widened. Feng Yuan had been in the depths of the boundary wall all this time. Jing Lan kept chasing after them, but her helpers didn't have the means to go so deep into the boundary wall, so they could only coordinate from outside the boundary wall. Jing Lan was unwilling to accept her failure. Her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, so she kept chasing after them. But just now, Fairy Myrtle couldn't calculate Feng Yuan's position. So Jing Lan lost her target and direction. Ziwei, where is that demon Feng Yuan? Jing Lan transmitted to ask. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up seriously injured and in such a sorry state. How could the proud Jing Lan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, urgently hoping to capture and kill Feng Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jing Lan. What? Even you can lose him? Jing Lan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainments are no longer the same as before, but he has to go to Langya Blessed Land in the end. We have already made arrangements there. Although we didn't capture this scoundrel in this battle, we still made great gains. Not only did we consume a large amount of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Gu immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jing Lan in a gentle tone. Jing Lan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh. The anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence, and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I won't make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Jing Lan was not an impetuous person. After being awakened by Fairy Myrtle, She immediately regained her composure and calmly admitted her mistake as a celestial court expert. Compared to Feng Yuan, there is another more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jinglan about the matter of Feng Yuan, selling the breastbone in jewel yellow skies. Jinglan's mind, which had just calmed down, immediately surged with great waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Jinglan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her breastbone, she flew into a rage and her eyes turned bloodshot. Soon after, Jinglan saw the scene of Feng Yuan beating her up, and she gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damned guy, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. However, this kid Feng Yuan actually took it out to sell. He is really cautious. He only took a small portion of the image. He is simply shameless to the extreme. He has no shame at all. Jinglan breathed roughly through her nostrils, trying hard to calm down as she pondered. He definitely consumed a lot of energy in this battle. Taking out 3 of my breastbones to sell. Isn't his foundation greatly damaged and he urgently needs to replenish it? Then I will do as you wish and buy it. First, if Jinglan bought her breastbone, she could completely reattach it, and it would have an extremely significant effect on her injuries. Second, the longer this image and breastbone were hung in jewel yellow skies, the deeper the blow to the celestial court. Since ancient times, the celestial court had always been recognized as the #1 power of humanity. Now that Feng Yuan was selling Jinglan's 3 breastbones, it was like a slap to the celestial court's face. Fairy Myrtle couldn't make the first move. After all, Jinglan was the person involved. Jinglan also understood Fairy Myrtle's meaning. She urged out a will, hid her identity, and swallowed her anger. She then asked Feng Yuan's will. How much are you selling these breastbones? Who are you? I come from the Eastern Sea. Jinglan gritted her teeth. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to explain the details to Land Spirit of Langia. Feng Yuan turned his gaze towards the group of variant humans behind Land Spirit of Langia. These people were the Gu immortals of the 4 races. Feng Yuan had returned this time to create a commotion. Thus they came to welcome him with smiles on their faces. Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan praised. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly a heavenly genius. Even the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch is not your match. This battle has already established your throne as the #1 rank 7 of humanity. Bing Yuan was overjoyed. Feng Yuan was engaged to a female immortal of the Snowman tribe. He could be considered half a snowman. This was her political opinion. The stronger Feng Yuan was, the happier she would be. All along, Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge had been mentioned together. After all, they both had rank 7 cultivation level but were special existences that could fight rank 8s. But now Feng Yuan's battle video showed that he was able to beat Thunder Ghost True Monarch into such a pathetic state. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Chapter 1575. Slumbering Lightning Python. Land Spirit of Langia shouted angrily. At the next moment, lightning flashed and interweaved like water, forming a huge lightning python that resembled a dragon. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. It dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, making it look gentle. Thus, the lightning python was not sinister, it was elegant and cute instead. It slithered and slowly coiled around a stone mountain that resembled an elephant. The python's body continued to rub against the stone, grinding it into the finest powder. In Refinement Path, there were 4 publicly recognized immortal moves that were most suitable for processing immortal materials. Slumbering Lightning Python was one of them. Land Spirit of Langya originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. He naturally had a good grasp of it. This killer move was at rank 8 because it used a rank 8 Refinement Path Immortal Goo. Without a rank 8 Slumbering Lightning Python, this rank 8 immortal material, Elephant Armor Mountain, could not be processed. This was an Information Path Immemorial Immortal Material. Land Spirit of Langya had been processing immortal materials for several hours already. More than 10 rank 8 immortal materials had been processed in front of Elephant Armor Mountain. These immortal materials were of all kinds. They were all Information Path immortal materials. Slumbering Lightning Python gradually dissipated. Elephant Armor Mountain was also completely crushed into powder. These powder and other immortal materials fused into a lump. Under the effect of Land Spirit of Langya's method, it formed a constantly rotating rainbow whirlpool. All right, disperse the immortal formation. Land Spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air, and said with extreme fatigue. Immediately, a hairy Mangu immortal took the lead, and dispersed this Refinement Path immortal formation. Once the immortal formation was gone, the aura of the rainbow whirlpool spread. Wisdom Goo was like a cat that smelled fish. It immediately flew over and plunged into the rainbow whirlpool, immersing itself in it. So Wisdom Goo has such a characteristic. Feng Yuan saw this and sighed. Rumors say that the Goo recipe for refining Wisdom Goo contains a large number of Information Path immortal materials. In nature, wild Wisdom Goo can only complete its advancement in places filled with Information Path Dao marks. Land Spirit of Langya said. With that said, Feng Yuan immediately understood. As for Wisdom Goo's recipe, be it Spectral Soul's True Inheritance or Langya True Inheritance, they did not record it. Only in the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan could not control the wild Wisdom Goo, but he could move this rainbow whirlpool remotely. As for that 4,000-year lifespan Goo, it was already in place after Refinement Path True Meaning. Great Elder, thank you for taking action personally this time. I will repay the debt I owe you. Feng Yuan said sincerely to the Land Spirit of Langya. The method to teleport Wisdom Goo, although simple, had a high price. All sorts of rank 8 immortal materials were used to create this temporary rainbow whirlpool. Not long after, the whirlpool would gradually dissipate. Other than deceiving the Wisdom Goo into shifting its position, there would be no benefits. Of course, Feng Yuan would pay for this. After discussing with the Land Spirit of Langya, both sides came to an agreement. Feng Yuan would owe them for now. There was no need to repay them now. After all, Feng Yuan had just gone through a huge battle. His immortal essence was almost depleted. He needed to replenish it. This was also the reason why Feng Yuan's status was rising. If it were before, he would not have such generous benefits. But now, after he beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had the upper hand in the negotiation with the Land Spirit of Langya. Since ancient times, the hardest path is death. This Meng too has courage. In the 500 years of my previous life, he sided with the Celestial Court, and was spurned by Northern Plains' immortal world and his clan. He was labeled as a disgrace. Although he died in this life, he will definitely have the honor of a martyr after death. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. However, during the battle, his original goal was achieved. Long before he stole Bladewing Immortal Goo, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from the depths of the ground. Along the way, he had also taken away several hundred-edge goo. It was better than nothing. Feng Yuan retreated very quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was within Meng tribe's territory. When Meng Tu saw Feng Yuan attacking, he had definitely sent the information to the tribe. Thus, not long after, Meng tribe would sense Meng Tu's death, and send a large number of Goo immortals to the scene of Autumn Blade Plain. He had already obtained the items. Feng Yuan was still hoping that in the future, Northern Plains would become an obstacle to the expansion of the Celestial Court. Thus, there was no need to slaughter these Northern Plains Goo immortals now and weaken Northern Plains' strength. Wouldn't that be helping the Celestial Court? When not fighting, Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a silk cloth, with a thin layer of bronze armor covering his chest and back, sticking closely to Feng Yuan's skin. Oh, someone is deducing about me. After a while, Feng Yuan flew in the sky. His expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a super force. They specially nurtured a wisdom path Goo immortal. Now that Meng Tu was dead, Meng tribe was shaken. They would definitely find the culprit. Feng Yuan held his breath, carefully observing Yama Emperor's killer move. He saw that Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually expanding along with the Meng tribe wisdom path Goo immortal's deductions. Feng Yuan resisted the other party's deductions while simultaneously calculating the expenditure of his soul foundation. After deducing for a while, Meng tribe's wisdom path Goo immortal stopped with no results. Feng Yuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. Yama Emperor's killer move can resist wisdom path deductions. Its power is even stronger. It is at rank 8 level. Even if the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle deductions, I can resist them. To sum it up, Yama Emperor's killer move's defense and offense had reached the peak of rank 7. Yama children were very difficult to deal with. Not only could they be used freely, they could also recover quickly. Even if there were losses, they could be easily replenished by the Soul Beast's modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Goo. In this battle, with just one move, it had completely established victory, forcing a rank 7 expert like Meng Tu to self-detonate. Similar to Great Thief Ghost Hand, Emperor Yama Killer Move's defense against Wisdom Path deductions was also at the same level. This was also what Feng Yuan needed the most. However, Yama Emperor's killer move still has room for improvement. I can design an immortal battlefield killer move with Yama Emperor as the center. This time, I used his method to seal the battlefield and isolate it from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he would have been able to escape freely, and it would have been much more troublesome for me to kill him. Moreover, if I have an immortal battlefield, I would be able to detect Meng Tu's self-detonation in my territory. Chapter 1583. Langya blessed land. Cloud cover continent. Land spirit of Langya breathed in deeply, before chanting. Formation activate. Like countless bees dancing wildly, there was a loud buzzing sound as the refinement path super formation was activated. Soon, a large area of white gold light spread out, filling this area. Enter the formation. Land spirit of Langya ordered again. At the same time, he entered the immortal formation. Next, sixth hair, third hair, fourth hair, seventh hair, and other hairy Mangu immortals also entered the formation. Feng Yuan stood at the periphery of the immortal formation as a spectator. This Gu refinement was not done by him. It was handed over to Langya Sect's land spirit and hairy Mangu immortals. Even though Feng Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, his refinement path foundation and actual control could not compare to Langya Sect's Gu immortals. If it were during normal times, I might be able to participate in the Gu refinement. But this time, land spirit of Langya did not hesitate to use the refinement path immortal formation that long-hair ancestor had personally set up back then. This immortal formation cannot be used by hairy Mangu immortals. I am a human Gu immortal. If I enter, I will be refined and killed by the immortal formation. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation. This time, it even used the long-hair refinement path formation. Of course, with Feng Yuan's methods, he could use his transformation path attainment to turn into a hairy Mangu immortal. But Langya sect probably wanted to keep this a secret, and did not want to reveal it to Feng Yuan. Earlier, I used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for Langya true inheritance with land spirit of Langya. However, it was clear that this long-hair refinement path formation was the core of Langya's true inheritance, and would not be traded. Just like Spectral Soul's true inheritances lead Soul into dream and other killer moves. I also value them highly. Feng Yuan observed from the side, his eyes shining with uncertainty. Even though the Langya sect excluded Feng Yuan was actually very satisfied with this. Facing the immense pressure from the celestial court, Langya sect was anxious. They did not hesitate to activate the long-hair refinement path formation to refine myriad self-immortal Gu for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had joined the Langya sect, so he could be considered as one of them. Increasing Feng Yuan's combat power now would greatly benefit them in moving Langya blessed land. The long-hair refinement path grand array was slowly activated. The radiance kept changing. First it was white gold, then it turned orange gold, and finally black gold. Specks of starlight began to flicker amidst the inky gold radiance, dazzling and resplendent. The buzzing sound of the immortal array gradually became softer. After a few breaths, it became extremely quiet, without a single sound. Several hairy Mangu immortals and land spirit of Langya, who entered the formation, stood still, forming a large circle. Land spirit of Langya was the first to make a move, activating the immortal formation and opening the door, letting out a lump of processed immortal material. This immortal material was like a sunflower that had been hit by frost. The moment it appeared in the center of the immortal formation, it turned into smoke and fused into the inky gold radiance. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the first crucial step. The smoke had to fuse perfectly with the inky gold radiance before the next step could be carried out. Feng Yuan did not feel too much pressure. If this step failed, he would not suffer a huge loss, he could start again. However, an hour later, the immortal material turned into smoke. It fused perfectly with the inky gold radiance. But Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield's advantage was in concealment. It was isolated from the outside world. It was very strict. The disadvantage was that it needed time to set up, so preparations were often needed. Gu Immortals were not fools to use it in battle. By the time they succeeded, they would have already escaped. As for Yama Battlefield, Feng Yuan used many battlefield killer moves in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, as well as his own situation to create it. Yama Battlefield was inferior to Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield in terms of concealment and isolation. Its advantage was that the time needed to set it up was very short. It only took 3 blinks of an eye. During this period of time, even though Feng Yuan could not move, he could already use it in battle. In 3 blinks of an eye, as long as Feng Yuan could grasp the opportunity, Gu Immortals would not be able to escape from this trap if they were caught off guard. After being enveloped by Yama Battlefield, Feng Yuan's advantage was much greater. Right now against most rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, I can kill them and take their lives. Feng Yuan sighed. Gu Immortals could be defeated, but it was very easy to capture or kill them. Firstly, there were all sorts of escape methods. It was hard for Gu Immortals to cultivate many of them. Against other paths, some escape methods were easy to use. Secondly, Feng Yuan was alone. He was wanted by Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and other righteous path forces. He had to end the battle quickly. Thus, Feng Yuan had been very careful when choosing his opponents. If not for Meng Tu having an immortal battlefield method that could trap himself and his enemies in Autumn Blade Plain, Feng Yuan would not have chosen such an enemy. After Yama Battlefield was formed, Feng Yuan first thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Gu and Ghostly Concealment as the foundation, he deduced the Great Thief Ghost Hand killer move that could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. This move was modified by Feng Yuan, and became even sharper. He only used it twice. One was to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. The other was to steal rank 7 Immortal Gu Bladewing. It caused the battle situation to change instantly. Meng Tu was quickly defeated. It could be said to be an outstanding achievement. Previously, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too much. It would expose my identity. If news spread, people would be alerted and try to break Great Thief Ghost Hand. It would endanger my arrangements in Green Ghost Desert. But now with Yama Battlefield, I can completely trap people and use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Gu. Even if the enemy wants to escape, there is little chance. I can silence them and quickly accumulate cultivation resources. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. Killing intent surged in his chest. The Celestial Court's attack was too sudden. Even though Feng Yuan had made ample mental preparations, there was no helping it. The Celestial Court's method, in truth, had already surpassed Feng Yuan's imagination. That is why such an enemy is the scariest. Because it has too many trump cards, its accumulation is too deep. Feng Yuan sighed bitterly in his heart. Scoundrel! At the same time, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals did not move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Feng Yuan. She hated Feng Yuan to the core. Feng Yuan sold her 3 rib bones on Jewel Yellow Skies. He even played that video non-stop. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever suffered in her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Feng Yuan. She attacked while emitting intense killing intent that could make one's heart palpitate. But at the next moment, golden light flashed as Feng Yuan vanished on the spot. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed. She immediately raised her head and stared at the sky. That was the foundation of the super formation. Bam! Feng Yuan was inside the super immortal formation. He controlled it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in the variant human Gu Immortals scattered all over Langya Blessed Land. Just as he made his move, the Celestial Court also made their move. Immortal killer move Separation Song. Feng Jioge used his signature killer move, Separation Song. It countered all the immortal goo houses and immortal formations in the world. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He split his mind and activated the immortal formation, causing it to burst out with a lump of reddish-brown light. Within the red light, the separation song weakened rapidly. Its voice became fainter and fainter. To deal with separation song, Feng Yuan had modified this aspect of the immortal formation. Now that he used it, he received great results. Feng Jioge had once destroyed several layers of this immortal formation. He had relied on separation song to succeed. But now, before separation song could even attack the immortal formation's foundation, it was weakened and destroyed. He frowned slightly. Let me do it. Fairy Myrtle stretched out her finger, shooting out a starlight rainbow. The starlight rainbow was like an arrow. It pierced through the wind and clouds. It shot into the super immortal formation and turned into a field of star sand. It was dazzling and dazzling. The faster the immortal formation was activated, the more this star sand mixed and moved along with the immortal formation, showing all sorts of wondrous forms. Sometimes it was like clouds or mist, sometimes it condensed into the shape of a water jar. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. Thoughts surged in her mind like huge waves in the sea. Oh no! This wisdom path killer move not only helps the enemy deduce the pattern of my immortal formation, it can also obstruct the coordination of goo worms, causing the immortal formation to become more and more sluggish. Chapter 1589. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Soul Explosion. Strength Path Giant Hand. Myriad Dragon. Feng Yuan used almost all his strength, attacking Fairy Myrtle fiercely. Fairy Myrtle laughed. Feng Yuan, you are out of tricks. She also used killer moves of different types. Each move was exquisite. She blocked all of Feng Yuan's methods. There were even counters and counters. Feng Yuan's methods had been exposed for a long time. Fairy Myrtle had been collecting information. She made many deductions and created many methods to counter them. This was the terrifying aspect of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. But at this moment, Feng Yuan's killer moves were still somewhat useful. After all, his killer moves had been modified to deal with Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But in terms of Wisdom Path deductions, my attainment is still inferior to Fairy Myrtle. At this rate, one day, all of my methods will be completely countered by Fairy Myrtle. I will not be able to retaliate. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. His battle intent surged like fire, but his mind was as calm as ice. Fairy Myrtle smiled again. Her aura surged as she breathed out a mouthful of purple chi. The purple chi was as small as a baby's fist. It hit the immemorial year beast's forehead and entered its mind. Howl! The immemorial year beast howled in pain. It hugged its head as it lost its ability to fight. It fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. The variant human goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation were all stunned. Fairy Myrtle's battle strength was even higher than Chen Yi's. Earlier, she had not used her full strength, but now that she was truly using it, her beauty was unparalleled. Her methods were shocking. Feng Yuan could not help but feel dejected. He still had 2 immemorial soul beasts. They were captured in Green Ghost Desert, but he did not want to let them out. Immemorial desolate beasts were often at a disadvantage against rank 8 goo immortals. It would be better if he had wild immortal goo with him. Right now, facing these rank 8 experts of the Celestial Court, even immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo were not useful. Just like how Feng Yuan had subdued the 2 primordial soul beasts in battle, primordial desolate beasts posed little threat to Fairy Myrtle and company. I am the only one who knows this. The Celestial Court also had a lot of soul path methods to resist spectral soul demon Venerable back then. That was why he chose to release the immemorial year beast. If we release the immemorial soul beast, I'm afraid it will be even easier to deal with it. Feng Yuan felt immense pressure in his heart. This time, the enemy's lineup and strength were really too strong. Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to kill even the weakest Feng Jioge. Not to mention Fairy Myrtle and the others. They were all first-rate powerhouses among the rank 8s. Any one of them alone could make Feng Yuan suffer. Honestly speaking, Langya Blessed Land's strength was quite good. It had 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. This level already surpassed most of the super forces in the 5 regions. In the 5 regions, only the top super forces would have 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal. Southern Borders Gu Immortals, the number 1 Righteous Path force, Wu Clan, how could they be at the top for so long? For a period of time, Wu Clan had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They maintained 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal to suppress the situation. Of course, immortal Gu houses could not be left out. Many immortal Gu houses had rank 8 battle strength. Langya Sect's current strength was equivalent to a super force. It even surpassed the average level. But compared to the Celestial Court, it was much weaker. The immemorial rock dragon was tightly restrained by Chen Yi. Heavenly Giant Solar struggled but was at a disadvantage. Feng Jioge had been dealing with Feng Yuan's super immortal formation. The variant human Gu immortals inside the immortal formation had formation path attainment far inferior to Feng Yuan. And even though Feng Jioge's separation song was powerful, it was countered by the immortal formation. Both sides were in a deadlock. Feng Yuan was dealing with Fairy Myrtle. He could not break out of the situation. This was fatal. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch fails to find Wisdom Gu and returns to fight, unless the Land Spirit of Langya reveals a new trump card, Feng Yuan would taste defeat. Langya Blessed Land originates from Long Hair Ancestor. It might have a trump card. But now, I cannot rely on this possibility. Immortal Killer Move, Yama Battlefield. Feng Yuan flew rapidly, getting close to Fairy Myrtle as he used the newly created Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Because of the soul explosion earlier, a large number of soul path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Yama Battlefield quickly spread out. It took form in a breath of time. But even with such speed, Feng Yuan could not trap Fairy Myrtle. This Wisdom Path great expert sensed something amiss when Feng Yuan got close to her. She quickly retreated. Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield was set up very quickly, in a breath of time. It had already left most of the Immortal Battlefield killer moves far behind. But this was enough time for Fairy Myrtle to escape. I failed. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He could not trap Fairy Myrtle. He had wasted a huge amount of immortal essence. But it was not a complete waste. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jioge who was in Yama Battlefield. His killing intent surged. I will kill this person first. Feng Yuan had grasped the opportunity. His positioning was very good. If Fairy Myrtle had not retreated in time, he could have trapped both Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge at the same time. Yama Battlefield was Feng Yuan's new method. Even if Fairy Myrtle wanted to break it, she would need some time. If Feng Yuan trapped Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge, only the Silver Giant, Ancient Rock Dragon, Chen Yi, and the Super Immortal Formation were left in the battlefield. If Feng Jioge was trapped, the Super Immortal Formation would be released. If they reacted quickly, they might be able to destroy the Ancient Tree Prison and free the Ancient Rock Dragon. Chen Yi could barely deal with the Silver Giant and Ancient Rock Dragon at close range. Adding on the Super Immortal Formation would be beyond his capabilities. If he could use this chance to heavily injure Chen Yi, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to help, Langya's side would be able to turn the tables. But now, Feng Yuan could only trap Feng Jioge on the battlefield. It would be the Super Immortal Formation and Fairy Myrtle restraining each other. All in all, even if Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned, they would be in a deadlock for the time being. After all, they had rank 8 battle strength, they had foundations, they would not collapse immediately. Thus, Feng Yuan's current goal was to kill Feng Jioge. He had to be fast, the faster the better. After killing Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan would dispel the Yama battlefield, then work with the ancient rock dragon and the silver giant to deal with the 3 rank 8s of the celestial court. Lang Ye's side would be in a much better situation. Therefore, Feng Jiuji's point was still quite crucial. This is a soul path battlefield killer move, but it seems to contain theft path as well. Fairy Myrtle looked at the air in front of her. For the first time since the start of the battle, she frowned deeply. The immortal battlefield isolated the inside from the outside. Thankfully, Feng Yuan used it right in front of her, otherwise, she would not have been able to find the point where the Yama battlefield was placed in the void. But even if she found this point, Fairy Myrtle would find it troublesome to deduce with all her might. Because the Yama battlefield did not only have soul path profundity, it also used ghostly concealment. It was one with Yama Emperor's killer move. A lot of time has passed. Fairy Myrtle actually deduced how Yama battlefield works. She is so fast. No, at this rate, Yama battlefield cannot last for 30 breaths. I need to win quickly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. I was going to leave this method for Fairy Myrtle and the rest, but I will use it on you first. Time waits for no man. If Yama battlefield was destroyed, Feng Yuan would not even have the chance to kill Feng Jiuge. Thus, he quickly made up his mind and used his trump card. Immortal Killer Move Soul Explosion. It was still a soul explosion method, but Feng Yuan was not detonating ordinary Yama children. He was detonating immemorial Yama children. Feng Yuan had 2 immemorial soul beasts to begin with. During this period of close cultivation, he modified these 2 immemorial soul beasts into Yama children. These 2 Yama children were naturally different from others. Feng Yuan had been hiding them for so long. He finally used them. Ancient Yama Child Soul Explosion was only a peak rank 7 killer move. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion was naturally at rank 8 level. Even though Feng Yuan did not succeed in deducing Luo Pasil, he still had a rank 8 offensive method hidden in his hands. Boom. Immemorial Yama Child Soul Explosion. It blew up Feng Jiuge. Crack. On a certain shore of Central Continent, Feng Kim Hong was suddenly stunned. The cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Duke Long looked over with a questioning gaze.